here to finish off the Frank Worrell Test Series, Test number 3. Adam White, Bharat Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with you from a very, very hot Kingston, Jamaica. It's mid-30s, it's high humidity, and we're not far away from the toss of the coin to determine who will bat first, and also the teams, because it does appear to be a significant change in the Australian team. We talked about it yesterday on the new ball with Bharat Sundaresan, but it does look like Nathan Lyon has been left out of the final 11 with Scott Boland to come in, which will mean 4 fast bowlers. So we haven't got official confirmation on that, but what we do have is Scott Boland marking out his run-up, bowling balls here in the middle of Sabina Park, while Nathan Lyon sits on an esky kicking around a soccer ball. So that's probably the best sign you'll get that he is not playing, which would be a big, big shock and a big talking point. As I said, it's very hot here. Bharat Sundaresan is sitting next to me. He's probably more appropriately dressed than I am. I'm not sure why I brought the jeans, but I did. Welcome.
Whitey, welcome to Jamaica. And you're right, I have no idea why you're wearing that.
Well, I thought the commentary boxes would be cool, like they were in the first two. But
we're working on it. And but you're right. I mean, it just feels very odd to see Nathan Lyon at the ground, fit and fine, but not warming up just before the start of a test match. We haven't seen that happen in 12 years. The last time he was left out of a team, obviously played 100 straight test matches before getting injured at Lord's, and then the moment he was fit, he was straight back in. So you'll have to go back, I think, to the Border Gavaskar Trophy of 2013 in India for him, or the last time he was left out of a playing 11. So it's been a long time. Yeah, so Pat Cummins teased it yesterday, but we didn't really buy into it. Well, not fully.
No, because we weren't expecting it. Yeah. But as we sort of spent some time thinking about it, contemplating, it kind of felt like it makes sense from the point of view of what they've tried to do to Nathan Lyon through this series. They've tried to belt him out of the attack. He's been hit for a lot of big sixes. He's cleaned up the tail a little bit, but in low-scoring affairs, it could be an issue, particularly with the ball or the ground so short straight. So there's plenty to discuss, but certainly, while we haven't quite had the toss yet, we're about to have it now. That is certainly the news for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, delivering high-performance teamwear to the BBL and also the WBBL. They are out in the middle at the moment. They've got their blazers on. And Roston Chase and also Pat Cummins, they are changing sheets of paper, and then we'll be able to know very soon the toss of the coin. Bryce McGain, welcome to you as well.
Thanks, Whitey and Bharat. And oppressively hot conditions. We're out on ground level a little bit earlier, and it is fierce heat here and humidity. The wind is probably even hotter than the temperature. It's stifling out there at the moment. But interesting with Nathan Lyon, he took 6 wickets in the last test. How many bowlers have done that other than Scott Boland to miss out? He took 10 in his last test match. But having said that, it is a bit of a shock and a surprise, because he does have the ability to wrap up that tail pretty quick, despite the fact that he has gone for maybe a few sixes, as you say, Whitey. But it looks imminent, the change is going through. So as we say, they're assembled around the toss. We might just have to call it from a radio perspective, because usually the good indicator is the fact that they'll talk to the winner of the toss first up.
Yeah, so we haven't got at this stage audio through to ground level, so we'll try and work on that before the first ball is bowled. But the toss of the coin takes place. It's thrown high in the air by Roston Chase, and Pat Cummins has won the toss, and I think it's pretty clear. In fact, it's not pretty clear whether he's batting or bowling, but we'll find out very, very shortly, because we haven't quite got audio through at this stage. But Pat Cummins, the fact that he's being interviewed first means that he is certainly has certainly won the toss. And yep, that's confirmation now that Australia will bat first. So news from the toss for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Australia winning the toss. Pat Cummins having no hesitation frustration in batting first, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, no doubt. Pink ball test. Yeah, I mean, you can look at the surface, and at times you have seen teams opt to bowl first, but that's generally when there's been some overheads. But the way the conditions are, the way we've spoken enough about the heat and clear skies, you want to make the best of the day conditions because you don't know what the light's going to be like either. So make the most of daylight, and then hopefully then you can control the game. We've seen this so often in day-night test matches. Teams batting first, if they get going, then they can often just control the narrative of the remainder of the test match, whether it's through clever declarations or even dictating the pace of the test match and when the opposition gets to bat. So it'll be interesting to see the changes that the West Indies have made, because there's been plenty of chat in the lead up to this test about whether Craig Brathwaite's going to be left out, and if so, who they bring in. Jomel Warrican, the vice captain who missed out last week in Grenada, is set to come back, which would be interesting. Australia leaving out their spinner.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And West Indies bringing their spinner back. So we don't have a confirmation yet, or maybe we do. We do have a confirmation of the team, so that'll be good. So Australia officially have left out Nathan Lyon, and Scott Boland has come in. No other changes. So Khwaja, Constance, Green, Smith, Head, Webster, Carey, Cummins, Stark, Boland, Hazelwood. And the West Indies, meanwhile, have made a few changes. So Craig Brathwaite is left out. I wonder when you had two cricketers with over 100 tests left out in the same test. So Craig Brathwaite's gone. Mikael Louis comes in.
So he'll open the bat. He's quite a tall cricketer.
He's tall and he's got his own technique. So he will open with John Campbell. Kevlin Anderson makes his debut. Youngster. So he comes in for Casey Carty, who really has not had a good series so far. The rest of the batting stays the same. King, Hope, Chase, Graves. And then that other change. Anderson Phillip has been left out, and the vice captain, Jomel Warrican, is back in the side.
Is that a better balanced team, West Indies?
We don't know anymore. I mean, with the pink ball test, especially now that they're bowling first, you wonder how much of Jomel Warrican they'll use, considering they already have Roston Chase as a more than handy off spinner. But yeah, that's the way they've gone. I thought Anderson Phillip was quite impressive in the last test. But we have seen in some pink ball tests, even in Adelaide, where during the day batting can seem very easy, especially once the ball goes soft. But that's the other vagary to this particular test match, because the Pink Dukes just seems to stay good and stay true for much longer. So you do wonder if Warrican gets a go. Australia have clearly decided they didn't feel like Nathan Lyon was needed or was going to be used much, so they've gone with the Scott Boland route.
Yes, so just repeating the news here at the toss, Australia has won the toss and elected to bat first. Oppressive conditions here in Kingston, Jamaica. There is the forecast of some rain today, but as we look up into the sky, it's bright blue. It's a bit hazy, and there's these spectacular mountains that are sort of not far away from Kingston, Jamaica, and they create an incredible dramatic backdrop, but in some cases you can't see them because of it's almost like a haze across the ground here at Kingston.
It is, yeah, and the Blue Mountains are behind us. We sat at the Blue Mountain end, so it's the George Headley end at the other end, where for now it's been blocked off, the stands, so no fans in there, but they do have the provision to open it up widey if people do come in. I was just speaking to a few members at the Kingston Cricket Club to our right, and they said already there are more people here than there were throughout day one for the last test that was played here, which was Bangladesh. So, and only 50 people showed up. So it's already building up, and it's not just the Australian fans. There are quite a few local Jamaican fans as well.
Yeah, and that was when we talked to a lot of locals in the build-up to this, and they were adamant the fact that they were going to turn up. Now, whether they do or not's another question, but they felt I mean, they were saying there was going to be 4,000 or 5,000 people in on day one. That was what they were kind of saying. As I said, whether they do or not, it's unclear. And as you said, it's been quite a long time since there's been international cricket here at the stadium, and it feels as you walk around here that there hasn't been cricket at the international stadium for about 25 years. But it's only been a couple of years.
It has, and you see, look at the history, and I'm sure we'll cover the history of Australia versus West Indies here at Sabina Park. Some significant moments. Obviously, it is here that not exactly, almost 30 years ago, where Australia officially dethroned the West Indies, who had gone 15 years without losing a series. They won the Frank Worrell Trophy, famously here in Jamaica, and since not lost a test on this ground. Steve Smith won 99 the last time he played a test match here. So there's a lot of history you talk about when you come to this part of the world. This venue has seen some historic moments in cricket, West Indian cricket, international cricket. So it's always good to come back here, and maybe a chance for some of these cricketers to create some memories. Speaking of which, we'll soon be seeing Sam Constis, Whitey, and I was just mentioning to you off air, I've given him a proper rev up this morning. I can't repeat exactly what I said. It's not for a family audience, but it was quite the rev up.
It was. And I mean, I watched a lot of them have a bat this morning, and they're in the zone, but at the same point, they were taking selfies as they were walking from the nets back to the ground. So, it was quite interesting watching the way they go about it in the build-up to this. So what we might do is we might take a break here in the build-up to day one of Test 3 here, a day-night affair from Kingston, Jamaica. It is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. There's been all sorts of things going on in the box in the build-up. Hopefully things will settle down after this. Take a break, back with more shortly. So, just a chance to reset. Bryce, we'll get your thoughts on Nathan Lyon being left out. Scott Boland into the final 11.
Yeah, so that has been confirmed. And look, it's a little surprising. He took 6 wickets last test, and I think the balance of the attack with the spinner in there, in Nathan Lyon, despite the fact that there was a number of sixes hit off him, and that's what they're looking to do, he knows how to wrap them up, and that's what he was doing. The damage was done with the fast bowlers early on, and then he'd come on and wrap the tail up, and it worked reasonably well. But look, they have made the change. They'll rely heavily on Travis Head if they get to the spin stages.
What about Bo Webster?
Well, there you go as well. I haven't seen him bowl any spin at all in any preparation through this whole tour. Yeah. He's bowled his seam up off his long run. So it's a 5-prong attack, and that's the way they'll go about it with Travis Head to bowl the spin overs. Look, I suspect that they're really backing in their ability with the pink ball. Why wouldn't they? The leader of the attack, if you like, in Mitch Stark, he's the number 1 pink ball bowler in the world, so why wouldn't you back him in? And then the support actor's pretty handy with Pat Cummins and Hazelwood and Scott Boland, who took 10 wickets in his last test match as well.
What can you see down there, Bharat?
Well, Craig Brathwaite, who's been dropped from the team, now has to do a cap presentation to Kevlon Anderson, young Guyanese right-hander, 24 years of age. So Craig Brathwaite, it can't be easy for him.
This has got to be one of the hardest cap presentations there is.
You'd think so.
You're presenting to the person who's taken your spot. But I did see him in the lift, and I said, "Oh, you ready to go?" And he was beaming from ear to ear. So I thought, "Oh, hang on, he wasn't actually in the team." So this is quite a surprise. But maybe he knew something already as he was going to the ground. But exciting moment on his Test debut, and the first day-night test in the West Indies as well. So an exciting moment for the young man.
All right, make sure you subscribe to SEN Cricket wherever you get podcasts for every episode of The New Ball, plus all the cricket highlights, analysis, interviews across the SEN network. And follow SEN Cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok as well for all the commentary highlights, behind-the-scenes videos and analysis. We'll take our final break before the first ball here. We've still got the anthems to come, and then the first ball, repeating the news here from the middle, Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. They've batted first in all 3 test matches, but the big news, Nathan Lyon left out, Scott Boland in the side, 4 fast bowlers to take on the West Indies. Players from both teams now coming out hand in hand with some of the young school children here from Kingston in Jamaica. Just the normal presentation we would get throughout this series. News again, if you've just joined our coverage. Just waking up in the eastern states of Australia. News is that Nathan Lyon has been left out. So it's the first time since 2013 Nathan Lyon has been left out of the Australian team when he's been fit to play. And the other significant news from a West Indian point of view is that Craig Brathwaite has been dropped, with Louis coming in his place. And that is the first time, Bryce McGain, in 90 test matches that Craig Brathwaite's not playing.
90 test matches.
90 test matches in a row.
Extraordinary.
For Craig Brathwaite. And you'd like to, well, not like to think, but you would think as a result of what's happened from a team selection point of view is that might be the end of Craig's career, that he wasn't able to quite get to the end of this series. He got his 100 test matches in Grenada, and that might be it, 100 and done.
Well, he did say as a 15-year-old that that's what he was going to do, was play 100 test matches for the West Indies. He achieved that lofty goal as a teenager. We have the anthems going on in the background, and which is a little difficult to hear. But one of the hardest things he's probably had to do is, as he moves out of the team, Brathwaite, he then hands the cap over to his replacement. But maybe he's quite accepting of the fact that it is time, and he's quite happy to hand over the honour of opening the batting to Mikhail Louis.
That's right. So, as you said, if he's happy to do that, maybe it was a situation where he's actually said to Cricket West Indies, yep, that's probably it for me. It's time for the next generation to take over. It is a shame that the George Hadley stand doesn't have anyone in it. There's a few of the junior Jamaican cricketers up in the stands, but outside of that, some of the super boxes are being used as well. But so many of those blue seats from the Atlanta Olympics back in 1996 from the swimming pool not being used, which is a bit unfortunate, I think, isn't it, Bryce? That, especially because it's where we're looking. There's quite a few here in the stand that we're in, but who knows? It might also build up, particularly as we get towards the night time here being a day-night test match.
Well, one thing we do know is if the West Indies start getting a bit of a roll on and start taking some wickets, the crowd will turn up. It will be around. And, of course, we're getting beamed out to over 10 stations throughout the Caribbean. So any of the local Jamaican stations that people will be listening in will be absorbing that, and I'm sure if the West Indies are taking wickets or making runs, they will come into the stadium, and hopefully we'll see a lot more numbers in that Headley stand.
So Nathan Lyon is there for the Australian national anthem, but he will not be participating in this game. So yeah, a real shock. We really wasn't on the radar, Bryce, when we were here yesterday for the captain's press conferences, and the question was asked about Pat Cummins, to Pat Cummins, would there be any changes, and the fact that he wouldn't commit to the team kind of surprised everybody. And then when the question was asked about would Nathan Lyon's place be in jeopardy, the fact he was so non-committal had a lot of people putting 2 and 2 together, and in the end the 2 and 2 did become 4.
It did, and it is unfortunate. I think with what we're used to in Australian cricket, you always need to balance the attack, and having a specialist spinner has always been the way that they've been able to do that. And the quartet, well, it's second to none, and it's nearly like breaking up the band and maybe replacing John Deacon on the bass and bringing in another lead guitarist in Scott Boland, the way that they've done that in terms of the selection in this team. But look, it's quite interesting that has panned out that way. Look, there's a number of changes in the West Indies lineup as well. I'll be able to collect those and be able to go through that as well. But as the anthems are just concluding now, the West Indies team arms around each other, and the mascots in front with their hand on a shoulder and their hand on the heart, which is a nice touch as well. So young children, young cricketers in front of the heroes, and they went out hand in hand. And you can also see on that far side some of those young youth Jamaican cricketers up in all alone in their yellow shirts in the Headley stand. You spoke to them yesterday, and well, they're up on their feet as well. So a great picture, a great start, and we're not far away from live action.
Yes, we were told that things are done a little differently here in Jamaica, and we're certainly understanding that in the last 25 minutes or so with some of the things that have been going on here in the commentary box, but that's okay. We aren't far away now from the opening ball. Sam Constas and Usman Khawaja have the pads on, and we're only a couple of minutes away from the opening ball. The sun is shining. It is very windy, which I think helps from a point of view of maybe keeping the rain away, or if the rain clouds come in, that they blow away quite quickly. I've said this a couple of times. It's mid-30s the temperature here, and I was watching the weather last night on local television. They said it was a 40% chance of rain, but hopefully that 40% rain falls elsewhere away here from Sabina Park. So Sam Constas, in his normal way, he goes about business, runs out to the middle, whereas Usman Khawaja just casually walks out. The umpires are already in position, and the West Indies are out there as well. So we aren't too far away from the opening ball. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you to start things off. Day-night Test cricket from Sabina Park.
Well, those important changes from a West Indies lineup, have you had an opportunity to go through those before?
You go for it, Bryce.
Yeah, so at the top of the order, we have mentioned the debutant, Mikhail Louis, comes in and he replaces the legend of Craig Braithwaite. He is out. So another change also at 3, Kevlon Anderson comes into the lineup to bat at 3. Casey Carty is out of the lineup, and they've changed back Anderson Phillip, who came in for the second test as the fourth quick, if you like. They've gone back to the spin to balance Jamal Warrican coming back in. He was vice-captain in the first test, and then found his way. He didn't really bowl much at all in that first test, found his way out of the second test. He's back in now. So it's not necessarily around form. I'm sure it's around team balance and their ability to lock up that one end that they could possibly do when the time comes with the left-arm spinner. So we're not far away from the first ball here. Adam White?
No, we aren't. Usman Khawaja is going to take the first ball. And it'll be Jaden Seals from the George Headley stand end of the arena here at Sabina Park. All is in readiness. 3 slips and a gully. Jaden Seals on his way. Immediately around the wicket to bowl to Usman Khawaja, who's pushing into the onside and getting a single, dabbing it away forward of square leg, and he is away.
So nice little touch there. By Khawaja, just ducking it along. Surprising there's no short legging there. There has been some, well, Jaden Seals in particular getting late movement. He's straight away around the wicket, but sometimes just on that bat pad it's in there rather than the short pitch delivery up around the armpit or the throat. But he found his way, tucked it into that area and scurried down there. So on strike now, Sam Constas.
3 slips, a gully and a backward point and a shortish mid-off here. Seals bowls to Constas, who gets a short one, and he just drops it at his feet at about chest high, just dinking it out on the offside. Probably a little bit surprised by it.
He's really scratching away and getting his mark in place as out there in the first over, right up on the stickers, just under his gloves, that short pitch delivery. So again, no short leg in play. A forward square leg and mid-on that onside. Obviously a fine leg is back there. That's standard fare early on. 3 slips and a gully in the catching, and well, we have been able to see them, Adam White, and they need to hang on to a few.
In comes Seals, bowls here to Constas, who gets an edge and it goes away on the offside along the ground and gets a single, so he's away as well, but no controlling that shot. Australia no wicket for 2 in the opening over. Yeah, that's what we've got.
So Both batsmen off the mark early. A small crowd in at the moment, but starting to assemble. The Kingston Cricket Club, the two-storey club-like pavilion, is starting to fill up.
Seals bowls here to Khawaja, who's pushing forward in defence, back to the bowler who fields on his follow-through, immediately throws the ball to Alzari Joseph in that mid-on position, and there's no run. So the score remains at no wicket for 2. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat first, and real swing from Seals with his pink ball. Very noticeable early on. Seals again, bowls to Khawaja, hit on the pad above the roll, so not really an appeal there from the West Indians.
So we're away in more ways than one. Adam White, we have a bit of action. We have sound from the centre.
We got there in the end. What is it? What's the saying? All hands make light work, something like that. Jayden Seals again. Past the umpire, bowls to Khawaja, who works it away on the onside. Gets himself 1, thinking about 2. Constance wants to come here. Oh, he was almost overcommitted. In the end, they threw to the wrong end, but Khawaja was nearly stuck at the middle of the pitch here in Sabina Park, stranded. But he is okay in the end. So the end of the first over, a lot going on. 3 singles. And the ball swinging and swinging and swinging for Jayden Seals, which is going to make for some interesting cricket here at Sabina Park. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. Australia no wicket for 3, with Khawaja on 2 and Constance on 1. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you to start things off. And again, just repeating that news at the toss. Scott Boland playing instead of Nathan Lyon. The West Indies making 3 changes, with Louis, Anderson and Warrican coming in. Brathwaite dropped, and as Sundaresan mentioned, quite remarkable, 2 players dropped from a test match with about 220 games worth of experience. Wouldn't happen that often.
Not at all. So it is going to be Shamar Joseph. He's going to come from the broadcast end.
Straight away around the wicket. Shamar Joseph to bowl to Khawaja, and that's wide of the off stump, and it's called a wide. It started wide and then went wider as it swung away, and Hope took that one almost in front of second slip. So very much the radar out there from Shamar starting things off.
So he's bowling from the Courtney Walsh end, often referred to as the Blue Mountains end as well, here at Sabina Park. The far end, the Headley stand end, and the Michael Holding end as well.
Shamar Joseph bowls here to Khawaja, who leaves again. Maybe outside off stump there, Aussie. Not worrying about that one.
More than the opening bats like more is just to be able to watch the ball go out wide and get a feel for everything.
Again, a wide one that is left alone outside off stump by Khawaja. So Joseph bowling in really difficult conditions. We've talked a lot about the heat, but also the strong wind here. It's sort of blowing across the ground, so it should help Joseph swing the ball away from the left-hander, and it should certainly help Jayden Seals swing the ball back into the left-hander. So a bit for Khawaja to negotiate here. Joseph bowls here. Khawaja leaves again. That ball swinging away. And Hope taking that one in front of firstly. Three slips in a gully. Joseph bowls here. Khawaja is beaten, pushing forward at that one. He was committed on the front foot, but it's the first time that Joseph has been able to get it in that right channel that had Khawaja committing forward and just not really that one swinging away, Bryce, as much as the others. And that's why it was so close to the outside edge in the end.
Indeed. And the vulnerability for Khawaja in this test series has been the ball that ducks back in. So he's gone away, Joseph, for every one of these deliveries, and it's moving considerably. Look out for the one coming in.
Joseph bowls again. Fast delivery.
Bounce.
And left alone there by Khawaja. And I think you're right there, Bryce. It was more the bounce than the actual speed. I looked at the radar gun there. It was only 135 kilometres an hour. But it still looked like it rushed Khawaja.
So it's a really stiff breeze coming right across the ground. So Khawaja, the left-hander, is coming from square leg straight across the point. So it is suiting Shamar Joseph with the ball in hand, swinging it away from the left-hander.
He bowls again and pushing forward Khawaja in defence with that ball swinging the other way. So good over there from Shamar Joseph after it was a bit wide early, but it certainly got better as the over went on. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Australia batting first. No wicket for 4.
Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care. From the tip of your nose to your bones. Dimester Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cura Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostavit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Start of a new over, Seals bowls and Constas pushes forward back to the bowler. So no wicket for 4. 5, sorry. Seals again. Bowling here to Constas, close to the stumps. Constas leaves. Again, that shape away quite evident. Khawaja on 2, Constas on 1. A couple of extras thrown in as well. Seals again, tight to the stumps, bowls it again. That ball is tricky for Constas. It's hard to know whether he played inside the line intentionally of that one or whether... That's all right, that's the replay. That's fine, don't worry about that too much. You're just seeing on the coverage the dismissals of Constas through this series, and we've now got another retrospective no ball, so we're getting a lot of those early as well. Seals bowls here to Constas, that one coming back. He's left on length. Through to the keeper, but that was a good searching ball from Seals.
Just a little bit back in off the seam from the leader of the attack, and probably 20 centimetres over the off stump. So, as you said, left on length, seam back in, and then as it went through to Hope, started swinging away again with that seam beautifully presented. And Seals has been superb in the way that he has played in the first 2 tests. A real craftsman with the ball swinging at both directions.
Constas again pushing forward, the outside edge beaten again.
You've got to play at those. Drew him forward. And Constas is quite tall, so he's taken a good stride there, went with the forward defence, down the line of the off stump. That ball pitched in line with off and swung away. So it was very, very good delivery. Missed it by quite a bit, but Jaden Seals, he has started where he's left off in the first 2 tests.
Seals again bowls, Constas leaves, outside off stump, through to the keeper.
Yep, we can confirm Hazelwood is playing. So the one change for the Australian lineup, Nathan Lyon is out. In came Scott Boland.
Seals again, bowls to Constas. That's better, pushing forward, full face of the bat. Just defending back down the pitch. No problems there at all for Sam. So he's 1 off 9, Khawaja 2 off 10. Because of the amount of no balls that have been bowled so far by the West Indian fast bowlers, we're still 1 ball short of 3 overs. And we've been playing for 14 minutes. Hopefully it doesn't stay like that. Seals for the Michael Holding end. And he comes again, bowling to Constas, edging, and no, not edging. There was definitely a noise there. The slips were up, but the bowler wasn't, so it's just flicked the pad on the way through. Sorry for all those fans there who are Sam Constas fans, and I've just woken up in the middle of the night. He's still there, no wicket for 6 after 3 overs. And that is on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies' mate. That's IMAR.
Shamar Joseph bowls to Khawaja, who's back and across, pushing away on the offside, and there's no run. Australia no wicket for 6. And then he's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. Sundaresan's not far away as well, and on a hot and windy, humid day here in Kingston, Jamaica. As I said, we've been going for 16 minutes, and we're only into the 4th, just started the 4th over. Joseph again, steaming in, bowls to Khawaja, who gets a good delivery that rears and beats the outside edge at chest high. Khawaja almost fending at that one. That was a bit quicker, 143.7 kilometres an hour from Shamar Joseph, who shakes his head as he starts his way back to the top of his mark. That was quick and it bounced.
Well bowled. He played it pretty well as it went and seemed he dropped his hands down and away inside the line. But it did beat the edge.
Joseph again to Khawaja. This time that's wild outside off stump. Joseph didn't get that one right, and Shea Hope was diving across in front of second slip like a goalkeeper just to block it. And it's called a wide by the umpire.
That has gone miles wide. Started wide and went wider. And as Whitey said, Shy Hope had to move to it in front of second slip. It's quite a remarkable how far that went. So there's plenty of swing in the air as these bowlers adapt to this shiny pink delivery.
Shamar Joseph bowls. That's a bit fuller, and Khawaja, as he often does, sort of comes half forward, playing from the crease, pushing back to the bowler. No run. Score remains at no wicket for 7. Shamar Joseph on his way again. Bowls to Khawaja, thought about the cut shot, decides not to play. Wide outside off stump. It's a really interesting sight here where we'll get Bharat to talk about this as well. It's been used only just recently, this ground, for soccer. So much so that you can see the centre circle, which is pretty much taking up the entire centre square. So you can see the line still on the cricket pitch.
Well, the halfway line is halfway down the middle of the pitch.
Shamar Joseph again, bowls to Khawaja. That's a tempter. It's wide outside off stump. That's again let go, but a bit fuller at least. So outside a couple of really good deliveries, the West Indies would be disappointed with this start. First use of the wicket, even though Australia won the toss and elected to bat. They just haven't got enough in the right spot, Bryce McGain.
No, I think they're just struggling with just how much it's going to swing. It's a big cross breeze. The conditions are perfect for swing bowling, albeit maybe a touch hot, but the humidity has tended to help the ball move around, and Shamar Joseph just hasn't got the groove of this ball in his hand.
In he comes again, past the umpire, bowls to Khawaja, who's shouldering arms. A bit tight of that leave, but still a good one all the same, as much as anything on a length. Australia no wicket for 7, end of the over. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale.
Hey you, ready for some feel-great news from Chemist Warehouse? We've got massive savings on essentials, like Blackmore's Probiotics Plus Immune Defense 90 capsules, only $41.99. And Swiss Ultiboost Magnesium Glycinate 120 tablets, $32.99. It's a great time to try Microgenic Scarlet 10,100 capsules. It's 2 for $30 right now. And stock up on Bioglan Curcumin Plus Advanced Pain Relief 50 tablets for just $34.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Back here, it is Seals coming through, left alone by Constance. And we're seeing a bit of movement. Welcome back to Bharat for the first time, but back from the pre-game. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, Bryce. Just been floating around. I was downstairs with a few local fans. Bumped into this lovely old couple. They've been coming here to watch Test cricket, both from the time they were growing up, but since they've been married for nearly 60 years.
60 years?
60 years, so...
Wow, the history at this ground, hey?
Oh.
What they have seen.
Oh, absolutely. And
Sobers is...
all of that.
Jaden Seals again. Comes in, bowls to Constance, who's pressing forward, hitting high up on the bat, kept it down, just in front of point, spat out off the bat.
Both husband and wife born in the mid-1940s, so... And the husband used to be a first-class umpire. So, but just when the national anthems were going on, I just stood next to my dear friend, the wife, and then just looked at her swaying to the national anthems, shouting "Rally around the West Indies." I said, I preferred this to whatever was happening on the ground.
Seals again, sweatbands on both hands. Past the umpire, bowls to Constance, again pushing forward, finding the middle of the batting defence. Up to mid-off, no run.
And there's quite a few local fans, not too many. So it's good to see that there's a bit of an atmosphere. There's one really vocal one who seems like he's quite the character. Adam White, you'll love him. He's got a pink hat on and he's just been screaming out things that he thinks the West Indians are going to do to the Australians. No expletives, but and risque, to say the least.
Seals at the top of his mark. Coming in from the Michael holding end. A bit closer to the stumps. Bowls to Constas, who works off the stumps to square leg. Wants a run. He's out. If it hits, it doesn't. Khawaja sent him back. Constas stranded, not for the first time in the first 20 minutes, but from square leg, the stumps couldn't be hit, and Constas has somewhat of a reprieve. I mean, to hit one stump, it's difficult, but he'd given up and just watched it miss the stumps from square leg, the throw coming in.
I don't think this is nerves. This is just two batters who are really not in sync this morning. So Usman Khawaja just walked down the pitch and had a chat with his teenage partner, just asking him to maybe be clearer with his calling.
It was Campbell with the throw. It didn't miss by a long way looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. So a bit of luck there for Constas. Seals again bowls. Constas edging, and it's been put down. Third slips, put it down. It would have been a great catch, diving, full stretch in front of second. But Constas has been dropped.
Wow, what a start to his test career it would have been for Kevlon Anderson. He was the one at third slip, diving to his left. Once again, wide of off stump, Sam Constas followed it. A loose drive, and that should have been taken. He was diving, or it went at a good height as well.
He got two hands to it, and it bobbled out, and then it hit Graves on the leg. So 2 lives in 2 balls for Constas. Anderson putting it down. Hush around Sabina Park. Seals again to Constas, and he's playing and missing again. So tough times here for Sam Constas at the moment, but he's still out in the middle. But he should be back in the pavilion. At the end of the over, he's Australia no wicket for 7 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
After a new work ute, the 100% electric Ford F-150 Lightning 4x4 has arrived at Sustainable Vehicle Solutions, your Victorian electric vehicle specialist. With a range of 500 Ks, a 4.5 tonne towing capacity and 1,000 Newton metres of torque, the F-150 Lightning is built to withstand the toughest conditions in Australia. Experience it for yourself. Book a test drive today at sustainablevehicles.com.au.
Things are starting to settle down here in the commentary box. We're nearly through half an hour.
Bit tense in the middle,
wicket for 7. Shamar Joseph. Oh, he doesn't get through the bowling crease. He pulls out. I thought for a moment he might have injured his hamstring on the way in, but I think he just lost his run. Wow. So Sam Constas.
What about that last ball? The one where he was dropped was closer to off stump. The last ball of the over was really wide. Lucky not to have got an edge. It would have made for an ugly replay.
It was what we saw in Kensington.
Yep. After this ball.
Shamar Joseph to Khawaja. Thought about playing, doesn't.
Start and then stop. He was running in, so I didn't want to blow it. It nearly had that resignation that a club cricketer feels, is that I've had some luck here. It's my day. I can just swing at anything now and it's going to work out. That's not the case. And chasing a wide one like that, look, the positive intent is there. But at the moment, after a couple of lives, I don't know, between the flags maybe?
Shamar Joseph to Khawaja, that one down leg side, and Khawaja doesn't bother trying to catch up with it. He just lets it go past and hope down leg side does the fielding.
I mean, just the number of times you've used that expression, Bryce, in the last few weeks. I wonder what you would have been like if you were a Coast Guard.
Yeah.
You sound like a Coast Guard every time Sam Constas is batting.
Yeah, he's out catching waves out past the break. Get between the flags and just enjoy paddling around for a little bit.
Constas loves to do his action out in the rips.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Shamar Joseph again running away from us. Bowls to Khawaja. Oh, that's a tight leave. That one started to swing back in and then almost seamed away once it kissed the turf. And that might have saved Khawaja. We'll have to look at the Chemist Warehouse replay to work out exactly what happened there. Let's have a look. Bharat, what do you see?
It came in with the
held its
angle
line.
and just held its line, but swung a lot more after it passed the batter.
The seam was angled for an outswinger, and that's what Khawaja, that's how good he is seeing the ball. He's seen that seam angle. That's why he left it. But it continued on at him, and it took a long time before it moved away. So a good leave in the end, but he's watching it closely.
Shamar Joseph again to Khawaja, squared up, pushing out inside edge into the onside. That's the one that they play for, the West Indies. That's the one that Aussie's got to be careful of.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 times they've been on target the last couple of weeks, but this time he did get squared up, but you can see that he's trying to make sure he gets his bat down, protect his pads. He doesn't leave himself so vulnerable with his initial movement right in front of the stumps.
Joseph again. Past the umpire, bowls to Khawaja, who again he's squared up, pushing this time into the offside. This is tough batting here, tough conditions. They're starting to get their radars right here, the West Indians. No wicket for 7 it remains with 1 ball left in the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
And well supported. There are 4 men, 1 square and then 1 in front of the wicket on either side. And they're doing a really good job. They're anticipating, they're moving in, they're making sure that those drop and runs, which in the first over they were able to do, that is shut down now. They're having to force their way and hit the ball through the field if they're going to get singles.
Shamar Joseph, last ball the over, bowls to Khawaja, who gets an absolute beauty. Ooh. Somehow it missed the edge, somehow it missed the pad, somehow it missed the stumps. Terrific end to the over from Shamar Joseph. Australia no wicket for 7.
Grab your shopping list and rush to Chemist Warehouse to save on must-haves, like Pain Away Heat Patches regular 5-pack for just $12.99. Having vitamins is fun with Synovus Vitamin D 1000 IU chewable 90 tablets only $9. And Soothers Buttermenthol is just $2.49. Make your well-being a priority with Selfish Give Me Plant Protein French Vanilla flavour 450 gram only $32.89. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Jaden Seals again. 3 slips in a gully, bowling to Sam Constas. And Constas this time finds the middle of the batting defence. Back to the bowler, pushing forward. Anxious times here for both players. How did that ball miss everything, Bryce McGain, in that previous over? Looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
It was an excellent delivery and he didn't do a lot wrong, to be perfectly honest. You had to play that line. He held his line. He's not pushing his hands out at the ball to cover the late movement. It was pitched up. Good bowling, but pretty good batting. You can't knock the fact that the ball will move late, and you can't. It's difficult. It has really been a challenge with this ball nipping around and swinging.
The pink Duke. Seals again to Constas. Presses forward, finding the bat again, pushing up to mid-off. Almost a carbon copy to the previous delivery.
So he didn't make the most of the 2 lives he got in Barbados. Sam Constas nearly didn't make the most of such a life he's got here. That wild.
So he's 1 off 18. And the run that he got was a thick outside edge that went in the point region. So
yeah, I mean, what he did well in the first innings in Grenada was rotate the strike.
Seals, a bit wider in the crease. Constas, full face of the bat, pushing up to mid-on. Full ball.
And the 2 times he's tried to do that have been misjudged, the runs. And both times Khawaja has asked him to go back to his crease, and he's nearly been run out once. So you can see, West Indies are doing really well, not letting him get away.
And it's a very aggressive field with 3 slips, a gully, a shortish backward point, a shortish extra cover, almost in a catching position. So there's plenty of gaps for Sam. At the moment, he can't find them. Seals again bowls. Constas hit on the body. That ball seaming back in rather than going away, which is what Seals usually does to the right-hander. It ballooned out on the offside. And there is no run again.
We were told that this pink ball is not easy to bat against. There were reports that 50 wickets fell 2 days ago when the Australians had a middle wicket.
In the practice that evening, yeah.
So I was talking to a few people last night about this, Bharat, and one of the things they're worried about is the black sight screen because the seam is black.
And I did see the match referee. Yep, and the match referee and the umpires did have a chat about it, but there's nothing they could have done 2 days out from the test.
Seals again, 4-dot balls in a row. Bowls to Constas, who this one goes way down leg side, and Constas did try to flick it. Didn't make contact, missed out again.
Yeah, he was upset with himself, Sam Constas. Just told himself off that for missing out on what should have been at least a single, because the fine leg is very fine.
Hear the horns going off in the crowd. That's the fully loaded Cricket Cave fan zone that the West Indies have got in action.
It's a bit happening around this test match, must say. Performers and big loudspeakers. The party stand is still just warming up.
Plenty of the day to go. And Knight. Seals again to Constas. Another edge along the ground. Runs. Probably just one. He's thinking about it too. Ruston Chase sort of cruising after it from that gully position. Just a single to end the over. So they have at least rotated the strike here. End of the over. No wicket for 8. We've had 7 overs. The next voice you'll hear is that of the voice of the Caribbean, Andrew Mason.
Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care. From the tip of your nose to your bones. Dimester Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cura Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostavit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
All right, so it's a very pleasant, good afternoon, and I see Lawrence Rowe on the television. Yaga Rowe, he's called, and it's good to see him at Sabina Park. Here's Joseph. This is Shamar. Joseph comes in and bowls to Constas. Constas is edging a ball that's outside the off stump, and that ball left him. So the score is 8 without loss. The West Indies with chances, Bryce, to get a wicket.
What about this one? He's got the edge again.
Yeah.
A legit edge, and it frankly just didn't carry. It was a thick edge that he just went across his front pads, just caught on the crease a little bit, wiped across his front pad, took the outside edge and didn't carry to second slip. So the charm life of Sam Constas is continuing.
Well, he's got 2 from as many as 23 balls, and Joseph, this is Shamar. Joseph from the southern end comes up and bowls the ball which is on the line of the middle stump. He comes right across the stumps and plays the ball away into the onside, down towards that mid-on area. There's no run, so very pleasant, good afternoon to all the people in the Caribbean. What time is it now in Australia?
Well, it's morning. It's
morning. What time?
5 a.m.
5 a.m. Okay.
So everybody's up.
So if you were in Australia, you'd be out jogging, huh?
Walking the dogs.
Walking the dogs. And the cats. So 8 without loss. Good to have you in Jamaica. I know you love Jamaica. Jamaica land we love. Here is Shamar. Joseph comes in, bowls to Constas. Constas gets the ball short side the off stump, plays it square in the offside, down towards that backward point area. Gets on his toes to play that. Score is kept in 8 without loss. Let me talk to you, Bryce. The Australians won the toss and they chose to bat. Were you surprised by that?
Not at all.
Not at all.
No, they've understood very clearly the deterioration of the wickets, and batting last on these wickets has been very, very difficult. So in all 3 tests, Australia have been batting first, and I think that is a big advantage.
Yeah, I agree with that. Here is Shamar. Joseph comes in, bowls to Constas. Constas is beaten outside the off stump, flirting, fishing, and the ball on a good length just outside the off stump goes by to be taken by the keeper.
It's interesting, every time Sam Constas flashes at one, Bryce, his immediate reaction is to practice the leave. So you wonder how much of this is just nerves, maybe. I mean, he's such a self-confident teenager. You just don't expect 19-year-olds to have nerves, but you don't want. And I've seen it a few times. Every time, immediately, almost as soon as the ball reaches the keeper, he shadow practices the leave.
Can let it go. Yeah.
Well, it's Shamar. Joseph's looking for that breakthrough, comes in to bowl to Constas. And to this delivery, he's off the back foot, hits the ball into the pitch, goes bouncer down towards the cover area. There's no run. Gentlemen, Tell me about the Sabina Park pitch. Are you happy with it so far? We had challenges in Barbados. We had challenges in Grenada. Too early to tell, Brycey?
No, I think it's a really good wicket.
Okay.
Even cover of grass.
Wonderful.
Of course, we didn't go near it today. It's important not to go out there on the morning of a test match. But yesterday, we did from a distance have a look at it, and an even cover of grass, dry underneath. They actually gave it a little sprinkle yesterday.
Last ball the over. Ball which is on the line of the leg stump and worked away neatly down towards that long leg area. Just coming inside of his stumps and working the ball away, and it goes out to be picked up by that Seals coming off the boundary to end the over. So Khawaja's got 2. Constance is on 3. It's 9 without loss, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles now supply and install timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. Yes, National Tiles now supply and install timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. And we guarantee you a perfect job on time every time by our highly skilled installers. So for a free supply and installation quotation in your home, book an appointment online or call National Tiles now.
All right, so it's 9 without loss. We can have Alzari Joseph, who 40 matches, has been around for some time now. We first saw him back in 2016, really, when the West Indies did so well in the under-19. And he comes on his way from the George Headley stand and comes up and bowls the Constance, and this delivery short, and he swings it down to backward square. That's going to go out to the boundary and we'll get there. It was short, his eyes open wide. I said, thank you very much indeed. In the sunshine of Sabina Park, that's going for a boundary to carry the score to 13 without loss.
Yeah, huge sigh of relief from Sam Constance as he walks back to his mark. He was waiting for something loose. And Alzari Joseph, who started with 2 looseners in the last test, when Khawaja pulled him for 4, this time has offered a gift to Sam Constance. All he had to do was just swivel and help it along his way.
Yeah, well,
the point you make is the looseness that he starts with. Like, that is junk. And what a relief for Sam Constance to be able to heave it away.
Comes up now, both the Constance. Constance gets one side the off. So might have just played inside the line, but it was a beautiful delivery, much better length, and he just carried his bat across. Just at the last minute, whipped it inside, and he is on 7, 13 without loss. Are you surprised in terms of the change for the Australian side, no line? Gentlemen, talk to me.
Yeah, look, it's unusual. It really is an unusual situation. The quartet have been amazing for Australian cricket, and the balance to the attack that the off-spin bowler has been able to provide for years and years and years in Nathan Lyon. So it did surprise me a little bit. They're obviously backing in the fact that this ball is going to nip around. It's right in their mind how much it moved around that evening when they trained here.
Alzari Joseph comes up now, bowls the Constance. This delivery is on the line, the off stump, goes back and steers it square the offside, down to that backward point area for Jamal Workin to come across to pick it up. Saw him in the elevator at the Jamaica Pegasus this morning. He had a smile as broad as Barbados because he knew he was in the side. The construct of the West Indies side, any surprises? Talk to me. First, Bharat. Surprise?
No surprises, really.
No?
Craig Brathwaite, you thought, just 15 runs in the series after 4 innings, maybe the time had come. And Casey Carty just didn't look up to the mark.
Alzari Joseph comes and bowls the Constance. Constance gets the ball in the leg. Some goes back and turns it neat to the onside, down towards that position of forward square. There's no run. Now, again, in terms of Craig Brathwaite, could it be the end for Craig Brathwaite, gentlemen? Could it be? You think so?
I think it is.
You think so?
I think at 100 tests and he's made it there. Yeah, I think it could be.
Primetime sports across the Caribbean.
Well, it probably will, and I'm okay with that. But I think handing over to the future of West Indian opening batting in Mikhail Louis, there's a great opportunity there. He actually presented his cap this morning.
Yeah, he did. Wonderful. Here's Joseph, comes in now. This is Alzari up and bowls the ball, which is on that leg stump. Well, look for a single, and there's none as he turns the ball away into the onside, down towards that square leg. It took off for a run. There was never one there. Put the skates back on and went back home.
Yeah, shut down by Khawaja. He's not taking any of those quick singles. It was just, no, mate, we're not doing that.
Yeah, and this time at least you went early with the call.
Yeah, he did.
Last couple of times, Constance had really committed.
Yeah.
So 1 to come in the first over from Alzari Joseph. As he turns now, the big sprawling George Helly stand behind him and begins to move in on his way to bowl to the right-handed Constance, who's got 7, and to this delivery, he's off the back foot, and as they would say in Caribbean parlance, picking the ball of his chest and guide it square in the offside down to backward point to end the over. At the end of it, Kawaj has got 2, Constance is on 7. It's 30 without loss. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
Hey you, ready for some feel-great news from Chemist Warehouse? We've got massive savings on essentials, like Blackmore's Probiotics Plus Immune Defense 90 capsules, only $41.99. And Swiss Ultiboost Magnesium Glycinate 120 tablets, $32.99. It's a great time to try Microgenic Garlic 10,000 100 capsules. It's 2 for $30 right now. And stock up on Bioglan Curcumin Plus Advanced Pain Relief 50 tablets for just $34.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
All right, so the other Joseph, this is Shamar Joseph, the man from Guyana, begins to run away from us, elbows pumping, goes past the umpire, bowls the Kawaj to this delivery, is down the leg side, just comes inside the line, allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. So the West Indies making changes. You got a word of Constance?
Yeah, and just the way he's going about his innings here, he has been beaten, and boy, he's had some chances, missed run out, hitting the ball to square leg, just like the over before where he turned it and overcommitted and would have been run out, and then he got dropped at third slip. The debutant Kevlin Anderson putting him down, but what he is doing here, he is taking the off-stump guard, so he's actually batting where his head is in line. Now, if you're a batter who doesn't have a pre-movement, and he does not, it's important to be in line where the ball is.
Shamar Joseph bowls to Karaja, beats him outside the off-stump with a real perler, one that pitched and left him late, and he played at it, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper, and immediately comes down the pitch to prod at it, 13 without loss.
So maybe this is a little technical for those, particularly at 3 a.m. working in the Donnybrook Bakery, working hard. We are keeping you company, but just to point out, he is trying something different. He's not just going same. So he's batting on off stump. Now, the downside of not having a pre-movement is that often when you haven't got the tempo, you're late on the ball. Now, that's what happened in the previous test, playing off the back foot. He was late on the ball. The pre-movement helps you be able to move your body.
Shamar Joseph comes in both. That's a lifting delivery.
Nasty.
Oh, that's nasty. Might have taken him on the chest. We'll have a look at the monitor, but that was banged in. And that was one with a great aggression, Bharat.
It was. He ducked into that bouncer, Usman Khawaja. Just looking at the replay for Chemist Warehouse. Just hit him on the bicep. Almost near the shoulder there. So he's so far down the pitch though.
Yes.
He's well outside his crease, Usman Khawaja.
Yes.
Took his eyes off the ball.
Well, it leaves very little time if he does drop it in short, and he did. He got hit on the bicep. He's continued on, just flexed it off on the bicep.
He's round the wicket, may go for the York up to the wicket, bowls to Karaja. Ball pitched up well. It was just outside the off stump, but you could see the thinking. Having produced that short delivery, it was slightly wide of the off stump. The batsman comes across, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
And just back to Sam Constance's technique, it's just the arc of his bat as well, isn't it, Bryce? It's just kind of comes from slightly wide, say around third slip. So it's always kind of just, the phase just automatically opens a little bit when he's even playing a front foot defense.
He does. So without the pre-movement, with that included, now he's taking the off-stump guide. He's getting himself to the line of the ball where he's been edging it and dragging them back on. So he's in a better position now.
He comes round the wicket, bowls, lifting delivery, gets on his toes, just works the ball away with a bit of suspicion. That's Khawaja down towards that mid-on area. There's no run. Good aggressive bowling from Shamar, bowling well. See, Adam White has got a charming lady in the box there. And of course, she's just running up the box from Islands Car Rentals. Nice to see you. Smile as broad as Ligony. Where do you live in Jamaica? Ligony? There's somebody told me. On Hope Gardens?
Beverly Hills.
Oh, that's posh. The rich and the famous, they live in Beverly Hills, I can tell you. As Shamar Joseph is in and bowls, he will soon become rich and famous as well if he continues like that. And the ball is pitched in the line, the off stump comes forward, and this plays about the offside of the pitch. So in the over, it's 13 without loss. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Right, so the action continues in the brilliant sunshine of Sabina Park. And it's going to be a situation where Alzari Joseph comes in to bowl to Constance. He's in bowls and he's covering up to one of the middle stump. Good length. Plays it into the onside down towards the mid-on area. There's no run. 13 without loss. Who's that gentleman there?
Well,
Talk to me.
Sheldon
Cottrell, yes. The soldier.
The soldier. Saw him for the first time here in 2011, bowling bouncers at Dravid and Lakshman, and they were not happy. Right at the back, at the nets at the Sabina Park.
Ooh, he was sharp, eh?
Yeah, and he was bowling bouncers, and then he was one of the 4 security men in charge of the ground. So that's the first time I spotted him.
Alzari Joseph, with a big George Ellie stand behind him, starts his run, comes in again to bowl to Constance. Into this delivery, he's covering up again, wrapped in the paddles. The appeal for leg before, it was more the bowler in hope than any real anticipation the umpire would have given that. And he didn't get the support of the keeper. 30 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, it is a feeble appeal from Alzari. He's waiting to see the replay. It was
never heard that one before. Feeble appeal.
It was.
I'm going to put that. Yeah, I'm going to make a note of that.
Like on your muscular radio station.
Yes, Bharat.
Nah, just hit him just over the pads on. Near his thigh pad, so there was never going to be given out. Drifting down and high as well. Yeah, there's different challenges for different bowlers right now for Constance to deal with.
So 13 without loss, and here's Alzari Joseph comes in again to bowl to Constance. The delivery is beat outside the line. The off stump. That's a perler. As he squared him up, the ball dropped, died considerably, but what a good delivery by that.
Oh, he just opened him up there. And Constance just with a wry smile on his face. Yeah, just pitched on middle and just woof. That is an absolute beauty from Alzari Joseph, and that's the challenge at times when you're facing Alzari. You just don't know whether he's in rhythm or not. He'll give you the odd loosener and then bowl a ball like that.
Like that, yeah. He's all over the place sometimes. He turns now. We've been encouraged by that last delivery. We welcome all of our listeners in the broadcast. Of course, the local station carrying the broadcast is KLS Radio. 13 without loss. Alzari looking for the first scalp. He's in and bowls. Won't get it with that. The ball is on the line in the middle of the stump and walking across the stumps. Constance looking to make a statement here. Plays the ball up toward that mid-on there. There's no run. Is this your first time in Jamaica?
I just mentioned I was here in 2011.
No,
it's not.
I thought it was going to catch you.
No, it's not. It's I think my 5th time here. Fifth or 6th. Yes.
For me, it's 106 times now.
All right.
Yeah, you can buy some land up in Beverly Hills.
You can.
I think
it's a little closer to you than it is to me, though.
Here we go. As Alzari Joseph turns now, 2 balls left in the over. Comes in again to bowl to Constance, who's got 7 into this delivery. He's covering up again. Wants to get a big score here. Just plays the ball towards mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, just the last 2 balls will give him some confidence, Sam Constance. The one thing he's been unable to do so far is get off strike. So giving the bowler, especially the ball doing as much as it is in as well as the West Indians are bowling, 6 balls every over to just set him up.
Yes.
So it's been a good over from Alzari, but just the last 2 defensive shots would give him a little bit of confidence, Sam Constance.
He's got 7 from 39, 3 sips on the gully waiting. And it's going to be Alzari Joseph again as he comes into bowl to Constance. So he's in bowls and he's across the off stump, steers it down to gully. Ball finally outside as the bat goes down towards gully for the captain to come across to his right to pick it up. That ends the over. Oh no, it's a no ball called by the umpire. So we've got another left in the over.
So Nitin Menon, the one signalling it. The third umpire, Richard Kettleborough, is the one who would have caught the no ball.
Yep.
Third umpire this week, Adrian Holstock, the other umpire. It's a pretty big no ball as well.
Big indeed.
No ball. We've seen a few big ones from both Josephs in the series.
Indeed. They're both big no balls. So let's see if Alzari Joseph, the man from Antigua, to take it up. He's going to bowl from the George Headley stand-in. very hot in Jamaica. He's up and bows the Concert. Concert says, get one down the leg side, looking to whip the ball away. Goes by to be taken by the keeper to end the over. Kawaj has got 2 concerts and 7. 40-minute loss. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
Grab your shopping list and rush to Chemist Warehouse to save on must-haves, like Pain Away Heat Patches regular 5-pack for just $12.99. Having vitamins is fun, with Synovus Vitamin D 1000 IU chewable 90 tablets only $9. And Soothers Buttermenthol is just $2.49. Make your well-being a priority with Selfish Give Me Plant Protein French Vanilla flavour 450 gram only $32.89. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Of course, Jamaica is a wonderful country, and of course, one that you love to come to. You certainly love to go to Mobay. We won't get a chance to go there, but we hope sometime as Shamar Joseph comes up now, Bosa Kawaja, who's along the boat to go by to be taken by the keeper. Now, you've had a chance. You've been in the Caribbean. You're almost like a Bajan or Grenadian. Let's go through the changes. You started in Barbados, then you went to Grenada, then Jamaica. Anything significant about the islands?
Oh, massive.
Okay.
Barbados, obviously, thrives so much on tourism. Expensive place.
Yeah, it is. Very expensive.
Very expensive place. That's why you live there.
Yes.
Just in terms of beauty, Barbados, it's right up there. One of the most beautiful islands in the world, beautiful countries in the world.
Shamar Joseph from the wicket comes up now. Bosa Kawaja gets one, which is on the line of the legs and works the ball away neatly off the hip. Down towards that long leg area. Comes through for the run. So the runs are at a premium here. Things are very tight, like the world economy. And the score now goes up to a 15-minute loss. Now, talk to me now about Grenada.
World economy or no? Just on Barbados, to finish on Barbados, it is quite touristy, isn't it? So you have to really find a place on the East Coast or somewhere to escape tourists. There's some really nice spots or East on a Friday night, or you can go up the West Coast and see everything that Rihanna owns or doesn't own. But
Sandy Lane, yes.
Sandy Lane, this for me, Barbados is not up there.
Okay.
It's just mainly because it's just so
touristy. Okay, you want to find a Dexter's that you found in Grenada. Here's a delivery on the line of the legs, played away. It was full, bowled by that's Shamar Joseph. Worked away down towards the square legger for a single. So with that, Constance goes to 8. Karaja comes strike. He's got 360-minute loss.
All those numbers, of course, on the Tapa scoreboard. Winter safety sail.
So Barbados is not up there.
Not up there.
Too touristy for you.
Too touristy for me. Yeah.
Let's go to Grenada.
Too much of it is catered to tourism.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Grenada. My first time there, they said,
you like
fell
it?
in love.
Okay.
Fell in love. It was just
beautiful.
A free island. You can just go everywhere, walk around St. George's. And the last day, I was there an extra day. Took the bus, went to Grenville on the East Coast.
Okay.
Went to a couple of waterfalls.
Did you get your oil down?
I could not, which is a huge heartbreak.
Come on. You have to get ackee and saltfish in Jamaica. Here's the delivery. It says outside the house to be spars, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So what we're going to do this evening, we're going to get a car. We've got the car from Island Car Rentals. Of course, Carrie Ann is there chatting away with Adam and Bryce. Hello. So we're going to make that trip and find some ackee and saltfish this evening. Is that okay with you? Well, at 10 o'clock tonight, really.
All right.
Are you up for that?
I'm up for it. I don't know whether Adam White is up for any.
He's never up for anything. 60-minute loss. The action continues. But we want to thank Island Car Rentals for coming on board and driving. You've been driving pretty well.
I have.
Wonderful indeed. Here we go. Round the wicket as this delivery from Shamar Joseph is on the line of the middle stump. He's bowling so well. He's always at you. And the ball is played away with a suspicion up towards mid-off. There's no run. 60-minute loss with one to come in over number 12.
Yeah, so we expected batting not to be easy against the Pink Dukes. And a bit of grass cover on this pitch as well, and it hasn't been. So Australia is just crawling along at this stage, but they wouldn't mind this. They haven't lost a wicket. Sam Constance should have been out, but Kevlin Anderson becoming the latest.
Yes, they're about 10 now.
Culprit.
10? About 10 or so.
10 or so.
Wow.
Everybody's dropped the catch.
Shamar Joseph round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Courage, who's got threes up and bowls to him, and he's swinging the ball away. I was looking up towards the airport, really, but instead the ball ends up down at mid-wicket. It was short, his eyes open wide, might have maybe died on him, and it goes away to that mid-wicket here. To end the over, Courage has got 3, Constance is still very much there, he's got 8. It's now up to 60-minute loss, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care. From the tip of your nose to your bones. Dimester Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cure Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostavit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
All right, so the day is pregnant with golden sunshines. Always great to come to Sabina Park. Here is Alzari Joseph, comes up, bowls to Constance, he gets one which is on the legs and works the ball away neatly into the onside. Runs for Australia, 1, they'll get a second. They may even contemplate the third, they turn, and they come back for the third and will get it comfortably because the field out there, Shamar Joseph fumble. They thought of going for the third, but then after that fumble, they made it very easy. So the score will go up by 3, turned away in the onside. Well played, Constance. Would love to get a big score here.
He would, and just Shamar Joseph, the maroon napkin that he had around his neck just came off, so that's what led to the fumble, and he'll take that, Sam Constance. This is just a release shot for him. Alzari a few times is just straight down his pads, and this time he got enough bat on it, so he moves on to double figures. So the Australian dressing room watching on closely, so they've stuck with the young man throughout the series as they said they would. So no test cricket after this. So next test match Australia play will be in Perth, the first test of the Ashes.
And he hopes to be playing, I would imagine. Alzari Joseph round the wicket, bowls to Karaja, who is wrapped in the pad, a bigger pay for like before. The umpire says that now will they go upstairs? What do you think?
No, it doesn't look like it. I think just the angle this time. We're still waiting for our replay on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. It just looked like it was sliding down. Roston Chase wasn't interested at all. Should now get our replay. Here we are. On the wicket, close to the stumps. It was doing quite a bit.
Yeah, down the leg side there. A good call by Roston Chase. But he's got to be careful. He's been out leg before several times. They found a weakness in his batting. He's on 3 from 34 balls, so he's been very, very patient here. Conditions are tough. Round the wicket comes Alzari Joseph. He's in and bowls to Karaja, and Karaja covers up and turns the ball away. The fielder the Skrelliger does not pick it up. Looks like Anderson, is it? Oh no, it's Warkan, and they'll get a second. They may even contemplate the third. The ball went behind the umpire. Warkan was diving. The ball went behind him, and they're back for the second.
Just going back to the LBW, it was missing. The umpire's call it would have been, so they would have still kept the review if the West Indies had gone upstairs.
Umpire's call. Okay, so 21-minute loss. Let me remind you that Australia won the toss and quite predictably decided to bat. Wonder what the West Indies would have done. What did Roston Chase say? Did they ask him the question?
No, we couldn't get the toss through our stump mic, so...
21-minute loss. And Alzari Joseph to continue the attack. Crowd is building all the time. Of course, the North Stand, as I look out, we're on the 3rd floor. Still a lot of room. He comes round the wicket, he's in and bowls to Karaja, and Karaja gets one of the leg stump, looks to work the ball away, and it goes down to where a leg gully would be. He's kept on 5 from 36 balls. Constance has got 11 from 43, and it's 21-minute loss. The important thing for Australia here, Barrett, is that they get a good start.
They do, and speaking of getting a good start, many of our listeners are making a good start. It's 5:30 a.m. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes and for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900
Australian dollars. Get that right, 900 Australian dollars. Here is Joseph. This is Alzari's in and bowls the ball, which is down the leg side, and Hope comes across to take it, and no damage done. Of course, you may not get a chance to go around Jamaica. It's a lovely country, there's no doubt about that. Have you ever gone around to Mobe?
Yeah, no, not to Mobe, but I've gone up to, I'm trying to think, what port is it? Right up in the north. Not Negril, not Ocho Rios, but more central.
Can you help me? Maybe Carrie-Ann can tell you. She can be your tour guide later. She'll take you down to Ocho Rios, and then they've got a wonderful highway now, you know. Beautiful. You can get there in 30 seconds with a car from Island Car Rentals.
30 seconds?
To make it easy and balls, he covers up and turns the ball away into the onside, and that's Kawaja down towards the square leg area to end the over. My session comes to an end as well. Kawaja's got 5, Constance is 11, 21-minute loss. That is in fact the latest score. Time for drinks.
Through the first hour of play after winning the toss and electing to bat, it is Australia no wicket for 21 with Kawaja on 5, Constance on 11. You're with Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan. Bright sunshine continuing here, still a really strong breeze that's going across the ground here at Sabina Park. But Bharat, as the players start to get themselves back into position, they've got through the first hour. There's been a couple of anxious moments, particularly for Constance, but they're still there.
Yeah, it's been an unusual sight. The openers getting to the drinks break without any damage done. Hasn't happened so far in this series for Australia. Even in the last test, they got to around 47 without loss, but then lost Kawaja before the drinks break. Speaking of unusual sights, just seeing Nathan Lyon out there carrying a drink with the high vis on, I've never seen that happen in my time.
It's 2013
Ashes, I think,
since he was left out of the team when he was available to play, that he wasn't injured. So if you are just waking up in Australia wanting to know what happened, Australia winning the toss and electing to bat first, no wicket for 21. Constance a drop catch, and there was a run-out situation as well where they missed when he'd given up on the run, stranded in the middle of the pitch. But the big news, Nathan Lyon has been left out. Scott Boland was named instead, and they've gone with the 4 quicks. So we're ready to go again. Seals to bowl. He's bowling from the Blue Mountains end. He bowls to Constance, that one down leg side, and Constance can't catch up with it. And straight into the gloves of Hope down leg side. No wicket for 21. It is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The Tyre Power scoreboard sees Australia getting through the first hour without losing wickets. It has been slow going. Constance 11 from 44. Kawaja 5 from 38. So the ball's been sort of flying around all over the place. The West Indians have struggled to control it at times, Bharat. And when they've got it in the right spot, it's been difficult.
Oh, very difficult. Some of those deliveries you've seen from Seals and Shamar Joseph in particular, unplayable. Couple that have swung late as well. They've held the line and very last second left the right-hander or come into the left-hander.
Seals 3 slips in a gully, bowling to Constance, who's pressing forward, pushing out on the onside up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's just not looked settled against Jayden Seals. Yes, Shamar Joseph has got him out a couple of times as well, but throughout this series, he's just not been able to read the movement. You can see he's almost feels like he's second guessing himself at times, and he's been lulled into quite a few mistakes. Even that last one, just pushing in front of his body, getting a bit of an inside edge.
6-3 field, so it's dominated on the offside. Seals again to Constance, nudging it out of the onside, straight to forward square leg, no run. Campbell doing the fielding. So Seals, it's quite noticeable here. He's dropped the pace back a little bit to what we've seen earlier in the series. That one just a tick under 130 kilometres an hour.
It's also a hot day. You can see him just walking back to his mark. His shirt is drenched. So are a few shirts out there in the middle. Not just hot, but extreme humidity. It's almost a see-through right now for Jayden Seals. West Indies do wear the bright white tops, unlike the off-white cream-coloured ones that the Australians have.
Seals again halfway through the over. Past the umpire, bowls to Constance. Edging again in the gully on the second bounce, and they get at least a run. In fact, it's going in down towards the row, but won't get for 4. They'll come back for 2. So that was very much an uncontrolled edge that got into the cordon on the first bounce. 2 more unconvincing runs for Sam Constance. He's up to 13, and the score no wicket for 23.
Yeah, that naturally or inherently open face of the bat that Sam Constance plays with means that Yeah, the bat's always coming off that outer phase of the bat. This time just went to ground and snuck past gully. He's still in there though.
Just that shot in itself, there's so many talking points from that as Seals bowls here to Constas, pushing forward inside edge, squirting out on the onside. We've spent a lot of time talking to the Australians between second and third tests and talking about the difference between a technique deficiency and then also being able to play with that deficiency. And understand what the opposition will do, but you've got to work out a way to either fix the problem or work with the problem, which is kind of what I think they're probably more trying to do with Constas, with that angled bat, which we saw just then, the edge into the gully. Last ball of the Overseals does tend to bring the ball away from the right-hander. He bowls to Constas, who shoulders arms. That one a bit short and a bit wide and comfortable for Constas to let go. So Constas 13, Khawaja 5. Australia batting first after winning the toss. No wicket for 23 on the Thai Power scoreboard.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
New over from Alzari Joseph from the Michael Holding end of the ground, or the George Headley stand. Khawaja tapping away at the crease. 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip. Joseph bowls around the wicket. Khawaja confidently pushing forward to a ball that was just short of a length, but getting onto the front foot, not going back to that one, which he has previously done through this series.
He's been hit on the pads once in the previous over. That was just sliding down leg side. And very clear to him what the West Indies are trying to do. Just keep operating outside that off stump and then bring one back in.
You can hear how hard the pitch is, the way just listening to Khawaja tap away. Alzari again. Around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who's flicking away but can't beat forward square leg. Good fielding. Knocking that one down, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's been allowed to just play this clip off his pads a few times in the last few overs. Quite full this time from Alzari, and he's been batting outside his crease. Was hit on his bicep a few overs ago by a lifting bouncer from Shamar Joseph.
Warrican was the one doing the fielding there at square leg. Saved at least a couple of runs. The bright yellow watch. You can see it from way up here in the grandstand on Alzari Joseph as he bowls to Khawaja, who's punching away on the onside, just getting a single into mid-wicket. One more to the score. Aussie up to 6. No wicket for 24. We're halfway through the 14th over on the Thai Power scoreboard. Into safety sail. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Don't forget the Henley Breakthrough Connect Collection, billed from only $227,900.
We did see back during in between test matches, Whitey, that the yellow watch is only for cricket. It's a blue watch when he plays golf.
Yes. Back over the wicket here, Alzari Joseph to Constas, who lets that one go down leg side. Yes, I actually saw Alzari and Darren Sammy on the golf course here in Jamaica a couple of days ago, just the two of them. So clearly that's Darren has a favourite in Alzari if they're off playing golf together.
It's not something that all the West Indian players are keen on, the current lot anyway, so...
Well, I've seen Alzari with golf clubs at least 3 times because we're staying in the same hotel. We're lucky enough to be staying in the Pegasus Hotel here in Jamaica, which is a really famous hotel. It's almost like the beacon towards the top of the city. You can see it from a long way away, and it's kind of cool staying with the players and the umpires and all that sort of thing. Alzari Joseph a bit closer to the stumps, bowls to Constas, who pushes and misses. He really felt for that one. That's the perfect length where it's not quite a half volley, but it's drawing Constas forward. And Alzari Joseph is not known to swing the ball as much as some of the other West Indians. Certainly had that one hooping away outside of stump and beating the edge.
I think off the pitch as well, that. So we've seen the ball move around quite a bit in the air. That one late off the pitch, and see Constas was kind of drawn into playing at that.
Last ball of the over. Joseph bowls up on his toes. That's 4. Through backward point, between backward point and gully, and it just gets to the rope. So again, not fully controlled by Constas. Playing away from his body. And it was sort of in the air for quite a while, but in the gap. Not fully controlled, but he'll certainly take the boundary off the last ball of the Alzari Joseph over. He was trying to play in front of point, it went behind point, but it's 4 all the same. No wicket for 28.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Jaden Seals, he's on his way again. 3 slips in a gully, bowling to Usman Khawaja, who is beaten again. Another one sails past the outside edge. The problem with the West Indians is, though, that they've actually got to catch it when it does take the edge. That's been a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, the fact that it felt inevitable that Kevlin Anderson would come into Test cricket and drop a catch, as he did. And we haven't even bothered spending too much time talking about the drop catch, because just how routine it's become with them.
It's almost like an initiation. When you come in, you've got to drop a catch in the cordon
so that you feel like you belong.
Ready. That's right. Feel part of the team. Seals again around the wicket, bowling to Khawaja, full ball, dug out, flicked away into square leg, but again no run. Warwick again doing the fielding in that position that he's kind of making his own in this test. Quite a few times he's done well standing next to the square leg umpire. The score remains at no wicket for 28. Don't forget you can follow SEN Cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights, analysis, fun and behind the scenes action from the SEN cricket team. SEN_cricket is the address. I'll explain what you can also do as well after this next ball from Seals. Bowls to Khawaja, who's tucking it away again straight to Warwick and kind of jumping as he made contact to a ball just short of a length. You can also subscribe to SEN Cricket wherever you get your podcasts for all SEN's cricket content, including the new ball for Cobram Estate, also the day's play and plenty of analysis and guests from across the SEN network. Make sure you do that. And we're excited to be bringing you this test match because it's a bit later. So it goes all the way through the morning until lunchtime. So you can watch the cricket and then listen to us and then settle into the footy over the course of the afternoon on AFL Nation. And also all the NRL action as well as Seals bowls outside off stump and Khawaja leaves. Bryce McGain's back in the box as well. Have you been able to cool down a bit at the back? Because the front is like we're in an oven.
Yes.
There is air conditioning at the back.
Why you're right. It is a furnace in here early on, and I don't think the air was pretty stale, so I don't think it's had a window open for about 5 years in here. So we've kind of freshened it up a little bit. So good to be sitting alongside you, and what is a pretty good opening partnership here by both Australian players.
3 slips in the gully. Seals still around the wicket to Khawaja, who's trying to play the hook shot. It doesn't bounce as high as he thought. It probably wasn't as short as he thought. It was a stifled appeal, the ball ballooning away to backward point. It did look a bit awkward. I must confess, I was a bit interested up here, Bharat.
I think he walked out across his stumps and maybe hit well outside off stump was my first takeaway. We'll see on our replay.
Oh, yes. A bit high.
Yep.
Getting on the thigh pad, looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, save on prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
That was the back thigh, so he'd got through his shot and got him up high on that back thigh.
Seals again, bowls, Kawaja leaves, coming forward and watching it go past. And that is the end of the Jaden Seals over, so he has no wicket for 8. With Australia, no wicket for 28.
Hey you, ready for some feel-great news from Chemist Warehouse? We've got massive savings on essentials, like Blackmore's Probiotics Plus Immune Defense 90 capsules, only $41.99. And Swiss Ultiboost Magnesium Glycinate 120 tablets, $32.99. It's a great time to try Microgenic Scarlet 10,100 capsules. It's 2 for $30 right now. And stock up on Bioglan Curcumin Plus Advanced Pain Relief 50 tablets for just $34.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. There is a change taking place at the George Headley stand, or the Michael Holding end, with Justin Greaves to come into the attack for the first time in this Test match. And as we also go around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, at stumps, England batting a second time, no wicket for 2. Greaves trundles in, bowls to Constas, hit on the pad. He's given him. Constas coming forward. Greaves' first ball wrapping the pad of Constas, and he says, I'm not happy with it. I want to challenge it. We're going upstairs. But this would be the perfect start for Justin Greaves, and it would be a nightmare result for Sam Constas.
Whoa. I mean, it was a confident review from Sam Constas. Almost felt like he thought something with the decision was amiss from the beginning.
We're having a first look at the replay as we head upstairs.
Oh no.
He's gone half forward, hit in line.
Hit in line, he's in trouble. You could see a bit of leg stump.
No inside edge, it's hit the top roll of that pad. He's been hit in line and it is hitting. He's out, Constas. He's out for 17. Australia loses its first wicket. And poor old Sam can't get going again. Australia 1 for 28. Their first wicket falls after nearly an hour and 20 minutes of cricket. It's been tough going, it's been slow going, it's been tense. But Constas falls for 17 from 53. Australia 1 for 28.
Yeah, and he just took his headband off there after taking his helmet off. Sam Constas, he fought and fought and fought this afternoon. He was dropped early in his innings at third slip. There have been plays and misses. There have been some unconvincing runs. First ball from Justin Greaves just got into a very awkward position, and that inside edge which keeps betraying him over and over again has done it again, and he was caught right in front.
Yeah, he was, and his guard now, as we said earlier, has changed from being a middle and leg guard. He's batting on off stump, and that ball was just at a leg stump, so it came back in, but he had to play around his front pad. So imagine stiff front leg going around the front pad, because he's batting on off stump. His first step is with his front foot going across, and he just got into, as you said, the awkward position. It beat that inside edge, and it was a pretty straightforward LBW, and Sam unfortunately is on his way.
It's almost like I think he felt he may have been hit outside the line of off stump because of how he played it, but it certainly wasn't the case. And
no,
again,
I think it was the other way.
Inside.
I think because he generally takes a middle and leg guard, he's now batting on off stump. He thought as that ball came, it would have been going down from his normal guard. Yep. That's what I feel. But he's batting on off stump now, so it takes another set of skills to know that.
Greaves now bowling to Cameron Green, who leaves outside the off stump, which kind of potentially goes to what the thought process is in Sam's mind at the moment. He's trying different things. Maybe he didn't even know where he was, because it was a very... I mean, it's a loose net. It's a first ball from Greaves. You know, like
there's nothing special with the delivery.
No, that's what I mean. Like you've sort of bit betwixt and between a little bit with how he tried to play that one, but getting beaten on the inside. But often that's
the case when someone comes on with a lesser pace. that's where they challenge technique. And so it's just about adjusting to the different type of bowlers.
Greaves bowls here to Green again, who's happy to leave outside the off stump.
So that's just medium pace. So he's a 130, where the other guys are high 130s, maybe even into the 140s, of course, with Shamar Joseph. So it's just the technique tester, and he just got stuck working around the front pad, unfortunately.
He was, again, looking at that replay, see where his bat is coming down from. There was no way bat was going to go anywhere close to ball.
Especially when that ball darts back off the seam, which is what that one did. Greaves bowling here to Green, who again is leaving outside the line of the off stump. So Justin Greaves is officially the leading wicket taker. He's the only wicket taker for the West Indies for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear, providing not only high quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations, but also to the BBL and WBBL in the season ahead.
He's done it a few times this series, Justin Greaves. Just when you feel like Australia have a partnership.
Yeah, that's right.
Comes and breaks it.
Greaves here comes in, bowls to Green, who's beaten, pushing forward, a bit more bounce. It just missed the shoulder of the bat on the way through to the wicket keeper.
And speaking to some of the Australian batters as well, they've not found it easy at all facing Justin Greaves. Definitely not at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. There was no pace on the pitch in Grenada, so it is slightly easier to adjust. But here again, just does enough, just wobbles it around.
I think Bryce makes a really good point. Just that lack of pace is testing the technique. He bowls here to Green, who's beaten again. Pushing forward cautiously, and for the second consecutive time beating the outside edge. So a nervous start here to Cameron Green. The Australians losing their first wicket in the over, 1 for 28, batting first.
Never trade his mate. That's Simon.
For 15 years now, we've been helping you, the SEN audience, create your financial future. Hi, I'm Rob Walker from AR Property Investments. It's time to secure your family's future. At AR Property Investments, we can help you invest in house and land in areas of growth around Victoria to achieve your goals. We will guide you on the exact step-by-step process. Call us this month and we'll come to you for a free one-on-one education appointment. You can't predict the future, but you can control your financial future. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
Jaden Seals on his way again, running away from us, bowling to Khawaja, who's jumping and turning it into the onside, forward of square leg, getting a single, moving to 7, 1 for 29. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. So Sam Constas, he went upstairs for IMAR for Trusted Tradies Insurance call 1-3 IMAR, but he failed. It wasn't even an umpire's call. It was a red, and a red.
And people waking up in Australia, tuning in to us on SEN Test Cricket, and the reactions have started. Adam White, Sammy Constas under the gun again.
3 slips in a gully. Cameron Green waits for Jaden Seals, and he leaves a full ball wide of the off stump. Yeah, I mean, he's now had 5, so we've got to play the long game. He was always going to have 6 opportunities. He's had 5 of his 6, and he hasn't got past 30.
And the big question is, we've often spoken about the 5 Shield rounds he'll have before the Ashes. But after having seen him in Test cricket, you do also wonder, will Shield runs just automatically give him that go? Or maybe even that might not be enough. You never know. Because they've got a proper sighter of him in Test cricket.
Seals bowls to Cameron Green, wide of off stump, let go. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point.
Because if it's not worked out for you at the highest level, so you drop down a level, first class cricket. So because they know now what they're going to get from Sam Constas, it's a question to throw out there. I wonder
But I mean, Sam didn't do particularly well after the Test series. When he went back and played Shield cricket in the second half of the season, those 4 matches, he didn't set the world on fire when he went back there. So he wasn't coming in with bulk runs into this series. Seals bowls to Green, clipping over the top of forward square leg. And that has gone out to the rope for 4 in front of the Kingston Cricket Club fans and members. What a way to get off the mark from Green. Straying onto leg stump, and he's just helped it on its way.
Well, I think 80% of the runs this afternoon have come when the West Indies have lost their line and bowled on the pads. It was really nicely done by Cam Green. Beautiful timing, but not been too many runs that have come anywhere else except square leg or fine leg.
Seals on the approach. Past the umpire, bowls to Green, who comes forward and then watches it pass.
So just having a look at those opening partnerships throughout this series, the first test 8 and 27, and then the second test 47 runs came in 10.3 overs, so it was a pretty brisk start in that second test. And then, of course, they were 1 for none in that second innings there. So they made it's a 28-run partnership in this test, but they did bat 16.1 overs. So you wonder whether that even just getting through the first spells of all the bowlers, and, you know, it's a confidence booster. I know it's not ideal, but it sets it up for the other players.
Seals to Green, hit on the pad, trying to again work away on the onside through square leg. Doesn't make contact, no appeal from the West Indians. Over bowl, 1 for 33, SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
Winter safety sale now on. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back to Kingston, Jamaica, Sabina Park. Australia batting a first time, having won the toss and elected to bat. 1 for 33. We're talking about those partnerships. We've been going 90 minutes and Khawaja is on 7. So it's tough going for the openers here. Greaves to Khawaja, who's pushing back to the bowler in defence.
Well, he knows what his role is here, and that's to deny, and that sets it up for the rest of his team. That's what he's endeavouring to do. There's no doubt that today they were much more patient as a partnership, that opening partnership, 16 overs, 16.1 overs before Sam Constas was out, but just 28 runs, but the longest partnership that we've seen in the series so far.
Greaves around the wicket, past the umpire to Khawaja, who's hit on the body and almost dropped back onto the stumps. Fortunately for Usman, it didn't hit the stumps, but it was very close, and Aussie didn't really know where it went after it hit him on the body. We're having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and it's more that it almost spun back onto the stumps when it dropped. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. And that bright pink ball, we could see it very comfortably. He couldn't because it went behind him.
Thankfully for him, it just went the other way, away from his stump.
Greaves again to Khawaja, pressing forward, defending up to bit off with a little bit more confidence. Are we setting a too low of a bar to be talking about occupying the crease from our openers, Bryce? Are we clutching at straws a little bit, or was there actually something for Sam Constas to gain through that innings because he did fight hard, or is that just not enough? No, and the reason I asked that question is that he was aggressive in the first innings.
You're leading the witness. Is that not enough?
No, I'm not really.
Yeah.
I'm not really, and I'll explain more after this ball. Khawaja driving through cover point. Nice shot. It's not a fast outfield, and it wasn't fully timed, so it'll only be a couple of runs with the fielding done out in the deep by Warwick. So in the first innings in Grenada, he went out really briskly and a bit cavalier potentially, and that was 24, 25, and now in this innings it was much more stoic and scratchy, but he batted a lot longer. But again got a score in the teens and he's out.
Yeah, I just get a sense that as part of the partnership, when he got the chances and then flashed at a ball, I think the conversation came from Usman to go, you've got a chance.
Greaves here to Khawaja. This better from Aussie. Through the covers, on the rise. Nice shot. Out towards the rope. It won't quite get there. They've got to. They should be able to come back on the arm, though. They decide not to come. So a couple of doubles there to Usman Khawaja in consecutive deliveries. That pushes him into double figures. He's up to 11. 1 for 37 the score.
So I think the conversation came, and that then settled him down to, you'll get your loose ball. And it did come. He played a beautiful shot, a pull shot off Alzari Joseph's first ball, and the opportunities will come. Just be patient. And I think he was playing that way. And maybe just when Greaves come on, they go, I've got through them. And then he's facing the medium pacer, first ball, and got done.
Greaves again to Khawaja, last ball of the over. Khawaja pushing up to mid-off with confidence. Dot ball over bowled. So 1 for 37 the score. Australia, Khawaja 11, Green on 4. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. After the break, you'll hear from Andrew Mason.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheenbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Okay, so we got a situation with 37 for 1, and Seals comes up now in bows to Green to this delivery pitch. He's forward and drives well. A very good save by the fielder up at that mid-off area. That is great. That's Shamar Joseph. He moved across to his left. Had that gone past him, might have had the legs to get to the boundary, but he put in a good dive. Well done to him.
Well, he had to move powerfully across to his left as well, and he took off like a sprinter. A couple of quick steps and then put in the dive. Exceptional fielding.
Talking about sprinting, of course, Jamaica is the land of speed.
Oh, isn't it just?
Yeah, Usain Bolt, of course, Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price. Oh, this country is great. Here is Seals, comes up now in bows to Green, who's got forward deliveries, forward, good delivery, bang on target on the line of the middle stump. He plays it down towards that mid-on area. There's no run, 37 for 1, and Constance fails again.
Unfortunately, yes. He does. And Adam White was just mentioning he was coming over here. There'll be 6 innings. He's played 5 of them.
5.
And hasn't quite grabbed it. There were some positives in what he was doing. I like the fact that he did change where he was standing. He wanted to stand at off stump and just adjust to what was happening to him, and put his head in line with the ball.
Here is a delivery from Seals, which is outside the line of the off stump, and Cam Green, who enjoyed his breakfast at the Jamaica Pegasus this morning. I saw him. First time in the flesh, really that close, and he's a very tall man indeed. And
he's a giant.
Of course, he enjoyed the ackee and saltfish and the living banana there at the Jamaica Pegasus. Thanks to you for making sure that our good friend Bryce, he has a suite.
Yeah, we're very fortunate with where we're staying, and it is with amongst the players. So
yep. You get to have breakfast with them. Yeah. See what they eat. Yes.
It's a bit of famdom, I suppose. Excited.
Yes. He ate quite a bit of pineapple. 37 plus and 1 as Seals comes in and bows. He's right to the bottom, big appeal for like before. Not out, says the umpire. Maybe sliding down the leg side, pitched up. Or they're going to go upstairs. We shall see. 37 for 1.
Conversation is coming. It's hard for the slips to know. Hope is open to it. He's looking to chase at slip, and I think it's been waved away by Seals.
Yes.
Who thought, no, I think it's going down.
Going down.
Yeah. This is going to be a tight one.
Have a look at that. Tell me what you think, Brycey.
So it's a ball that's shaped to be an outswinger. It's definitely going down leg side.
Definitely.
So I think they made the right call. They would have burnt a review then. But a ball that he wanted to swing. Now, this is against the breeze, the outswinger to the right-hander here. It's quite a stiff breeze coming from Cameron Green's point area. to deep square, right across the ground. So he's looking to swing it against the wind, and it's not. That was a pretty straight delivery.
He's in and bows to green into this delivery. Green is 4-1. Beautiful delivery. The bottom of the bat, the ball squirts down towards the third superior. He's having a challenge here against Seals.
He is indeed.
Well bowled.
Now that ball, he did want to swing in, and it started way outside the off stump, a perfect seam, and it came in and nipped in further.
Yes.
On the forward defence, beat the inside edge right up at the shoulder of the bat and right into that back hip area and away safely on the offside. But what great skill.
Oh, yes.
Jaden Seals has really impressed me in these three tests, Andrew.
The first thing about he looks a lot fitter, I start there. Fitness is so important. He comes in again, one to go in the over. He's up and bowls to green, and green is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. This has been an over of tremendous probe by the man from the land of Calypso. The over comes to an end. Kawaj has got 11. Green is 4. 37 for 1 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
All right, so the weather, brilliant. Had a bit of a shower this morning when I was out having my early morning jog around the Mandela Park, just by the Jamaica Pegasus, but that's given away to very, 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 well, I mean, it's a bit hot, really. As Graves comes up now, bowls to Kawaja. Kawaja allows the ball to go outside the offside, but the right-hand bowler angle the ball across the left-hander, taken by the keeper, 37 for 1. How good is Graves?
He's a highly skilled player. He's been impressive all the way through. I don't think he's bowled a bad ball throughout the series. And the medium pace, I think, we were talking about it just before, Andrew. I think the medium pace, it's a good change-up. You don't have to all be at 140. The 130 is a challenge, particularly if you move the ball as late as what he does. And the Australians have all had an issue with him.
Well, he's in now and bowls to him, and he's on the back foot and pulls it. It's going to go towards the boundary at square leg, and we'll get there in front of the Kingston Cricket Club just about now. That's gone for 4. It was short, and played the ball away, and that's the boundary to him. He's happy with that. He goes to 15, Kawaja, and the Australians win the toss, and the bat in the Sunshine Sabina Park, they're 41 for 1.
And a nice shot there. Didn't get all of it. A bit of an under edge on it. It was in the air.
Ooh.
Now it was a forward square leg, more of a mid-wicket, I suppose, and it kind of hovered up there. A bit of a top spin, if you like, on the pull shot.
Yeah. Next sweat act this morning against Amaz Moshi, won comfortably. Congratulations to her, the Wimbledon champion. Here's Graves in bowls, ball pitched up on the line of that leg stump. He's onto the front foot. Kawaja drives down towards mid-on. There's no run.
Quite a comfortable result, I think.
Yep. Very, 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 very easy indeed. It was easy. Of course, tomorrow the top guns will play. Alcaraz will play against Sinner. Who are you backing?
Alcaraz, fit. Yes, I probably do like that.
Yeah.
You're on board with that as well?
I'm an Alcaraz man, yes,
yeah,
of course, yeah, of course. 41 for 1. I think Evie's playing well. You can't beat him. Here's Graves in bowls outside the off, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So you're going to Alcaraz tomorrow?
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sinner, very good in the Australian Open earlier this year.
Interesting that when we talk about tennis, Ash Barty, she just retired. What happened there? I mean, she was on top of the world.
She was.
Were you surprised by that?
Equally as good cricketer as well.
Oh, she is indeed, yes.
Yeah, so she played WBBL, Women's Big Bash League, and for the Brisbane Heat.
Here is Graves comes in bowls. The ball pitched to the line of the off stump. There's the batsman coming forward. Kawaja's got 15 drives down to mid-off. There's no run.
I guess when tennis isn't your life and all-absorbing, when you feel like you've done enough, done enough, and that's where Ash is. And she's living a very happy life.
Yeah, okay.
Doing that, I think she's involved in a a number of Australians involved in a new bar in New York. So just around the corner from where Steve Smith is living, I believe. But more detail can come out of that, I'm sure, from our SEN listeners.
Graves comes up now in Bowes to Kawaja. This delivery is outside the off, similar left hand, allows to go by, taken by the keeper. To end the over at the end of it, Kawaja's captain 15 Green has got 41. 41 for 1 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
You can't see me because this is a radio ad, but I'm completely naked. Why? Well, at Tango Energy, we've stripped things right back. No gimmicks, just simple plans and easy sign up. Refreshing, right? Although a little chilly without pants. Don't pay for extras. Get energy stripped back at tangoenergy.com.
Tango Energy.
All right, so Jaden Seals to continue. Of course, you've just joined us, getting up in Australia early in the morning. The news is that Australia won the toss and they chose to bat. Here's Seals, comes in, bows to Green. Green is getting one down the leg side, goes past the keeper and will go away behind him. That's gone for 4 leg byes, signaled by the umpire. Looking to whip the ball square in the onside, hit the pad, and Hope couldn't catch it. Went behind him, that's gone for 4 leg byes to carry the score to 1 for 45.
And a ball, again, he's looking for that outswinger and it's just not going for him. It's hard because the breeze is stiff, so that you can tell by the angle of the seam. Now he's walking back to his mark and just gesturing to himself and reconfirming how he's going to be able to bowl that delivery. He's just moving his hands together, just the line that he wants to bowl.
Well, he's going to continue now. This is Jaden Seals on his way to bowl to Green, who's got 4, and Green is forward and drives well. Threats to cover, lovely shot. Shamar Joseph in hot pursuit picks up just about now, and he'll turn for the second. That was beautifully played. Not the full-blooded cover drive, and got it wide of mid-off. Threats to cover, back for the second. Green goes to 6, 47 for 1, and it's a no ball as well.
Yeah, number of the bowlers, there's been a few bowled the retrospective no ball. Adjudicated by the third umpire, feeds it down to the central umpires, who then signal it. So just overstepping. All bowlers have just struggled. It's probably to do with the breeze.
Well, he's going to continue again. This is Seals in, bowls outside the off stump. Cam Green, the tall man from Australia, comes across, allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper, 48 for 1. In terms of Sabina Park, the teams have met 11 times at Sabina. And of course, Australia within 5, the West Indies 3 drawn. And of course, the most recent test match would have been 10 years ago, June the 11th, 2015. And Australia 399 and 212 for 2 declared. West Indies 220 and 114. That man, Steve Smith, got 199. Jerome Taylor got 6 for 47. Here's a ball, wraps in the pad, big appeal. He's out like before. Wow! Seals may be able to seal the deal. We shall see. Will he go upstairs? The ball struck him in the pad and the umpire took a long time to give it. Will Green survive? We shall see.
Well, he's just discussing. He has referred it. It was a long chat, a lengthy chat with Usman. And it's difficult when you're the non-striker to give the exact feedback. You're at a different angle. But I think the decision it's certainly gone upstairs. But you
what's your
feel
gut
it.
feeling?
I think he's in trouble here.
You think he's in big trouble?
Yeah, beaten on the inside edge, a late moving ball. In he comes now. Just a little wobble seamer that went on, hit the front pad. It is a half a step forward, hit the front pad, knee roll. And it's certainly missing the bat. He's missed the bat by a long way. So he's reaching out to play the ball a long way in front of that front pad. It was half a step. He's on the front foot. And knee roll, we know he's a big guy. He's got the extra tall pads. So
haven't seen that. Do you think he's gone?
Oh, it's tight.
It's tight.
Probably umpire's call leg
stump. Call it for me.
I think so. As it goes up, it is missing.
Oh!
And a good review. He would have felt that ball nip in.
Yes.
Knee roll, half a step forward.
Yes.
And it is a change of decision.
Yep. Yes, when I saw it on the monitor, something went through me that said it was missing.
Well,
yeah,
good.
I tried to get it right after I see it.
The hindsight correction.
I did. Yeah, well, it's all fun here in Jamaica. Jamaica land we love. 48 for 1. Seals will try again as he starts his run, comes into ball to Green, who's got 6. He's in and bowls to Green, and Green is allowing the ball to go outside the off-stump, taken by the keeper. Of course, when you look back at that match, Josh Hazelwood got 5 for 38. And Sir Clyde Walcott at Sir Garfield Sobers. Of course, they both scored 5 centuries at Sabina.
Another no ball.
And, of course, another no ball. But you will never forget, back in 1958, National Hero of Barbados now, well, at age 21, Sir Garfield Sobers made 365 not out. I didn't see that. It was
spectacular.
Yeah, wonderful.
You didn't see it?
No.
You're far too young for that.
Far too young for that. I wasn't even born yet. Here is Seals comes up. He's in and bowls outside the off-stump, and Green, who didn't see it at all either, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. 49 for 1. But what a knock! Of course, Len Hudson had made 364. And interestingly enough, Mulder the other day had a chance to break Lara's record. Were you surprised by his decision? Talk to me about that,
It was
Bryce.
interesting because he did mention that those records are left for the legends of the game.
Yes.
And that's an interesting insight to him, I think.
Yes.
Just going, well, and he had every opportunity. He still had to make some runs. What did he need, another 20 runs or so?
Yeah, he was 367, I think.
Yeah.
Am I right? That's 367. Here is Seals comes up. He's in, bowls to Green. Green is forward. Plays the ball into the offside, down to that cover area. There's no run. He said it's reserved for the legend. But had he made forward, wouldn't he have become a legend, you don't think?
Just keep going.
Right. Now keep going.
Keep going. Tick it off. And
what would you have done, Brycey? Talk to me.
If I'd made 300...
You're in Mason and Guess.
Well, if I was on 360... What did he make? 368?
I think 367? 367. He decided to call it Wally's, to be saying Caribbean parlance.
If I was on 367, there is no way I'm declaring. No way.
No, 49 for 1.
But that's usually a season tally for me.
He did. And bowls, the ball which is on the line of the middle of the stump, and there's Green with a bat as broad as Kingston, pushes into the offside down to a bit off the ball. It comes across to pick it up at the end of a fine over from Seal. At the end of it, Kawaj has got 15. Green is 6. 49 for 1 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
All right, so Bryce says he would bat and until the Cows come home and make 401. Here's the ball outside the off-stump. There's the probing Graves outside the off-stump. The ball is taken by the keepers. Kawaja follows it. He's got 15, 49 for 1. So you would have gone on and batted to get the 401. You would have done that.
Yep.
Are you sure about that?
Well, yeah, I would have. It's a difficult question for me to ask, considering I haven't made 100 ever in cricket. But so would I be a world record holder now?
Adam told me you made 99. Here's a ball which is on the line of the off-stump, played square in the offside, down to backward point by Kawaj, who's got 15 from as many 62 balls, 49 from. But there's been a lot of reaction across the world to it, because I remember the various chats across the Caribbean. Oh, Lara's record is gone. And he decided to not declare. It's interesting, very interesting situation as far as that is concerned. Some would have been looking clearly to break the record. He said no.
How do you think Brian would have felt?
Oh, well, he reacted to it as well.
Did he?
Yeah, he said it was very noble of the man. Here is a ball which is upside down the off-stump, plays square in the offside. You would have expected Lara to have certainly reacted to it. And in the end, he said, thank you very much.
It's a gracious thing to say.
Very gracious indeed, 49 for 1. So the interview with Sean Pollock, a very short one as well. When he gave the reasons why he didn't go for that 401. 1 for 49. Lovely weather. Well, not that lovely way. It's a bit hot. We need some breeze coming across from the airport, which is a good 20-25 minutes away from here. Norman Mann International, as it's Graves in bowls outside the off stump. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Had a chance 2 nights to go to Port Royal and have fish.
Okay.
There's a lady called Gloria's up there. She lovely fish. You want to go and get some fish later?
I like fish, so if there's a fish meal, I'm in for fish.
But you didn't answer the question.
I'm more than happy to travel alongside you, Andrew.
Yeah,
I'd be happy.
Island Car Rentals, yes, indeed. Thanks to Carrie Ann. She's upstairs in one of the posh boxes having lunch. 49 for 1. Here's Graves on the wicket looking for another scalp as he comes in to bowl to Khawaja, and he's whipping the ball into the onside. Looks for a run. There is the fielder sprawling across the field down at that wicket. It looks like Louis, the man from St. Kitts and Nevis. The batsman will get the single. Khawaja battled away the sunshine of Sabina Park. Goes to 16, 65 balls he's faced. And the 50s finally come on the board for Australia in over number 23.
Finally there. It's been hard work. The bowling's been okay, a little wayward, but there's a lot of good balls in there. And I think, well, particularly Usman, very, very watchful, and this is what he does best. He can really grind out an innings.
He's in now. This is Graves and bowls outside the off stump, and there's the batsman allowed to go by to be taken by the keeper. Too wide to influence the shot. Green is kept on 6. Kawaj has got 16. 50 for 1 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Right now at ENS, get huge savings on world-class appliances at our massive Fisher & Paykel sale. Like a bottom mount stainless steel fridge, only $19.99. Or a 9-kilo heat pump dryer, just $12.99. And you can save up to $1,000 on selected cooking appliances. Plus save up to a further 15% on Fisher & Paykel kitchen packages. Our consultants are Fisher & Paykel experts, and we won't be beaten on price. So visit one of our 10 showrooms today or shop online and get value the ENS way. Sale ends today. Terms and apply.
All right, we head towards the dinner break. 50 for 1. Encourage you to come to Sabina Park and certainly watch the cricket. The stands are filling up quite nicely as they look out from in high in the 3rd floor of the sprawling media centre as we watch a change. It's Shamar Joseph back. He's in to bowl his 6 overs up in bowls. Beaten outside the off stump first delivery. He is such a good bowler. And there's the batsman beaten comprehensive with a beauty.
Well, this is the big move now. There's 6 minutes to go. And just a jaffer of a delivery. That is right up full. And the late movement, it just pitched and just straightened off the surface. And a bit of feedback from the Australian players when they were practicing. It's at a wicket that was 2 away from where they're playing on here. But the seam of this ball is quite pronounced. The pink ball, Duke's ball.
Right.
And parts of the pitch were getting caught up into the seam of the ball. That's how sharp the seam is, and that one seamed away beautifully.
Shamar Joseph in bowls to Khawaja. Down the leg side, the ball is taken by the keeper as he watches the batsman just go inside the line. He's kept on 16, 50 for 1.
So Khawaja on that ball wanted to cover up his off stump even more. So he moved across, but missed on the scoring shot because it did go down leg side. So he's trying to cover up here. He knows there's 4 minutes to the break.
Wouldn't want to lose a wicket before the break.
No, he wants to deny everything here. That 3 slips in a gully are catching. The one also, that backward square. There's been a few balls around that square leg from Khawaja.
Shamar Joseph from the wicket comes into the left-handed Khawaja into this delivery. He's getting a good one outside the off stump, leaves in, and it goes away off the outer portion of back down to backward point. There's no run.
And Khawaja just back in his crease and then looks down at the pitch, quizzical, because it's doing a bit.
It is.
It is doing a bit. It's at a great length, and he's trying to get forward, and he is moving forward. And trying to cover that off stump, get outside the line for the LBW, which has been an issue in the Test series. So he's outside his crease now on the off stump guard.
Joseph comes in, this is Shamar up in bowls him, and he's wrapped in the pad, going down the leg side. No need to appeal for that as the ball goes away off the pad. West Indies have been doing a lot of appealing so far in this match. In fact, they've been appealing more than the Red Cross Society in Jamaica. 50 for 1. Khawaja's got 16 greeners and 6. As the action continues, beautiful weather. Bit hot, But that's Jamaica for you. Jamaica land we love.
If you like it hot, this is the place to be.
It is indeed, yeah.
It's stinking hot.
Yeah, it is.
This is really, and humidity high.
Yep. Here is a delivery from Shamar Joseph in bowls. Beats him outside the off stump. This is fantastic bowling.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, touchdown leaving the left-hander taken by Hope. What a ball. Talk to me.
Superb bowling. This is... It's the big push by the West Indies and Shamar Joseph. There's no one better in this. Just these little moments. 2 minutes to the break now. Can Khawaja hold on? Shamar Joseph looking to get the second wicket for the West Indies. The runs haven't flowed. 1 for 50.
56th test match at Sabina, Queen's Park 63, Kensington 56, Border 30, Antigua Recreation Ground 22, and Sir Vivian Richards Stadium 13. That's interesting information to give to you. 50 for 1. We come down the home stretch just before the break on the first day of the third and final test here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. Here is Joseph in bowls again. He beats him outside the off stump.
What an over.
Well, it looks as if he's batting with a needle. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Beautifully bowled indeed. He's kept on 16. Green is on 6. 50 for 1. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
You bet.
So?
You bet it is. What an over. Andrew, it's as good an over as we've seen this series. It's a batsman who's been batting for 2 hours. The big push came from the West Indies. He just pitched everything, and it was such a challenge, and Usman just really couldn't lay bat on him. He covered up. He's going forward. He's not stuck on the crease. For those listening who can't see any vision, they might have it synced up on SEN Sync, of course, which they are doing all the way around the world. But he's getting forward. He's doing everything right. He just can't lay bat on him. What an over. And there's going to be a cagey little change-up. This often happens, the spinner, the over before lunch, and it's going to be Jamal Warrican.
Yeah, the appointed vice-captain, 21 matches he's played.
Is he still vice-captain in this test?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
He's been appointed.
He missed last test, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
Back in.
Yeah, back in the side. Interesting. I would have gone with Imlat to get Hope to bat at 4 and strengthen my batting, because I still don't think there's a need for the extra bowler when you consider that your batting is failing. But they've decided to go with him.
Well, they need someone to bowl the over before lunch.
Oh, I would think so as well.
It's a spinner's over.
Yeah.
I would demand it if I was playing.
Yeah, indeed. So the last over before the break.
Short leg comes in. No one out. 45 comes in. They did have a boundary rider out there, but knowing that it's the last over, Green on strike. Short leg slip, catching cover, and the rest is pretty standard.
Pretty standard. So it's going to be Jamal Warrican, born in St. Vincent, and of course is living in Barbados. He's got a Barbadian accent. He's in. First ball is bang on target on the line of the off stump. There's the batsman Green coming forward, plays the cover. There's no run.
So he's bowling from the end, left arm orthodox, that's pushing the ball with the drift the wrong way. So I think he's at the wrong end, but maybe it's just for the over. He would have a perfect breeze coming the other direction.
I would think so.
For the drift and drop.
I'll whisper that to Roston Chase at the break. Here's the delivery as Warrican is in, flat as a Jamaican pancake. The ball is pushed up towards mid-off. There's no run. 50 for 1. Hello to our friends at the Jamaica Pegasus, hosting the commentary team, and they're enjoying themselves. 50 for 1 as this delivery is... he elects to go back when he should have been forward. Green. That ball hustled onto him. He's a lucky man. That could have breached his defence and gone to the stump, but somehow he kept it out.
Sliding delivery. It's still a very new ball. It's hardly got a scuff on it, and it skidded through and got him on the back pad.
Yep. He's
going down leg though.
Warrican is in both to Green. Green is on the back foot, no problems at all. That's too short. And it's just playing for his break now. The ball goes up towards that mid-on near. There's no run. How many balls left now? Brycey, 2 left.
2 to go.
1.
Saw the signal between the umpires.
Yep.
Sticking 2 fingers down.
Warrican again comes in to bowl to Green, and Green is swinging. Where did that come from? It was a good old cow swipe, as we say in Caribbean parlance. What was that? Look at that. That's a gal who shows he's a lucky man.
Wow.
What's going through his mind there? Come on, Green. as it's going to be Warkan. He's in and bowls, and Green is forward, plays an authentic drive out towards cover, and the ball is picked up by Louis coming across to pick it up. So we're at the break on the first day of the third test match in Kingston, Jamaica. The news is that Australia won the toss. They elected to bat. Kawaja 16, Green 6, 51 for 1 is of course the score at the break. For his impressions of the first session, let's go across to Bryce.
Well, yeah, look, it was Australia winning the toss, batting. They'd be comfortable where they are, only losing 1 wicket, and that's a big thank you to Usman Khawaja, who's out there 16 not out, faced 71 balls, just the 1 boundary. He has grounded out. That's what he does best. He wears you down. And all the West Indian bowlers have had a good crack at him. But he is unconquered. Cameron Green's second last ball went to put that over the Grieve stand. But, I was just staggered at what he was trying to do. Second last ball before the break. He blocked out the last one, and here we are at 1 for 50. West Indies toiled hard, good bowling conditions, lively ball. It's moving on the wicket, but well done to Australia. 1 for 50 at the break.
So 25 overs ball quickly then. Kawaja now 16 from 71. Constance the man go leg before to Graves 17. Cameron Green has got 6 from 31. And the man who's picked up the wicket, Justin Graves, 4 overs, 1 bid, 1 for 9. So then at the break, the score is 50 for 1 with the Kawaja on 16 and Green is on 6. We're going to take a break for about 35 minutes when we come back with the action live from Sabina Park.
That's exactly right.
That was a loose shot after he'd been dropped 2 balls earlier. But we've been seeing him at training sessions throughout this tour. He has 1 long session where he's just batting normally, and then he comes out and starts hitting balls everywhere.
He does. It's range hitting.
It is.
2 slips of gully and a backward point. Alzari bowls to Cameron Green, who cuts bottom edge, dribbling into the gully. Late decision to go with the cut shot, so as a result, the feet weren't in the position they needed to be, and it made a very bad sound off the bat.
Yeah, he did play on the ball after he got to his half century in Grenada. Just looking up at the big screen, no replay for Cameron Green. And yeah, people reaching out. It is Sunday morning in Australia, so Sean is still lying in bed in Wangaratta.
Well, there's no junior footy because it's school holidays.
Oh, yeah.
So that's when parents really savour the Sunday morning sleep in. Alzari Joseph close to the stumps, bowls to Green, who doesn't offer a shot. 1 for 52 it remains.
Alan driving to golf, as you do in Australia, in the Morning Peninsula, listening from Ocean Grove. Cam's in Hobart. Tim's in my hometown of Adelaide. Where are you in Adelaide, Tim? Let us know. Steve from Bacchus Marsh, which he's on his way to play a basketball tournament. Rob is in Sandy Bay, Hobart. That's a beautiful part of Hobart, Sandy Bay. Lovely 2 degrees there.
Well, it's about 102 degrees here. In Kingston, Jamaica, Alzari Joseph again on the runway, bowling to Green and lets it hit him on the body. That ball jagged back. Green thinking it was going to be wide of the off stump, and it jagged back and hit him high up on the leg, and it has Green walking away to square leg.
Came back so much. So if it would even say if it had kept a little low and hit him on the pads, if it was not out, it jagged back. It's almost like a ripping off break.
It was
from
exactly that. Looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and because the ball is still bright pink with that black seam, you could really see the scrambled seam on the replay as he really ripped his fingers across that one. Alzari Joseph. And he comes again, late afternoon sunshine, bowls to Green, who plays firmly back to mid-off.
Full toss.
It was. And it just shows Barrett I guess the mindset of Green, that he gets that opportunity to score, but he's just not right in the zone he needs to be in. And we saw the range hitting the other day, and he was hitting balls onto the roof of the George Headley stand. He hit one out onto the street, which went miles.
Kept away from car rental, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
As you do. He knew Kerry Ann was around.
That's right. Kerry Ann would tell him off. Alzari Joseph again to Green. Oh, he's beaten. Just pushing forward cautiously, hesitantly. and missing the outside edge. Over bowled a maiden there from Elzari Joseph at the end of the over, 1 for 52 to score.
For over 90 years, GMHBA Health Insurance has been built on care and the belief in giving back to community. That's why you'll pay no excess on same-day hospital procedures with all eligible hospital covers. So, if you're in and out on the same day, you won't pay the hospital excess. Make the switch today. GMHBA Health Insurance. Caring since 1934. Doesn't apply to closed hospital products. All hospital waiting periods apply, including the standard 2-month waiting periods and 12-month waiting periods for pre-existing conditions.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 1 for 52. Khawaja 18. Green 6. Constas the man out in the first session for 17. You with Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan. As Shamar Joseph rushes in, bowls to Khawaja again. He didn't like that one. He tried to play on the onside. It went away on the offside.
Leading edge, Usman Khawaja, but at least he got his bat down in time. So the messages is just coming through thick and fast. Gareth is cutting the greens at North Adelaide Golf Course.
Oh, good.
That's where I'm going to... All right, Gareth, when I come back home next week sometime, I'm going to come. That's where I'm going to start playing golf.
Plenty of good golf courses for you to choose to play in Adelaide.
For sure. There you go. So
Royal Adelaide is still one of my absolute favourite golf courses in Australia. Shamar Joseph again runs away from us, bowls to Khawaja, who's working on the onside, forward of square leg, no run. Warrington doing the fielding.
Well, Tom is another one of our listeners from Geelong. So he's on his drive home from a night shift. He says, if I close my eyes hard enough and blast the heater, I can picture myself watching live from the Caribbean. Yes. Not really, because even that would not reflect how hot it is right now, especially in this commentary box.
It's a real opportunity for me to lose a bit of weight, which would be a great result before I head back home, because the buffet breakfasts have copped an absolute battering in recent times. Shamar Joseph again to Khawaja, who again almost gets a leading edge trying to work away on the onside.
And then looks down at the pitch like it said something offensive to him. Now he's just taking a couple of steps to see, and he's just, once again, pointing at where that last ball landed and straight, and he reacted to it almost like it stopped on him. Just the way he reacted.
Yeah, it did, and I mean, we're way up here, but we had a look at the pitch and we thought it was a good one. A lot of green grass on it. Joseph again to Khawaja, hit on the thigh pad this time, trying to work away behind square legs. So it's just not happening for Uzi post-lunch. He's stuck on 18 from 81 balls, so it is slow going here at Sabina Park.
Very much so. Well, Brooksy's from Ocean Grove, so he's saying about to shoot the course record at Port Arlington. He'll
nice.
check back in 3 hours.
Port Arlington. So Port Arlington has got a beautiful golf course, and every year there's a group of us in the Melbourne media that do the longest day, where we play 72 holes in one day.
72 holes?
For the Cancer Council. Shamar Joseph bowls here, and that one leaves Khawaja, and he tried to get his bat out of the way and did so because it didn't take the edge on the way through. So we started about, just before 6. We do it in December because we need as much light as possible, and we finish around about 7 o'clock at night. So we just keep going. We don't stop, because if you stop, it's hard to keep going. But it's a flat golf course, but there's some beautiful holes at Port Arlington, down on the Bellarine Peninsula.
How far from Melbourne?
Well, it's probably an hour and 3/4, because you get to Geelong and then you've got to go on a further half an hour or so. Joseph again, must ball the over. Khawaja gets out of his crease to try and make it a half volley, and then just pushes into mid-wicket and can't score a run. So Shamar Joseph with the maiden there, 1 for 52. Khawaja 18, Green on 6.
Just got a factory fire in Brayside on Boundary Road at Tarnite Drive, and we've got a car on fire on the Monash Freeway citybound entry from the South Gippsland Freeway with speeds down to 40. Today at Harvey Norman, save $100 on a DJI Mini 4K drone, now just $398. Don't miss more deals in store and online. Hurry ends Monday at Harvey Norman, and SEN continues as your home of sport with every AFL game and every ball of Australia's tour of the West Indies live.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam White and Bryce Sundaresan with you from Sabina Park in Jamaica. Just a little bit of a hold-up because the sight screen got stuck, so we're just having to wait. What we do know with everyone that's texted in is how many of our listeners to the cricket love golf, because so many are driving to golf. Alzari Joseph starts a new over, bowling to Green, who drops his hands as it goes past. Again, it's not far away.
I do apologize for my exclamations. Whitey, ball after ball, but that's just how difficult batting has been. This Pink Duke's ball, as was expected, has been a real challenge for the Australian batters. How they're just one wicket down, you'll never know. The West Indies have bowled really well. And it's not just golf, by the way. Matt from Eltham, I've been to friend's house in Eltham, beautiful up there. He's on his way to a disc golf tournament in Chelsea.
Disc golf?
There you go. A few of those courses in Adelaide as well.
Alzari Joseph bowls to Green, who pushes and gets runs. A thick outside edge that goes along the ground between gully and backward point into the shadows of the tall stand here, and they get 2 runs. Jeez. We've just got ourselves a fan.
It's not a fan. It's
an industrial.
It's like a windmill at the back.
It's like a wind machine they'd use for a music video, sort of film clip type thing. Almost blew us out of the box. It's very much needed though. Wilting in here, which would be hard for our listeners back in the southern states of Australia to comprehend, considering how cold and wet it's been there over the last couple of weeks. We've got a really strong breeze coming across the ground, but it's hot. It's 4:08 local time. Alzari Joseph bowls to Green. It's short outside off stump. Green doesn't play. Thought about it. Decides not to. It stays at 1 for 54 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Well, this one got me. Listening to you while I'm playing the 13th hole at Augusta National Golf Club, and then it says sadly just on the PS5. So there's a suggestion here: Dunn's River Falls walk before you leave Jamaica. Well, that depends on how quickly this game finishes. Someone's walking their dog, Ross's, in Sawtell in New South Wales on the beach.
Back to 3 slips in a gully now. As Alzari Joseph approaches, bowls to Cameron Green, who drives firmly through mid-off. Great shot from Green. That races across the turf and out to the rope for 4. That's one of the best shots that Cameron Green has played in this series, let alone this innings of 12. Australia 1 for 58. Alzari Joseph, not quite a half volley. Green really did nothing more than push through the line. It found the middle of his Grainicles bat and it raced down to the rope.
And he spent the last 30 seconds admiring his shot on the big screen, Cameron Green, and why not? Shot of the day. We haven't seen too many shots today. That really stood out.
Alzari Joseph again. What's the response? It's a short one, and a very good short one that hits the glove. Unfortunately for Green, splashes out just short of gully to Roston Chase. But that was an angry ball from Alzari Joseph.
Right arm angry is correct. That was just bent his back, you could see, and that jumped at Cameron Green. He played it nicely, dropped his bottom hand, but that was following him. Just hit him somewhere near his thumb, his left thumb. Whoa.
That'll rattle Cameron Green's cage. You wouldn't be human if it didn't. That was a nasty delivery. One more ball left in the over. Green waits. Alzari Joseph bowls and Green pushes firmly into mid-off, getting onto the front foot, but not beating the field. Over bowled, Australia 1 for 58. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
Deliver more with Toyota, the world's #1 forklift brand. Choose from a great range including pallet jacks, walkie stackers and reach forklifts, right up to their leading Toyota counterbalance forklifts. Legendary reliability and safety with cleaner, greener electric options. Toyota can tailor the right forklift solution for you. It's all part of the Toyota Forklift Advantage. For more, visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au. Get a Toyota forklift.
SEN Test Cricket. for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Our friends at Henley have been terrific supporters of us to be here in the Caribbean. We started in Barbados, off to Grenada, and now here in Jamaica. And Shamar Joseph is going to bowl again. He's putting another man out in the deep, Barrett, around deep backward square leg. Still 3 slips and a gully.
He's had an interesting time with the pull shot, Usman Khawaja. He played a couple of good ones in Grenada, but it's let him down a couple of times. He did in Barbados. Looked like he'd got his eye in. At 47, he made in the first innings.
He's on his way now, running away from us. Bowls to Khawaja, strokes the ball into the offside on the front foot, just takes the single. Gets himself down the other end. He's up to 19, the score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Moves along to 1-4-58.
Adam in Melbourne is an interesting start to his Sunday. Loving our call and having a fresh can of Kingfisher beer at 7 a.m. in his man cave.
Okay.
Kingfisher is an interesting choice at 7 p.m. So, good on you, Adam.
Cameron Green back on strike here. 3 slips in the gully. Shamar Joseph back over the wicket, past the umpire bowls, and Green leaves a ball that comes back. I'm not sure Green thought it was coming back. It went sailing over the off stump.
He left it on length, didn't it? But it just kept coming back. And a good leave at the end. It was well over his stumps. So it also kind of tells you how consistent the bounce has been, which we couldn't say in Barbados and definitely could not say in Grenada. The ball shooting through even on the first morning. So it's still a firm pitch, a hard pitch.
And an even coverage of grass, which is what we didn't get, particularly in Barbados. Shamar Joseph bowls here. Green hit on the pad, trying to work away on the onside. It spits out up towards mid-off. Shamar could have easily fielded on his follow-through, but such is the way of so many fast bowlers. He just ignored it and said it's up to the fielder to get it.
Yeah, he hit a boundary earlier, didn't he? But that was of Seals, where he kind of just caressed the ball past square leg.
Helped it on its way.
But this one, Shamar tried the same shot, but skiddier and quicker, and got onto him much earlier than that one did.
Shamar Joseph again. It's Green who leaves. So he presses forward, and then, knowing that generally speaking Shamar Joseph pushes the ball away from the right-hander, he was comfortable enough to watch it. I mean, it's where he's got to be, Bharat, a little bit careful the way he just props on that front foot, and it kind of anchors there. So any movement back in, that's where his pad does get hit a lot.
Yeah, there have been a few bowlers he's had a few issues with. Mohammad Siraj, I always mention, going back to his debut series. Cameron Green is...
Joseph again rushes in. Green leaves again. So Shamar Joseph, what he has been in this particular innings with the ball has been quite miserly. He's not giving much away at all. He's about to complete his 10th over, and he has the figures of no wicket for 8.
He was expensive in Grenada in the first innings and definitely in the second innings. Did take wickets, 4 in the second innings there, but he did bowl a few loose deliveries and nothing at all from any of the West Indians, to be honest, so far.
Last ball of the over. He bowls full ball, jamming out Green down the ground. But there's more runs, and this will also get to the rope through mid-off. Shamar Joseph going with the Yorker, and Green equal to the challenge, not only digging it out, but finding the rope at mid-off to end the over. So a couple of impressive boundaries there from Cameron Green. Since lunch, Australia 1 for 63. Cameron Green up to 16.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 1 for 63. And Elzari Joseph, with his bright yellow watch, will continue from the George Headley stand end of Sabina Park. So it's late afternoon here. The shadows are lengthening, but of course it is day-night Test cricket, and clearly the fans are definitely starting to come in underneath us, creating a good atmosphere. He bowls here to Khawaja, who is in defence. So for those that are watching on television, listening to us, it's a shame that there's no one in the Headley stand. They've sort of blocked that off, and they've got everyone in at the end that we are in, the tall grandstand. And then the Kingston Cricket Club, it's like a suburban cricket pavilion, and they're jammed in there.
It's packed. I mean, it generally is. All the members are here, members and their guests. The Mount stand or the party stand is kicking off as well. They have their own private DJ there.
Elzari Joseph again. Running towards us. Bombs to Khawaja, who's beaten again. Fending at that one. Pushing his hands out at the ball. Fortunately, missing the outside edge. So yes, there's two levels of the Kingston Cricket Club. So the bottom level is at ground level. So there's velvet chairs, and really we sat down there a couple of nights ago and talked to a couple of the locals, and it was a really comfortable chairs, tables and all that sort of thing. And then upstairs, that's where it's really packed because you get more of an elevated view under the tin roof. Elzari Joseph around the wicket, bowling to Khawaja, who's tucking it away. Nice shot, past square leg. Elzari Joseph was quite interesting, that one, because he did take it from the stumps. He's coming back for two here. Usman Khawaja had to be quicker than what he was. He got there in the end, but he thought he was going to cruise back for two. But they've got to be a little bit careful on this outfield, because it isn't a fast outfield, and the reason being is, and I was shocked by this, the actual turf, and we talked about this, it's Sir Walter Buffalo. So that's the grass that so many people have in their homes. Yeah. It's a really thick leaf, and they've cut it quite short, and they've almost rolled it. But it is quite slow because the leaf of the grass is so significant. And that's why coming back for two, sometimes you think it's got further than it has. Khawaja's 21, 1 for 65. Halfway through the over here, Joseph bowls and Khawaja defends.
Slow outfield or not, Elzari Joseph was a bit filthy with the debutant Kevlin Anderson. It's a bit slow there. There was never 2 runs. And Anderson really hasn't made the best first impression as a test player, dropping Sam Constance early in the piece at third slip.
We're seeing the Chemist Warehouse replay, and even Aussie had a big smile on his face, thinking he was probably a little bit lucky there. Khawaja tapping away, waiting for Elzari Joseph. Around the wicket, he bowls. Khawaja defends in his normal way, where he comes across the crease, neither really forward or back, but pushing up to mid-off.
So it's a question from Rob from Sandy Bay. So know what the traditional dish of Jamaica is. It's, well, the very traditional dish is ackee and saltfish. Ackee, obviously, the national fruit.
Which is we've got to get our man Andrew to explain it, because you've got to wait for it to open up. If you eat the fruit before it has opened up, it's actually poisonous.
It is.
Which is hard to comprehend.
Which means you're going nowhere near it. In other words.
Elzari again to Khawaja. Oh, that's a great delivery. That was Khawaja. There was, oh my God. As it seamed away and missed the bat by a long way, even though Khawaja was committed to the defensive shot. Another big ripping off spinner from Elzari Joseph to end the over. 1 for 65.
No one wins more premierships against electricity bills than Crowell's Electrical and Solar. Crowell's are helping everyday Aussies kick savings goals by smashing rising energy costs with a brand new solar power system. Crowell's Electrical and Solar specialise in no-hassle installations, marking down your energy bills with first-class service and ongoing expert system maintenance. To power up your savings and win big with lower energy bills, Google Crowell's Electrical and Solar today. That's CROWLZ.
They're working hard here, Usman Khawaja and Cameron Green, post the first break of play. 1 for 65 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Khawaja 21, Green 16. Shamar Joseph is going to continue from the Courtney Walsh end of Sabina Park. None for 12 off 10 overs. He's bowling here to Green, who's hit on the pad, trying to force away on the onside. It splashes out behind the square leg umpire, and they amble through for a leg bye. But again, Green not getting the timing, trying to work away on the onside. Bharat?
Yes, that head falls over, and he's just trying to hit it past to the left of square leg. He picked up a boundary earlier in this innings, as we said. Difficult against Shamar Joseph. The skiddy pace has bothered Australia, or every Australian batter in their battles against him, going back to last year. And his head just falls over, and then he has to play around his pads. That's why he's been hit on the pads a few times already in this short innings.
Joseph again around the wicket, this time to Khawaja, who's forcing nicely forward of square leg. Much better timing this time from Usman Khawaja out into the deep, and again and comfortable too with Warwican doing the chasing and the throwing. Khawaja's looked so much better since the lunch break, or we're going to call it the afternoon tea break.
The tea
23.
break, yeah. That's what they do it. That's what they call it at times in Australia, but in the sessions move.
Well, we got caught out. We thought it was a 40-minute break.
I thought, and luckily I was up in the press area and someone mentioned that it was a 20-minute break, so we rushed back in.
Joseph again to Khawaja. Edging, oh, what a catch from Hope! That's unbelievable! Khawaja pushing forward, taking the edge, and like a goalkeeper, Shea Hope has taken the catch of the series. In front of first slip, and another Australian player gets a start but can't go on with it. Thick edge, going down, and oh my word, what a catch from Hope.
Well, that's just lodged in his webbing. Shea Hope, just his third test match as wicketkeeper. We've seen so many go down in the slip cordon. And now they have one for the highlight reel, not just for the series. They'll be replaying this catch for a long time to come here at the Sabina Park. And just when Usman Khawaja looked like he was settling in, he was getting some rhythm going, it isn't the inside edge this time, it's that outside edge that has let him down quite a few times when the right armers come from around the wicket. And a promising innings has been snuffed out, and in comes Stephen Smith.
He just was starting to look much more comfortable, Aussie. And maybe he was seeing it better that he did edge and not miss it. But that was something special from Shea Hope, who has been brought back into the team for this series as the wicketkeeper. It has been a controversial move. There's a lot of West Indian cricket fans that don't like it. But that was parallel to the ground with the left hand.
And if you actually see the replay, his weight is taking him the other way. He plants his right leg more towards the leg stump because he's following the angle of the ball, but then he had to move the other way, literally in the space of a millisecond, and then threw his left mid out. Oh, sensational catch.
Shamar Joseph's first wicket, and as you said, Bharat, that'll be replayed here in the West Indies for many a year. That was almost as as good as it gets because, as you said, he kind of got wrong-footed and then was able to plant his foot to be able to be balanced to go across and to hold on with the one mitt. So 2 for 68 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts will be watching that many times on the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. And now it's Steve Smith who is ready to go. So is Shamar rushing in, bowling to Smith, who's working away firmly up to mid-on. Cardi doing the fielding, and there's no run, but that was a promising, confident start from the Australian star.
Yes, the last 3 times in this series it was LBW from around the wicket for Usman Khawaja. This time it's that more familiar dismissal we've seen of his in recent times, or in the last 12 or so months, around the wicket, and just felt for it.
Yeah.
It didn't do a lot, just held its line and he just felt for it, and that was enough.
Shamar Joseph again to Steve Smith, who's trying to flick and he misses down leg side. But I made the point that it's another Australian player that they're not in yet, but he's been batting for two and a bit hours. That they're not converting a start. It's been a theme through the series.
Yeah, so look at the top 3. So Cam Green got the 50 and Usman Khawaja got the 47, going back to the first innings in Barbados, and they've been the highest score. Sam Constance hasn't gone past the 20s yet.
Joseph again, 2 slips in a gully and a bat pad. Smith tries to cut. Oh, he's in trouble here. He's run all the way down to halfway. Fires at the striker's end and misses. Smith scrambling to get back. It's all happening at Sabina Park. I'm not sure what was happening there. It was a bottom edge from Smith. It dribbled out on the offside. He wanted to get off the mark. It's a no ball. So it was going to be the end of the over. So it gives us a chance to have a look at the replay. No ball means he still would have been out, run out. So he tropped away on the offside. He wanted the run. He was sent back. He would have actually made it. But we got that crazy situation from Smith where he had his arms out going, why not, Cameron? Why not? Rather than actually trying to get back in.
And then, surprisingly, then he apologized to Cameron Green because it was his call. Hit it straight to the fielder and ran.
Okay, again the last ball of the over. This time Smith is pushing into point, trying to get onto the front foot that was just a little bit short of a good length. Over bowled 2 for 69. Smith yet to score. Green on 16.
Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care. From the tip of your nose to your bones. Dimester Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cure Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostavit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
So 2 for 69. After all the hard work from Shamar Joseph, he gets his wicket. Khawaja brilliantly caught by Hope, and he must feel happy with that. He's really worked very hard. 2 for 69, and we've got Graves back in the attack. Hello, Bharat. Nice to see you. Are you okay?
Good to see you, Andrew. I'm still waiting for my lunch, which I was promised.
Okay, well, I mean, you were on air all that time. Lunch is still there. Upside down. Austin, the ball goes by to be taken by the keepers. Graves allows, just starting at the top of the roster, maybe just outside. And it's Green allowed to go by to be taken by the keeper. 69 for 2. Your lunch will come.
Oh, it's coming.
I think so, yes.
I don't have to go anywhere?
Yeah, no, not at all. Patience is bitter, but its fruit so sweet. You heard that before. Now, talk to me. How do you see the game? Now, first of all, I like the pitch. I think it's the best pitch we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, you agree with that?
Yeah. Very much so.
Okay, fine. So, Sabina Park, take a bow. Here is Graves as he turns down, starts his run. Comes in on his way to bowl to Green, and to this delivery. Green is get outside the off-stump, allows it to go. It wasn't all that far outside the off-stump taken by the keeper.
But that in itself, that leave kind of tells you how good this pitch has been. So many of these leaves have been on a length, on basis of where the balls landed. So it's been good, and the wickets have come and mistakes have been made by the batters. And great catches have been taken.
Yep.
You bet.
Oh, wow.
That was a tremendous one.
An absolute classic. So impressive.
Here is Graves again. Comes up, bowls. Ball pitched on that middle stump. And Green is forward. Pushes down towards that mid-on area. There's no run. 69 for 2. On a pitch which is good for batting.
Well, it's a good pitch. Okay. It's been very challenging against this ball. But the bounce is consistent. At least you don't have to worry about one jumping at you or one rolling down the pitch from the same length. So in that sense, it's more even. So you can trust the bounce. Even the boundaries that have come have been where the balls have been hit on the up. It just seemed impossible in Grenada.
Here's a delivery which is beautifully bowled indeed as Graves is on top of that off stump. Ball hit the batsman high above the pad. They were just about beginning to go up with the appeal, but then Graves said it was too high. What a find. He really is settling nicely and has done a good job as that fourth bowler, Graves.
Well, that's his danger delivery. That ball is nipped back in sharply, and that was his first ball that he bowled to Sam Constance, and it nipped back and caught him dead in front. Just a little bit shorter on this ball.
He's in again to bowl to Green, who's got 15, and he's coming onto the front foot. And that's a good delivery. Pitched on that middle stump, pushed down towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
So Green that time, after that ball before where he was not all the way forward, he absolutely committed to the forward defence. Big stride, full face. Took the inside edge because there was still that in movement. Graves has been unreal. Like he can get the ball to go straight. He can move it both ways, but that's his danger ball to the right-hander.
And I think the way he's bowled is further justification for why Australia played Boland.
He's in now, and to this delivery outside the off. So on the back for played away. Down to third man, 4 runs. Well played indeed. On top of it. Oh, pull back just about now. But in the end, the ball just goes away for 4. It was outside the off stump. And did it? It went for 4. Yes, it did.
I think it did.
I think they'll check it. There's no doubt they'll have a good look.
Okay. I think it made it.
Yeah, it did.
It did. It made it. Yeah.
You can see Roston Chase was signalling 4. Well on.
Okay.
Well done, Roston.
So, good of you, Roston, to signal 4. So the over comes to an end. 2 for 73 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Just got a factory fire in Brayside on Boundary Road at Tarnite Drive with multiple crews on the scene, and Batman Avenue is closed between Flinders Street and Olympic Boulevard until 1 o'clock for the Run Melbourne event. One lane is currently closed on the Westgate Freeway outbound until late August. Delays expected. Check before you travel. Visit bigbuild.vic.gov.au for more info. And SEN continues as your home of sport with every AFL.
Temper, a mattress like no other.
All right, so the action very much in Jamaica, and we certainly enjoying the vibe in Jamaica. And here is Joseph. This is Shamar Joseph. Comes up now, bowls to Smith into this delivery. Smith is squared up. That's fine bowling on the off stump. Good pace, and he squares up, pushes into the offside. There's no run. What a delivery.
He's bowled a few this afternoon, but once again, just a tad bit too short, so Steve Smith could adjust in the end. But Steve Smith, this is an edgy start to his innings.
Very edgy indeed.
Yeah, this is not the twitchiness. It's just you can see he's wants to get into the contest. There was that tricky call for a run which almost got him into trouble.
Yeah. Shamar Joseph again on his way to bowl to Smith, into this delivery is one short down the leg side. Thought of pulling, hooking, decides against it. Taken by the keeper.
Pulled out of the shot, assessed it straight away. As Steve Smith does, he shows and indicates what the ball does, and that did really follow the batsman. It seemed back in on the short pitch, and he got inside the line and then reinforces that in his mind. Then he gets set for the next ball. He looks really sharp, actually. He hasn't scored yet, but he looks sharp, not jittery, edgy.
No, right.
It's sharp and in the contest.
Wants to get in.
Yeah.
Shamar Joseph would love to get the wicket as he begins to move in to bowl to the right-handed Smith. He's up and bowls to Smith, and Smith is going to get his first run. Whips it through square leg for 1. Will get a second comfortably. It was on his legs. A lovely turn to wrist and impact. Going down to back with square back for the second. So he's off the mark. He's got 2. And Australia with the toss and batting. They're 2 for 75.
Just going back to my point about Graves and Boland, Bryce, just the slight lack of pace or the slower pace of Graves, and it's not easy. Boland's around that pace,
Little more.
But yeah, I think that's one of the reasons maybe they've gone for Boland.
It looks to be a better wicket, as we've said, so it might need a bit more of the fast bowling brigade.
And then the spinner.
Yeah.
Here is Joseph, comes in and bowls. On the back foot goes Smith, pushes down towards that mid-wicket. The fourth shot didn't pick it up, and there is no run. But I've got a question for you. Would you have dropped Lion? Bryce, let's start with you.
Probably not, but it really depended on the attack they want to do, how many overs they want to deliver of fast bowling, guys that can move it. And Scott Boland, we know, his last test match he took 10 wickets and helped Australia win a test match at the SCG. So he's missed out to this point, but his ability to hit a spot and seam the ball is nearly as good as the players that are in there.
Shamar Joseph comes on bowls to Smith. He's off the back foot. That ball follows him. It cramps him. That could have easily been played on. Well bowled again by Shamar Joseph.
So the decision gets made. We're going to bowl more of that. We need to share the load of the big three, I suppose, Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins, because they've put in a fair workload so far. It just supports them better with the bowling attack they want to deliver. So it's unusual for Lyon to miss, but they want to keep delivering that, and particularly being a day-nighter and the ball moving around. Their training session here, the ball was everywhere. They lost tons of wickets knowing that it's going everywhere, and Boland it's probably the right decision for the conditions. The first day-night test in the West Indies.
Shamar Joseph comes up now. He's in bowls. Smith gets a ball shot and pulls it through mid-wicket. 4 runs. What a shot. Eyes open wide and said, thank you very much indeed. And he spanked it through mid-wicket. That's gone for 4. He's on to 6. And the score is up to 2 for 79.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Interesting that they've brought Boland into the attack. Or when you look at the West Indies, they've actually brought a spinner in. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Talk to me about that, Brycey.
Well, that's a little different. Graves in now.
He's in and bowls, and he's under the front foot, opens the face to the bat. That's Green plays it square in the offside. We're listening to you, Brycey.
And that's where the doubt comes into your mind, is they swap the sheets over, and you can see Pat Cummins look at that and go, oh, they've brought a spinner in. Are we sure? Are we doing the right thing here? Looking sideways and maybe looking at the coach. Are we doing the right thing? But the wicket is actually quite dry. Good even cover of grass, as even as we've seen in all the test matches here. It is a good wicket. It's dry underneath, so if the test goes out a bit of the distance, maybe spin will come into it.
Here's Graves, comes into ball to Green, who's got 20. Outside the off stump, allows the ball to go by. That was very close to the off stump. You must be a mathematician. And it goes by to be taken by the keeper.
Well, maybe over the top. Yeah, maybe over the top, leaving on length. A lot of the guys from Western Australia do that. You wouldn't be leaving on length on inconsistent bounce, but a lot of the guys, and that shows that they're trusting the bounce here. That back of a length, let go, even if it moves back in, will go over the stumps.
Green waits on Graves, who comes in and bowls him into this delivery. He's onto the front foot and drives. Will get a single. Mid-off has to move across to the left to pick it up. Lovely flowing shot. Elbows well cocked as he played that. That's a good picture. And he gets one to go to 21, 80 for 2.
Indeed, he did punch one of those down the ground for 4 earlier in his innings. And just finding his feet moving now. He looks to be settled. 21 runs now. He's faced nearly 10 overs out there himself, 58 balls. So his feet are moving. He doesn't look as jittery. He looked jittery that second last ball before the break.
He did. So it's going to be Graves to continue as he will bowl to Smith, who's got 6 in bowls to Smith, and Smith allows it to go by outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. 2 for 80.
So Andrew, we are right into prime time in Australia now, with the day-night start and the later start And Chris is just pointing out, g'day all, what a delight to wake up on a Sunday morning, as it is in Australia. It's just going 20 to 8 now, and be able to watch and listen live to Australia versus the West Indies.
Right.
It's a real thrill in Australia, the West Indies, and watching the cricket here. That's why there's so many Australians that have come on the tour. It's a bucket list item.
Graves in bowls outside the off stump. There's the batsman going for the drive. Hit the bottom of the bat and went out towards cover that Smith. There's no run.
So as much as Chris is at home watching and listening to us, of course, he would love to be here.
He'd love to be here.
Australians would love to come here for the cricket. But he also points out a ticket price is too expensive. The question for you. For the locals, crowds have been terrible. Why?
Well, a lack of interest in West Indies cricket. They don't believe anymore. This is why the prices have dropped dramatically as well. I think you can get into this ground for about $5 or so, which was the case in Barbados.
And kids under 16, are they free here, or that was just in Barbados?
Oh, it's just in Barbados.
Okay.
For the kids. He comes up now, he's in, and bowls, and that's Graves, and bowls flicked away. Wide mid on. Lovely shot. Will it have the legs to get there? No. We'll come back for the second. It was pitched in the leg 7. He worked it. Smith wide mid on, back for the second. So, and the over is just about to come to an end. Yes, it's 2 for 82, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
So it's going to be spin. We talked about it, and Jamal Warrican will come into the attack, left arm orthodox spinner, and he'll be looking to try and get a wicket or two here. It's been interesting cricket as we've got spin. Bryce?
Did you go down and have a word to
Roston Chase?
Yeah, Roston, just around the end that he's bowling, because he is now bowling from the right hand with the breeze, and he can drift it in. He does drift it a lot. I have seen that.
But I spoke to his father first.
Good idea. Good idea.
Indeed. So, never forget that call that he got from his father while I was in Grenada. Now, left arm spin, Warrican comes in and bowls to Green, and Green is forward, ball on the off stump, just strokes it down to cover.
Notably with the field, there's a slip, short leg, and a long off.
And a long off.
Yeah, so and that breeze has really come up now. So it's a perfect breeze for the left arm orthodox.
I would think so.
Drifting into the right hander and then spinning off the wicket away.
He comes up now. He's in and bowls to Green. Green is forward. We get a single. Just close it down towards that long off here. Not the full-blooded drive, but more of a push down to long off for 1. So he's up to 22. So good Green. It's gone to 2 for 83. And once again, we want to thank our friends at Island Car Rentals. Yes, I see our very good friend there, Carrie Ann in the box. Carrie Ann, we want to thank you very much indeed. This evening, Bryce is going to be actually driving back with that car from Island Car Rentals. So, Brycey, you got to look at it. Yeah, indeed.
I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, his license is good as well. It's really lovely to have her in the box as well. She is enjoying the cricket. Maybe it's her first cricket match. We shall see, but we want to thank you very much indeed. From there, from Brisbane in Australia to Kingston, Jamaica, Island Car Rentals, we thank you.
Yes, indeed.
You like that as well, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, we just paused for business cards, didn't we?
Yeah, we did indeed.
We did indeed.
We got it in there.
And you got it in there. So I'm sure that Carrie Ann is quite happy. She's going to take us to dinner tonight. Did she tell you?
No.
I mean, it's going to be at the Jamaica Pegasus, I'm told. Here is a delivery which is on the right. He's edging, coming forward to one was outside the off stump. Rather jerkily played at that. The edge found, dropping just in front of the fielder. The captain, well bowled indeed.
Yeah, beautifully bowled. Drifted in and dropped. That's what he was able to do on that delivery.
Yeah.
Quite a square turning delivery. It actually bounced a bit.
It did.
And took the shoulder of the bat just on the half volley to slip.
He'd be encouraged by that as he comes up now working in bowls to Green. Green is off the back foot, gets it into the onside down towards that Mirrigate area. It was a bit shorter, went back deep in his crease.
Yeah, he did. Just half a pull shot. Just didn't trust it completely. maybe in the back of his mind is the skidding delivery that he got bowled to him from the other end before the break. So Warwick on top here.
He's in and bowls. He's gone to the front foot. Does work and is bang on target. And there's the batsman coming forward. Good start to him in terms of that left arm spin. An over in which 2 runs came. Smith 9, Green 22. 2 for 84 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
So 2 for 84, and the action continues at Sabina Park. Of course, this is a famous ground that Courtney Andrew Walsh, Ambassador Walsh, has done so well. The most wickets, 48 wickets for him. And you never forget that test match when Harmison was at his best. As here is Graves is in, bowls to Smith. Smith on top of a short delivery. And just pushes down towards that mid-on area. There's no run. You never forget that. He picked up 7 for 12 as the West Indies folded for just 47 in the second innings of that test back in 2004. And of course, the now deceased Keith Miller got 6 for 107. And Kingston back in 1955, the late Max Walker got 6 for 114 back in 1973. Outside the off-stump, off the back foot and played square in the offside. That's going to go for 4. It was a bad delivery and dealt with in the appropriate manner by a champion batsman.
Yeah, terrific shot by Smith. He's not going to miss out on those. There's nothing suspicious about a short wide delivery. Got himself outside the line of, way outside the line of off stump. The ball was delivered short and wide. He can scramble the delivery length of the bowlers because he does move around. He's got hope up to the stumps, Graves, but too short on that occasion. Punished away.
It was very easy for him. Graves comes up now. He's in. Bowls to Smith. Smith is turned the ball away. More runs. Will get a boundary as well. Yes, he does. Back on a square. The fine line came across. Couldn't stop it. And Steve Smith, you know he's a good player. He gets consecutive boundaries. He goes to 17. And the Australians that have travelled from down under, they are doing very well here at Sabina Park. They're happy.
Well, that's a ball that he's bowled on the off stump, if not outside the line of the off stump. Steve Smith has crabbed across. He's just moved his line across and whipped him through square legs. So this is what Steve Smith can do. He can really muck up your line and length if you're bowling to him. He is dictating terms at the moment. He's right on top. He's moved so quickly to 17. He looks on.
Here is Graves. Comes up now. Bowls to Smith to this delivery. He's driving square in the offside. More runs. A 4. Beautifully played. Oh my golly, it was outside the off stump and he played it square. The fielder at backward point dived away. It went behind him. A little bit of a slope there down by the Kingston Cricket Club. And he's got them jumping, the Australian supporters. Well played again by Steve Smith.
Yeah, and very quickly, Roston Chase says, well, look, you've fetched it out of the rope down there. You might as well stay down there.
Think so,
because Steve Smith is off to a heater now. He's on 21. It's taken Green all morning to get, well, all afternoon to get 22.
He's actually batting with the pace of Usain Bolt. It's 21, he's gone. 2 for 96. Of course, he's from this country, the fastest.
Here we go again.
Oh,
So a slip's gone out, Andrew. Sorry to cut you off, but a slip's gone out. One slip in a gully. There's a mid-wicket and he's got 2 behind square now. Hope's come back away from the stumps. Real defensive mode straight away.
Is Graves comes up, bowls, ball offside the off stump, and he just watches the goal go by to be taken by the keeper. You're right. And with that backward point of the boundary, the keeper's gone back. There's a slip and then there's a gully. That's what happens when you put the ball under pressure by making some lovely shots, getting boundaries, and that's what has happened here.
Well, it's been a fall down from the short and wide one that Smith put him away, and there's value in the shot because he could get 4 because the fielder was up. Now the fielder's back, the same delivery gets bowled and he goes, no, it's not there. I'm not taking the risk now.
No, not at all.
Because for one run, why would I do it?
Here's Graves, comes in and bowls, and he's onto the front foot. Ball that's pitched on that middle stump as Graves picks up. The Yarmouth threatened to throw decides against it. The over comes to an end. The 100 is approaching. 2 for 96. That's the latest score at Sabina Park.
So Steve Smith dominating that over there. They are going to have a little drinks break now.
Yep.
And we'll stay with you through the drinks break. But Steve Smith, that last over, Graves, he's challenged all the techniques, he's put all the batters under pressure, but I think in Steve Smith's mind, he's going, well, medium pace, I'm going to get on top of this. So with a good cut shot, then he adjusted his line, whipped him from a line outside off stump, full, put him through square leg, and then another drive, 3 boundaries for the over. It was some superb batting from the master Australian batsman.
So let's recap what has happened. Of course, people are tuning in all the time. Started 1:30 Eastern, 1:30 Jamaica time, 2:30 Eastern Caribbean time. Khawaja caught by hook off Shamar Joseph 23. Sam Constance, was the first to go leg before to Graves for 17. Cameron Green not up 22. Smith is on 21 from just 20 balls, 4 fours. Green's 22 from 63 balls. And it's 96 for Tooth with 37 overs bowled. I shall endeavour to run through the details in terms of that bowling. Seals 9 overs, 3 middens, none for 17. Shamar Joseph 12 overs, 4 middens, 1 for 21. Alzari Joseph 7 overs, 1 bid, none for 23. Justin Graves 7 overs, 1 bid, 1 for 28. And Warkan, the left arm spinner, 2 overs, no middens, none for 2. Well, Bryce McGain is with me. Bryce, let's first start with Constance, as the players are certainly having a break. Leg before to Grace for 17. How did he go today?
Look, he had to fight hard. He batted there, he had some chances, missed run out, and then the very next ball he got dropped at third slip. That all happened when he was on 1. It was the 13th ball that he worked a square leg. And mucked up the running. Usman sent him back and he was stranded and would have been out had that have been a direct hit. The very next ball he nicked a third slip, so that was his 13th and 14th ball. He fought on. He ended up with 17 off 53 balls before he was out. LBW Graves bowling a really nice ball that nipped back in. Look, better signs for him that he fought it out and gritted it out, but still... he would have preferred to really go on with the innings. So he's had a couple of chances before his dismissal at 17.
Khawaja brilliantly caught by hope off Shamar Joseph for 21, 91 balls, 1-4.
Did what Usman does. He just grounded out, defended, denied the opposition, put them into their second spells, and eventually one took the outside edge. And what a catch. If you get a chance to look at it, look it up. It is a classic. Jeffrey Dujon-like, I think. If you're thinking West Indian keeper,
Jeffrey Dujon.
And the classic catches that he took off the fast bowling, this is another one in that catalogue.
I think so as well. And of course, Jeffrey Dujon is from Jamaica, and whenever you pick a West Indies all-time team, he gets in quite comfortably. I'm going to leave you, Brycey. I know you don't want me to, but I've got to go and talk to our good friend Kerry Ann behind from Island Car Rentals. I'm sure she will want to speak to me, having spoken to Adam White all afternoon. All right, I'll leave it with you, and that's going to be Adam.
Thanks, Andrew, and it is going to be Warwican to continue. I liked his first over. He's using the breeze now. He's on the right end. Big cross breeze that allows him to drift the ball in. He took the outside edge last over, and it just dropped short of slip. And I think slip is just a bit fine. Just an observation, Adam White, as we welcome you back in.
Thank you, Bryce. Warwican bowls and Green lunges forward.
So Warwican's got the breeze, so he's drifting the ball in and he can slide it, but then he's shown that he can turn it and bounce it away. So Green is just taking his time here as Warwican wants to hustle in, but he's just paused.
Warwican again bowls. Green gives himself room and cuts well, but can't beat the field. And there's no run.
He got a little excited because it was the length he wanted, and he's a bit dirty on himself that he missed out. There's a gap between backward point and cover, extra cover. Could have punched it through there, missed out.
Green this time trying to work it away on the onside. He does, into a pocket of space forward of square leg. He comes back for 2. Smith running to the danger end because the throw from Seals came into the non-strikers end, but they came through for a comfortable 2. So the score, 2 for 98 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Green 24, Smith 21. Shadows lengthening, but still no lights at this stage, and importantly, plenty of sunshine. Warwick bowls again. Green again going back, giving himself room, stroking this one out to cover. But again to the field, no run.
The oozer that he played it off middle stump, but trusting the bounce in the surface, and that's the important part to that shot.
He's really giving himself room, isn't he? Exposing his stumps, but trying to cut away with the spin through the offside. Warwick again, this time Green forward, punching through extra cover. At least one, probably that will be it. Yep, just the single. To move to 25, 2 for 99 the score.
On the shot, generally it would be 2, but once the ball starts, as you've pointed out, you've shared with the viewers what type of grass it is. It is
Sir Walter Buffalo.
Sir Walter Buffalo, yep, it's in my front yard as well at home. But it really slows the ball down, the big leaf on the grass.
Hurricane bowls to Smith, who goes back and across and pushes back to the bowler. Over bowled, 2 for 99. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
So, very nicely bowled there, Warwican again. I like what he's doing here, using the breeze and applying a bit of turn. Marginal, it's just straightening down the line. But good signs. Got one here from Ross, and Steve Smith, as I've said, looks really on here, but I reckon Root has gone one ahead of Smith on the Test century board. He has. He's just made a century in England, made 104 in their first innings. Smith will be very determined to this Test to make it 3 figures. So Root's gone to 37. Smith's gone out there on a mission.
I think that's a good point.
Well done, Ross. That's the SEN listeners. They're all over this stuff.
0433 98 11 16. New over. Starts with Green pushing and not quite getting it through. It's been knocked down by Cardi, and they only get one. Green was keen to come back for a second. Cardi did quite well, but with the you always never want to run on a misfield. He was able to at least knock it down. There was enough confusion that they didn't come through for a second run, and that brings up the 100 for Australia in 38 overs. So it's been slow going, but certainly faster since tea. The run rate sitting at 2.62. Green 26, Smith on 21. Smith waits, tapping his bat hard on the crease. Waiting for Greaves, who bowls, and Smith cuts well, forward of point. There is the man behind point out on the rope, so it won't be 4, but it will be 2. Morricane throws it back in. Smith to 23, the score 2 for 102. So for our listeners on SEN in Melbourne, they'll be leaving us shortly for Sunday morning programming. All other networks will be staying on, but don't forget, you can keep listening to the cricket on the SEN app, on SEN Fanatic, on digital radio, and also just on the app. Just follow the prompts through to keep listening to Test cricket on SEN for Henley Holmes all the way through until lunchtime. How good's that? Before the footy starts. Smith here defending, squeezing in behind point, getting a single. Moving along one more to 23, 2 for 102 the score.
Now he's really mucking up Greaves' lengths here because he...
So to our Melbourne audience, don't forget you can keep listening on the app or on digital.
He's really mucking it up. What he's doing is taking a big stride forward and outside off stump, and Greaves has ended up being short and wide a number of times, and even that last ball, Smith able to defend it away. He's got the gap out on the offside.
Greaves to Green, who spars at that one on the front foot and misses, beating the outside edge.
Now for Green, they've also got the fielder out at that deep backward point area, and I don't mind it as that ball shows it. Greaves taking the ball away, and he just went to push it, just went to ease it into that gap, open the face a little bit, just to find that gap and rotate the strike. But it brings in the wicket keeper, 2 slips and a gully for the outside edge. So a nice little setup there for Green.
2 balls left in the over. Greaves bowls, Green leaves. They went a bit shorter. Certainly, we've seen through the innings so far from Cameron Green. It is 71 balls old. He's trusting the bounce. He's happy to leave on length as much as anything. Last ball of the over. Greaves to Green, who again leaves the ball outside off stump and says he wants some new gloves. So that is the end of the over. 2 for 103.
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just want a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grays.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grays. Start bidding today on Grays.com.
2 for 103 the score here at Sabina Park, and it is a chance to thank Kerry-Ann Harrison, who is the marketing manager at Island Car Rentals Limited, because at Island Car Rentals, Island people take better care of you, and we've certainly found that out, Bryce.
Indeed.
With a car that's been given to us for the 9 days we're here, a beautiful Hyundai Tucson.
It's a ripper.
Top of the range sort of operation for us. As Warwick starts a new over, bowling to Smith, who advances and clubs it down to long on but can't score a run. So if you are in Australia and you're looking to come to Jamaica, make sure you book a car at Island Car Rentals. It's got the perfect solution for you. Warwick again on his way. Bowls to Smith, who's pushing into the onside. So it's not just for car rentals. There's private transfers, airport transfers, shuttle services, customised tours, truck rental. So many different options. You can actually have a driver drive you around, which is what I would prefer around with Jamaican traffic, particularly here in Kingston, as Smith pushes forward again. So if you are interested, locally, and we go to 10 West Indies different radio stations, it is 876 929 5875 in the Caribbean. And the website is www.islandcarrentals.com. As Warwick setting his field, now comes in and bowls. And Smith defends. So we just wanted to, again, thank Island Car Rentals for all the support they've given us here, and particularly to Kerry-Ann Harrison. We're going to make Kerry-Ann a celebrity while she's here. The amount of mentions she's got and the way Andrew Mason likes to look after everyone here. Oh, that's a good ball that beats the outside edge. Smith lunging forward. So thank you to Kerry-Ann for everything that she's done to keep us safe, because
Indeed.
I was a little bit worried the first couple of days here, to be fair.
You need a good, reliable car. That one turned to bounce. That was a good ball. But the vehicle, A grade.
Warwick, only about 4 steps to the crease. Smith again advances, makes it a full toss, and then strokes it up to mid-on and can't score a run. Over bowled a maiden there from Warwick. 2 for 103 Australia. Smith 24, Green 26.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
So a change, which is really interesting here, because they're going with spin from each end. Roston Chase is replacing Graves. And considering the fact that, of course, Australians don't have a spinner unless you call Travis Head a spinner, we've got spin at both ends, and Australia don't play Nathan Lyon.
And I'm sure, and I was talking to Andrew about this earlier, I'm sure when they passed over the team sheets, Pat Cummins would have looked at it, hang on, they've put Warwick back in. Well, have we done the right thing? He's looking over at Andrew McDonald. Have we done this right? Because we have 4 quicks, the all-rounder Webster, and then it'll be the part-time spin of Travis Head as required, but it could be the spin of Webster as well.
Interesting. A slip and a leg slip and a bat pad here. Roston Chase bowling to Cameron Green, who lets that hit him as it was going down leg side. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection build from only $227,900 as Bharat Sundaresan comes back into the attack as well for us on SEN Test Cricket.
3-prong attack we've got.
Chase bowls here. Green working it past bat pad out into the deep. He'll just take the single. No sort of rush to try and come back for 2.
He's lost
one
his
more to
shoe.
score. He has lost his shoe.
He has slipped out of his shoe.
That's why he wasn't keen to run back for a second.
That's the most remarkable thing I've seen. He's played a back foot glance, as you said, through short leg, and he's hopped out of his shoe. How does that happen?
Oh, wow. Well, he didn't tie his laces up.
Now,
tightly.
what would happen if that hit the stumps?
Well, it would be out. Be like if a helmet falls off your head onto the stumps, it's out.
Correct.
So
Adam Barori famously all those years ago.
Has anyone been out shoe hit wicket?
Shoe hit, no.
He needs a double knot. That's what he needs.
Yeah, and maybe just one around the ankle.
We're having a look at the replay thanks to Chemist Warehouse.
He stepped way behind the stump.
He's really using his
tripped on it as well. He almost tripped on his shoe.
You can imagine in junior cricket at this time in the summer, what would be happening is that a dad umpire would have to put the shoe on the batsman with the pad on. It would be all sorts of awkward.
It's 5 knots.
I know of a quadruple knot. What's 5?
Something with penta.
Quinn. It's a quinn.
Oh, is it? Oh, so smart.
Quintuplet.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
Sounds good. Chase bowls to Smith, who pushes forward in defence, back to the bowler.
A couple of half hitches in there, I think, as well.
There you go. Every time you think you've seen it all.
No, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
He hopped out of his shoe.
Smith tapping away, slip a leg slip and a bat pad, Chase bowls, and Smith full face of the bat, strokes the ball to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Real in-outfield here, as you said, slip, short leg, but for outriders, deep square, long on, and a sweeper out of deep backward point, the real in-out.
Chase ambles in, bowls to Smith, lunging forward, taking the inner portion of the bat and bouncing to bat pad.
So I don't think Chase would have been considering himself to bowl at this stage, but Warwick's got the ball to turn and bounce. So he's going well, so why not give it a go for a few overs?
Flighted ball there from Smith. It almost got under the bat and he wasn't sure whether it had dribbled back towards the stumps. Fortunately for him, it went leg side and there was no problem. So made no effect 1 from that over from Chase. It is 2 for 104.
Welcome to Club Tokamall, Australia's premier Murray River golfing destination. With 2 top 40 golf courses, award-winning food, funky players lounge, TAB and weekly live music. There's something for everyone. Their golf package team can help organise your next golfing holiday or day trip to the village of Tokamall and drop in for a relaxing stop. You're welcome at Club Tokamall. Find them at clubtokamall.com.au or on Facebook. What are you really gambling with?
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre expert, sees Australia at 2 for 104. And Warwick is going to continue from the Courtney Walsh end or the broadcast end or the tall grandstand end. It doesn't have a name, does it, this grandstand?
It's Blue Mountains end.
Blue Mountains end. But not the grandstand's not called the Blue Mountains grandstand.
No, it doesn't.
It's tall enough to be a mountain, isn't it, this grandstand? Warwick bowls to Green, who cuts well and cuts out to the rope for 4. He gets a pat on the back from Steve Smith as they meet in the middle of the pitch. Green rocking back and crushing it through the offside.
Yeah, and that one was asking to be hit. This time his shoes stayed on as well. He had to reach out a little bit, Cameron Green, but he got enough bat on it.
2 for 108, Green into the 30s. This time he pushes forward, bat and pad close together. Up to short extra cover, no run.
Also wonder, I haven't seen Alzari Joseph on the field for a while. He did leave the field after his last spell. Casey Carty's in there. If that has had anything to do with Boston Chase using spin.
Green this time, trying to force back past the bowler, and he can do so. Warwick diving away to his left, couldn't stop the ball. They get a single down to long off.
Should have stopped the ball.
Green 32, Smith 24, 2 for 109. Remembering that Green was given out LBW, but overturned on DRS, thanks to Imar for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 Imar.
And we did see him leave with the physio in the first session, Bryce.
Yes, he did. So we'll try and get an update.
Dancing down the wicket, Smith back to the bowler.
Caught the ball. Down.
It was low and hard, sort of shoe high. Warwick looking at his right fingers, just counting them to make sure they're all still there. And having a look at the replay, Smith dancing down, and that absolutely carried. A chance for Steve Smith. So we were just talking about Cameron Green being given out LBW and overturned by the third umpire. And now a drop chance. Steve Smith, another one goes down for the West Indies. Warwick and last ball of the over. Smith slashing into the covers. Can't beat the covers. And that is the end of the over. More on the drop catch after the break. It is Australia 2 for 109.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 2 for 109, but gentlemen, it should be 3 for 109.
Absolutely, and it's great bowling by Warwick, and he's built the pressure on Steve Smith. Mid-on and mid-off are up. He wants to take him down, and Warwick's a page ahead. He is changing his pace, jamming it up, drifting the ball in. It's been terrific bowling, and when the opportunity comes, you have to take it. He smashed it back at him. It went really hard, but he should have taken it.
Chase bowling here to Green, who works it away behind square leg.
Could be two.
Should be two. They go to come. Yep. King was a bit slow going from leg slip, and they were able to complete a couple of runs. So 2 for 111, Green to 34. So Bryce, you're a spin bowler. They come back really hard. Is it reflex? Is it skill? Is it, it should have been taken, or is that one that it either sticks or it doesn't?
Well, that's the end result, but you've got to be ready for that. If you've got your mid-on and mid-off up and a guy like Steve Smith, you have to be alert.
Chase bowling here to Green. The one spins sharply.
Oh, no.
And Green trying to cut, got totally jammed.
I feel even worse for Nathan Lyon.
Yeah.
This is turn and bounce.
It is genuine turn and bounce.
What have Australia done?
That's spun a long way. And Throston Chase, the part-timer.
Oh, Nathan Lyon's off the bench. He's gone to vomit somewhere behind the stand.
Chase again. Green just trying to noodle it away on the onside, but straight to mid-wicket. No run. Just see on... Sort of could have easily just played through the cup. He tried to turn it into a bit of...
No, with the spin.
A gap, yeah.
After a big spin. Yeah.
This time he uses his feet, got beaten in flight, it dropped on him. He was able to compensate and just again knock it into mid-wicket.
Yeah, just on that line decision, how much of it was purely just that first session under lights when the ball was hooping around? It felt like that decision was made that evening when you look back.
Chase to Green, who again turns it around the corner, but they've moved leg slip to backward square leg. King does the fielding straight to him.
I think you're right. I think the way that ball nipped around in an evening batting session has indicated, proven the selection.
Chase again bowls, another one that's a bit short and on the back foot. Green can punch it up to long on and take the single to complete the over. So Green's looking pretty settled now. He is 35 of 83 balls, 2 for 112. That's on the Tide Power scoreboard.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
2 for 112. Live from Sabina Park, Warwick to continue. His 6th over. He's bowling to Cameron Green on 35 and he pushes up to extra cover. No run to start a new over. Greaves diving away to do the fielding. Adam White, Bharat Sundaresan and also Bryce McGain with you. As the shadows continue to lengthen, still no thought of turning the lights on. Day-night test cricket from Jamaica. Warwick more of a round arm ball, that one that slides on, but Green pushes forward into point.
He's got some skill.
He's developed some skill.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty limited spinner when he broke onto the scene in 2015.
Short leg going to silly point now. Right where those defensive shots are going. So a different challenge now for Cameron Green to solve if he's going to defend.
Warwick bowls, Green cuts and cuts well. Cuts extremely well. Out through backward point, it won't go for 4. King holds it in about 3 metres in from the rope. And they come back for 2. The throw goes over the head of the keeper, but has been backed up successfully. So 2 more to the score, 2 for 114. Green up to 37.
It wasn't a cuttable ball in terms of length, so he created the length. The slowness of Jamil Warwick allowed him to do that.
Warwick again more of a round arm that's hit firmly off the back foot by Green, but straight to mid-wicket, and he's frustrated with himself because there's no one out on the onside in the deep, and he thought that was a chance to get one away.
The only fielder out in the deep is at long off.
Warwick bowls again, a bit slower, pushing forward Green to extra cover.
At least the over rate's picking up.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. There's not much time to say anything.
Green's aware of that, so he's just slowing things down to go back to his tempo.
Again, gives himself room, cuts. Oh, great fielding at backward point there by Anderson. They were still able to get through for a single, but if it got through, it was definitely 4. So saving 3 runs there at backward point with that cut shot from Green. Over bowled, 2 for 115. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Grab your shopping list and rush to Chemist Warehouse to save on must-haves, like Pain Away Heat Patches regular 5-pack for just $12.99. Having vitamins is fun, with Synovus Vitamin D 1000 IU chewable, 90 tablets only $9. And Soothers Butter Menthol is just $2.49. Make your well-being a priority, with Selfish Give Me Plant Protein French Vanilla flavour 450 gram, only $32.89. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Just a reminder that you can follow SEN Cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights, analysis, fun and behind-the-scenes action from the SEN Cricket team. That's SEN_cricket. And, of course, subscribe to SEN Cricket wherever you get your podcasts from for all of SEN's cricket content, including the new ball for Cobram Estate, the day's play, and plenty of analysis and guests from across the SEN network. Make sure you do that. We're trying to give as much as we can while we're here, some postcard type activities and experiences we've had around the cities as well as here at the cricket ground. Bharat's the king of that. There's some great stuff Bharat's posted as Chase starts a new over. As Green pushes back in defence. We've probably got to have this conversation, Bharat, when we have a faster bowler bowling. But when you went for that trip on the bus around Grenada, that was awesome.
Thanks, mate. It's a lot of fun. Best way to do it.
Swinging waterfalls and all that sort of thing as Chase bowls to Green around the corner from a hip. He flicks it to backward square, no run.
There is so much to see apart from just the beaches here in the Caribbean. So when you get the time, if you are listening to this, if you come to this part of the world, make the most of it.
Roston Chase again to Green, who forces off the back foot straight to mid-wicket.
Speaking of coming to this part of the world, just Some trivia for you. The last non-subcontinental team to play a test match at Savannah Park was Australia in 2015.
Chase to Green, who flicks to mid-wicket again off the front foot. Steve Smith hasn't faced a ball in about 4 overs.
He'll be itching to do that. Pretty much, I think, after the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, that's right.
Like he's
Good call.
one ball.
Yeah. Green working hard, 93 balls. This time he forces firmly back past the bowler. That's a nice shot. And some work to be done to collect that by Seals, who's at long on, just inside the rope, and they get 1. So Smith will get at least 1 ball here.
So yeah, just to finish on that, so it's been India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. In between the last 2 Australia tests, yeah.
Roston Chase flicking the ball from hand to hand. Comes into bowl to Smith, who uses the pad and not the bat, which is a bit dangerous considering how much spin Chase has been getting. They did definitely appeal. They're even thinking about going upstairs. They decide not to, and that is the end of the over. We'll get a replay for Chemist Warehouse after the break. It is 2 for 116.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We've had 20 overs in this session. 1 wicket, 66 runs at a run rate of 3.3. So certainly up on what we had in that first session, Bharat, where there was 2 runs and over, 2 runs flat.
I think Steve Smith's arrival to the crease has added to it. Andre Russell is in the West Indian dressing room.
He was just over in the MLC, wasn't he?
No. He gets around very quickly.
He does. Warwick starts a new over. Green defending the first ball back to the bowler.
Dre Russ. So didn't spend too much time in a test dressing room.
No.
Just 1 test match for him.
A round arm there from Warwick, and that just worries Green, who defends off the back foot. I wonder if Andre Russell had committed to test cricket, whether he would have played more or whether he's just a good one-day player or a white ball player.
That 1 test match was in Gaul.
Warwick bowls. Green jams down on that one. Very full ball. Almost got under the bat. Went out to mid-on.
Famous test match. Chris Gale got a 300.
3-3-3?
Yeah, that says a lot about the pitch, though.
Yes. Warwick again. Bowling to Green, who's back and trusting the bounce. Exposing all 3 stumps and defending back down the pitch.
That might be the other 300, the one he made against South Africa. This one, I'm not sure whether this was the 3-3-3.
Ah, yes, I think you're right, actually. Warwick bowling to Green, who's giving himself room and nearly chopping it onto the stumps. It spat out on the offside, but that was a bit iffy from Green. We're having a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He's tried to cut that from outside leg stump.
Got himself into a tangle there, Cameron Green, but got out of it somehow.
Bowling again, Green, full face of the bat, defending back to the bowler. A maiden there from Warwick. So the game's just changing here again. You feel like something's about to happen. 2 for 116. Smith 24, Green 39.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13-IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
Never tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We're talking before about the replay for Chemist Warehouse. Don't forget to save on your prescriptions. And Chemist Warehouse. A bit of a delay here as there are Three men wearing light blue shirts. Their responsibility is to make sure the sight screen's operational, but they've also got to get out of the way as well.
Well, there's one who's still there.
And he's trying to duck down under the fence.
Not doing a good job.
Chase bowls to Smith, uses his feet, lifts him over cover, out to the boundary for 4. Inside out, Steve Smith. That was special. As he moves to 28, and that brings up the 50-run partnership between the pair. 52 off 89 balls, and that was just showing no respect at all to Roston Chase the way he played that shot against the spin, lifting over cover. Chase trots in, bowls Smith into the onside to mid-wicket, no run, just turning the wrists on contact.
It felt like something had to give. Just a bit of pressure that Warwican has been able to build more on Cam Green than Steve Smith.
Chase again to Smith. He was thinking about going again. He decides not to at the last minute. The big back lift and then just blocked it back to the bowler. Score remains 2 for 120. Chase again. Wider on the crease. Smith using his feet and then just pushing up to long on and taking a single. 29 to Smith, 39 to Green. 2 for 121. Only 2 wickets to fall so far today. And for Belgravia Apparel, for quality New Balance cricket teamwear, 1 to Shamar Joseph and 1 to Justin Greaves.
Just brought a fielder around from the offside, Mikhail Louis, so he's in a short mid-on position right in front of Steve Smith at the non-striker's end. Green has been lunging at a few deliveries against the off-spinner.
Yeah, it's a good feel. Green defends the next ball, but with the spin, I kind of like it. So bat pad short mid-on and then a shortish mid-wicket. They're almost in a triangle. And then there's a long on as well. So 4 on a similar sort of shot. Oh, he's got the reverse sweep, Cameron Green. How about that? Out into open territory behind point. Wasn't expecting that. I don't think anyone was. And they're going to get 3 for it. So that's the way you deal with that sort of leg side feel. Just hit the ball from outside leg stump away on the offside. You have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. So we'll take a break and you can explain it afterwards.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. For just $1, you can flip a tip from expert tipsters on demand. And if that tip doesn't profit, you'll get your buck back. Get $5 free credit when you create an account. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Okay, Bharat, explain that shot from Cameron Green.
Well, we heard the expression agricultural quite a few times in cricket. I think that could be the definition, and to the extent he was crawling on all fours after playing the shot.
Warwican bowls to Green here, more conventionally, pushing past the bowler again. Warwican should have stopped that. They get a single. Green moves to 43, 2 for 125.
Just to explain his position, it's like when you're pulling weeds out in the garden and you suddenly realize there's one behind you and you don't change position and you reach out for that and then lose balance. That in a cricketing sense, with a cricket bat in hand.
Warwican bowls to Smith, lunging forward in defence, pushing into cover.
Good intent, but the execution wasn't very clever.
Clumsy would be the word I would describe it, but effective. He got 3 runs for it. He's only 7 away from another half century. Warwican bowls to Smith, head on the pad, but there was an inside edge as well. That probably saved him, maybe going down leg. I'd like to have a look at the replay.
I think it was just going down leg with the angle. Felt like an arm ball from Warwican. He's showing us a lot here.
He is. Absolutely is. Warwican again, wider on the crease, a bit slower. Smith stroking it into cover. How's the bowling run up here from Warwican? He virtually starts 1 step behind the umpire.
That's it.
Almost brushes his shoulder as he comes past. Smith pushing into cover again.
It's a very minimalistic action.
That's a good one.
Doesn't use much at all.
It doesn't. Oh, you bowled 20 overs today. You tired? No.
Just went for a walk, man.
Warwick again to Smith. Back to the bowl, and this time Warwick Canfield. So another dot ball, over bowled. 1 run from that. 2 for 125. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Australia 2 for 125 after 48 overs. So Green on 43, Smith on 29. The men out so far today, Constas for 17, Khawaja for 23. Both batsmen getting a drink. It's very, very hot here at Sabina Park. So as we wait for the players to get ready, we can sort of set the scene here. It's getting really into the late afternoon now, 5:30 local time. The sun is low, so it's casting big shadows, and now the grandstand is starting to cast a large shadow as well. The lights are still not on. It's quite bright out in the middle, but we are sort of set up for what's going to be some night cricket in that final session. The way it's sort of set up here, we're only going to get one session of any sort of light affected play at all, aren't we, Bharat?
A bit like what we see at the Adelaide Oval.
Yeah, yep, it's a good call. So Seals into the attack here. They've gone away from spin, and Green leaves the first ball outside off stump. So still only 8 minutes to go until what will be the bigger break.
The dinner break? The tea break.
Well, I don't know.
In terms of what they call tea in Australia.
Yeah, well,
I'm still haven't got my head around it.
Well, we've gone from afternoon, it's a sort of afternoon tea break and then a dinner break.
You need to explain someday, Waddy, how tea is different to supper.
Tea would be afternoon tea. That would be what tea means. So you've got lunch, afternoon tea and dinner.
Where does supper fit in and all
Supper would be after the tea. Supper would be like I'll wait for this ball from Seals. Bowls to Green. You're really in my wheelhouse here talking about food. So supper would be you'd have a cup of tea and a biscuit at 9:30 or something like that. That would be. That's how I would. Our family's always been. So in breakfast, lunch. You have morning tea, you might have a cup of tea and a biscuit, and then you might have afternoon tea, a cup of tea and a biscuit, and supper. Then all of a sudden you've got no biscuits left.
And the only reason I ask is often I still get confused when someone invites you home at 7 p.m. for tea. Like, does it mean a cup of tea? Does it mean dinner?
Well, dinner and tea can often mean the same thing. You've got to have the afternoon tea. You have the afternoon or the morning before the tea.
There you go. Education.
Seals. Bowling here to Green, who gets runs, pushing off the front foot. He didn't really time it, but it's gone out towards the rope at cover. It won't quite get to the rope. They're just going to almost walk a third run. There's a thought there that really there's a couple of West Indies that had no idea where the ball went. Because there was only one that chased it. It was at long off, or mid-off.
I think Louis put in the dive. Maybe he got a fingertip on it. That's what slowed down he seems to have done some damage to his knee while putting in the dive. Yeah, just a change of pace. Chase and Warwick were tying up the Australians, and then Steve Smith launched Chase over extra cover for 4 in the previous over. So going back to Seals to see what this 48 overall ball is doing, and I think Mikhail Louis might need some attention.
Yeah, this is a bit of an issue here. He's going to limp from the outfield. So we'll give you the Tyre Power scoreboard update, 2 for 128. So this is the issue with this Buffalo, so what a Buffalo turf, is that when you go to slide, your knee can get caught in the surface because it's such a cushioning sort of surface.
He's actually leaning on Brandon King's shoulder to walk off. So
it's not good.
Not good. Brought into the side for Craig Brathwaite as opener.
So it gives us a chance that the wicket takers for Belgravia Apparel, providing high quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. Wickets to Shamar Joseph and to Justin Greaves. And we're seeing the replay here, and it's really hard to tell exactly how he did hurt himself. I mean, he's dived full stretch.
He's been helped off the field.
Seals is ready to go again, halfway through the over. Bowling to Smith from the stumps, turns away through square leg for a single. So the umpire just shows how the sun's getting so low. The umpire would normally be at square leg. He's actually had to come across and position himself at point. So he's not looking straight into the sun as Louis hops up the stairs.
Well, that's not good news at all for the West Indies. Oh, wow. Not like their batting has been firing to start with.
And you can't replace him.
You can't. It's an injury that occurred on the field, yeah.
No, it's not a concussion substitute situation. Green on 46. Waits for Seals. Oh, he's beaten. That's the first time for a while that he's played a false shot. He sort of just pushed down the line at the ball, and the ball just sailed past the outside edge. Good delivery. It was like a real old-fashioned leg cutter, the way he almost rolled his fingers across the ball.
Yeah.
Stood up.
It did, and it straightened quite a bit. And especially when not much has happened for the seamers in this session, largely. There was a ball that came from nowhere.
Well, it did help that they bowled spin for a long time. It really feels like this is the fast bowling sort of time here. Oh, bowled! Cameron Green is bowled! Seals gets the wicket, and isn't he happy about it? And just 4 minutes from the dinner break, Cameron Green is knocked over for 46. Played and missed at the last one. This one hits the top of off stump, and it's an absolute peach from Jayden Seals.
Take a bow, Jayden Seals, and the rest of the West Indian players just parted the way. They said, Jayden, this is your moment. Celebrate it the way you want to. You went for a little jog, jumped up in the air, leapt up in the air, punched the air. And why not? That was an absolute cocker from Jayden Seals. The previous one, slightly outside off stump and then straight in. This one was middle and off and just left Cameron Green slightly, beat his outside edge. And a well-set Cameron Green has been knocked out.
He'd gone through a period where he'd looked really quite strong, but just those last two deliveries, one that seemed away and beat the edge. That one seemed away, but not as much. And it took the top of off stump. That's the one the fast bowlers love. And Cameron Green falls. So the top three back in the sheds. This time it's a better effort. 129 before the fall of the third wicket. And now we've got just 2 minutes until the dinner break. Jayden Seals absolutely loved that one.
Ooh. Why not, Whitey? Why not? They're just showing replay. Hit top of middle stump. Hit the top of middle stump. Cam Green can't believe it. Just looked good for a half century and probably even more. And not sure, just a break in play. Mackay Louis doing the field. But what a setup it was. And credit to the previous delivery as well. And Cam Green just lunged at it in this one, much closer, slightly fuller as well, and just snuck past the outside edge.
It was a 1-2 punch from Jayden Seals. It also completes the over, and now with the score at 3 for 129, we'll have 1 over to go until the dinner break, and it'll be bowled by Warrican with a score 3 for 129. This will be it until the dinner break. Are we doing the maths right?
Nah, I don't know. I'm confused now. maybe
I'm not right.
Maybe not. I think we have 10 more minutes.
Okay, 10 more minutes. Warrican bowling, and it's played through the covers by Steve Smith out towards the rope. It won't be 4. They'll come back for 2. So just when Matty Donald's just cutting the highlights, just knock out the bit where I said with 4 minutes to go until the break. It's 14 minutes to go until the break. 10
minutes now, though. So we'll get a few more overs in.
We've all been thrown by the change of times. Warwick, a bit of a round arm to Smith, who drives firmly to cover point, and there's no run.
Yeah, but the Cam Green stock is trending in the right direction. I thought this, even though he got a half century last week, I thought this is the best innings we've seen from him at number 3.
Yep. Warwick ambles in, bowls to Smith, who's back and across, pushing into cover.
So, unlike with Sam Constance, where again feels like the jury is still out, Cam Green, one innings at a time, is settling into this newish role for him. 4th Test match at number 3.
Smith forward, lunging forward, full stride back to the bowler.
So if you're listening to us, let us know how you see things going. There's a question here for us I'll get to after this ball.
Warwicken, again, a bit wider on the crease. Smith forcing up to mid. Through Shamar Joseph's legs and down to the rope for 4. Straight through. That won't please Warwicken, but he's let a lot through on his own bowling too, so he can't be too critical.
Well, this island is not known for its nutmeg as Grenada is, but Shamar Joseph has just been nutmegged. He just took his eyes off the ball, and the ball just snuck through in between his legs for 4.
3 for 153. Last ball of the over. Sweeping is Smith straight into bat pad. That has to have hurt.
Oof. Under his throat.
Oh, that was nasty. Over bowled on the Thai Power scoreboard. 3 for 135. Andrew Mason will take you up until the dinner break.
Steve Smith just checking on the short leg fielder there. I think it's John Campbell. Hit him right under his throat. See in the replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. That's nasty. Oof. That would smart, and he's still feeling it. I think we might have another opener leaving the field for the West Indies. Looks like he is leaving the field as I welcome Andrew Mason back into the box. Andrew, that was painful.
Very painful indeed. And just watching him go up the steps, he looks as if he is in trouble. These things happen, but it really is not a good thing for the West Indies side. So the action is continuing. And how do you read the game now, Bharat? 135 for 3.
Well, firstly, it's very rare that 2 openers have left the field due to injury in back-to-back overs. We saw Louis limping off in the previous over. This one, full-blooded sweep and just hit him right under his throat next to his chest. So there's no protection there. That would have really hurt.
So it's going to be the action continues. Seals comes up now and bowls to head into this delivery. He's forward to one let off stump and just strokes it quite nicely down to that cover area. There's the run. Ball pitched in the off stump, played away. 3 for 135.
Yeah, well, as always with Travis said, 7 minutes to the break. Just as the opposition want to knock him out, he's got to start in every inning so far. Half centuries in both innings and a player of the match performance at the Kensington Oval. 29 and 39 in the second test at crucial times after the top order hadn't fired.
So 135 for 3. Smith 36 has looked good. Head is there. Just come into the crease. Tremendous delivery to get rid of Cam Green, and he celebrated as if he'd won gold at the Olympics.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, he comes round the way again to bowl to head. Head is forward and drives and drives. Right a minute off. Lovely shot. 1 will get a second comfortably pitched up, and he launched into that lovely drive. Wide and bit off. Back for the second. Take it off to mark. It's 3 for 137. Well played.
Just as the lights come on as well.
Yeah, they come on nicely.
One at a time.
Yep.
So for now, on the eastern side of the ground, the lights have come on, and we'll see that happen the other side as well soon enough. Yeah, punchy start to Travis Head's innings. So West Indies are also not had Alzari Joseph on the field for a long time.
In he comes again, round the wicket, he's up and seals and bowls. Ball in the leg side, he's on the back foot and just turns the ball away into the onside, down towards that square leg area. There's no run.
And
Yes.
we don't have an update on Alzari. He's been missing for most parts of this session. So you had Casey Carty on the field, and now you have Anderson Phillip and Tevin Imlach also in there with Campbell and Louis off the field. So yeah, Alzari would be a huge blow for West Indies if there is something more serious.
Well, he's just about ready to continue. Seals on his way to bowl to head, and to this delivery. Head is coming across the line to one that's the off stump. But his weight on the back foot doesn't time it at all. It goes bunks out to cover. There's no run.
So to your original question, which you asked me, it felt like 5 hours ago, about the match situation.
Yeah. Talk to me.
No, I mean, what a huge breakthrough that was. It feels like Cam Green and Steve Smith were making it look easy. Warwickon was doing his job at one end, and in comes Jayden Seales. He'd not taken a wicket, which is rare for him. His strike rate, an impressive 38, and yeah, just when they needed it, he knocked out middle stump.
He's in and bowls the head, and head is off the back foot, clips the ball away down behind square for one. Long leg comes off the burn break. That's Shamar Joseph picked it up and fires the return to the keeper to have just one ball left in the over. It's 3 for 138. Smith 36. Head has got 3.
Yeah, it's this odd position we are in right now where only half the lights are on. So on the other side, we still haven't seen any action with the lights. So it's half lit. It's a bit romantic.
Very romantic indeed in Jamaica. Yeah, lovely. Let's hope that everything works out. I know there have been some concerns, but we are told by the officials that everything should be irie, as the Jamaicans would say. You like that word, irie, don't you?
Love it.
Here's the delivery, which is crane the batsman up as Seales pitches on the off stump, and there was Smith getting rather square, pushes out to cover, and there's no run to end the over. 3 for 138 is the latest score at Minor Park.
Just the lights. I was very intrigued, speaking of Irie and Jamaica and how things work here, that the confirmation for the test and the lights didn't come from Cricket West Indies or Cricket Jamaica. However, it came from the Minister of Sport, Entertainment, and a few other.
Babsy Graves?
No, I think it was
Minister of Sports. What's her name? Badger Grange is her name.
Yeah? That's right.
I'm going to bring her up and let you have a chat with her. You want to chat with the Minister of Sport?
I like chatting with ministers.
So the answer is yes.
Well, you never know who you're going to... I have given a shout out to someone else, former Jamaican West Indian fast bowler, to come and join us at some point. Franklin Rose is in the president's box.
Absolutely fantastic to have. Of course, he was once a model.
He was.
Yeah, he was a model. Yes,
very interesting man.
Very interesting man.
I've known him for a while now. Always up for a chat.
Always
Frankie.
up for a chat. Yes, good old Frankie Rose. Well, hasn't been on Mason and Guest for quite a while. He says he doesn't want to come. Here is the one given some air, and that's Warwickon. Just before the break, the ball is pushed down towards that big wicket. There it is, the run. 3 for 138. So we watch the left arm spin of Warwickon. He's in, and that's given lots of air. I think Head is now paying for his dinner, pushes up to cover. There's a run. Any other lights coming on? Not as yet?
Not yet. Maybe they'll come on in the last session or during the break.
We shall see. So, here we go. As it's going to be Warwickon, comes up now, bowls to Head. Head is forward, drives up towards that short mid-on area, just cutting the ball up because there's a long on and no single. So Warwickon to do. This is his 10th over, done for 20. 3 for 138 comes in both sides. Who's got 3? He's onto the front foot, clearly playing for the break. They're just dropping the ball down to short mid-on. There's no run.
5:49, so 2 balls left in this over, and the lights come on at the other end.
Hey, let there be light at Sabina Park.
And there will be light in Sabina Park.
Of course, yes. 3 for 138 as he comes up now. He's in and bowls. He's off the back foot. There's no appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Are they going to go upstairs? On the back foot, the ball was to be taken by the keeper. They're not going to go upstairs.
Nah, didn't look convincing, the appeal. And Roston Chase, in at first lip, he could see everything that happened there. He did play very close to the body there, back in his crease.
Yeah.
Oh, and it kept coming. Hit his pad, but
hit the pad.
Maybe impact outside off stump.
Yeah. No bat. Here we go. As Warwick again comes up now in both the head. Head is back and pushes it from that middle stump down towards that Mirkat area. The umpire comes up and removes the bail. So we at the break, and what a session has been. Session hard fought. Smith 38's head is on 3, and Australia winning the toss. They're 3 for 138.
Yeah, I mean, a session that Australia will take. They did lose 2 wickets. That of Usman Khawaja and Cam Green. Both wickets coming just when you thought that the 2 batters were set. Steve Smith and Travis Head have seen Australia through to the dinner break. Steve Smith's looked as good as he has for the last 7 months, playing some attractive shots. But Usman Khawaja really grounded out. It was tough going against the new ball, and even in the second session, so early in the second session. So the run scoring's been quicker, 88 runs, but that last wicket of Cam Green, West Indies, you felt really needed something more out of this session, and that was the one. The partnership was flowing, and Cam Green was just getting the kind of rhythm he needs to kick on. Then Jaden Seals bowled a beauty after Shea Hope had taken probably the catch of the summer.
It was indeed. So quickly then, as we want to thank our sponsors, of course, Ellen Car Rentals, for doing a wonderful job. When we come back, we're going to tell you how you can find them, and we'll be happy, of course, to be with them. So Khawaja caught Hope bowled by Shamar Joseph for 23. Constance leg before to Graves 17. Cameron Green bowled by Seal, spectacular 46. Steve Smith there, the veteran, 36 not out. Head has got 3, 138 for 3, and quickly the bowling figures before we take a break. Seals 11 overs, 3 minutes, 1 for 24. Shamar Joseph 12 overs, 4 minutes, 1 for 21. Alzari Joseph 7 overs, 1 made, none for 23. Justin Graves 8 overs, 1 made, 1 for 32. Warwick and 10 overs, 4 minutes, none for 20. And Roston Chase, the captain, 4 overs, no minutes, none for 13. So then at the break, the West Indies up against Australia, 138 for 3. We're going to take a break. Join us in about 10 minutes when we come back with the action live from Sabina Park.
Reliable internet should be available for everyone, no matter where they live across Australia. So if you're living in regional or remote areas and are looking for a reliable provider of internet services without the hassles, talk to Activate Me. Proudly Victorian owned and operated, they understand what remote really means and can get you connected with a monthly contract and plan to suit you. For great price internet, no matter where you live, call 13 22 88 or search Activate Me to get connected today.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Hurry Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care, from the tip of your nose to your bones. Dye-Mister Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cure Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostavit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind-the-scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Joseph approaches, bowls to Cameron Green, who drives firmly through mid-off. Great shot from Green. That races across the turf and out to the rope for 4. Last ball of the over. He bowls full ball, jamming out Green down the ground. And this will also get to the rope through mid-off. Joseph again to Khawaja. Edging. Oh, what a catch from Hope! That's unbelievable! Khawaja pushing forward, taking the edge, and like a goalkeeper, Shea Hope has taken the catch of the series.
Back in 1973, outside the off-time, off the back foot and play square in the offside. That's going to go for 4. Here is Graves, comes up now, bowls to Smith to this delivery. He's driving square in the offside. Ball runs a 4. Beautifully played.
Warwick bowls to Green, who cuts and cuts well and cuts out to the rope for 4. This is the fast bowling sort of time here. Oh, bowled! Cameron Green is bowled. Seals gets the wicket, and isn't he happy about it? And Cameron Green is knocked over for 46.
All right, so the highlights of the action there with Adam White calling the dismissal of a batsman who looked firmly in control and then got a piece of a delivery. Talk me through that.
That's the wrong headset. That's just pink ball cricket for you. You just think that you've mastered it and you just feel like you've got your eye in and you're on top of the game. It just does something a little bit extra. But just once again, the skill of Jayden Seales. It wasn't just the delivery, the wicket-taking delivery. It was the previous one which he used to set the dismissal up. It was slightly wider of off stump and straight in, just away from Cam Green, was lunging at it, and this one was straighter. And once again, Cam Green lunging slightly fuller, and this time beat the outside edge. Probably paid the wrong line as well in the end when you see the replay.
Talk me through Jayden Seales. What a transformation is in this young bowler.
It has been remarkable. When he burst onto the scene, he did it in dramatic fashion. He took a lot of wickets. And then I remember he came to Australia 22-23 that summer, played the first test, didn't look very effective after a good start in Perth, and then broke down and got injured and didn't play the second test. And for a while you thought he was kind of lost, and he's playing more white ball cricket as well. But he's come back and his record has just been fabulous. Shamar Joseph has created more highlights since his debut. But Jayden Seales has just walked in and taken over from Kemar Roach. I mean, what Kemar Roach, and if anything, and this might sound quite over the top, but I do mean it, he's doing not just what Kemar Roach was doing, it's like Kemar Roach and Jason Holder put together. The fact that he can strike with the new ball, and he does strike with the new ball, and then he keeps coming back and taking wickets every time it counts. And don't forget, he should have had Sam Constas out as well in the first session, if not for Kevlin Anderson dropping yet another slip catch.
10 so far dropped. I certainly agree with the assessment. I think when you look at the construct of the West Indies bowling now, looks good. You got a Jayden Seales, you got the two Joseph, and the good support in Justin Graves.
Oh, he's been, you called him the find of the series so far. He made his debut alongside Shamar Joseph in 2022. We're just getting some replay. We'll tone that down. I remember he played a mature innings at the Gabba. Everybody talks about the Shamar Joseph heroics, but there was a partnership between Graves and Kavem Hodge that gave West Indies the kind of total that they could defend. And every time he's been given the ball in this series, he's broken a partnership. He did it in Bridgetown. He definitely did it in Grenada. And here with the first ball, getting rid of Sam Constas. And even after that, he's been quite threatening. Steve Smith is the only batter who's looked at ease against Graves. But throughout this series, and even speaking to some of the Australian batters, Andrew, they've said that he's been quite the challenge.
I've heard that, yeah. He's really bowled very well. So your bowling is looking okay, but one or two challenges with your batting.
Especially when both openers have just left the field. So we don't know. And that did look worrisome. Mikhail Louis dived to stop a ball at in the cover region, and he got up and you could see he was feeling his left knee, and I don't know whether he landed on it or not, and within a couple of minutes after that he could barely walk, so he had to be helped off, and then he hopped off on one leg up the stairs, and then John Campbell was hit with Steve Smith, full-blooded sweep shot straight under his throat, so he left the field as well. But yeah, I mean, eventually it'll come down to the batting, so they've given this young kid a go at 24, Kevlin Anderson, so they brought him in for Casey Carty, and Craig Brathwaite has been dropped, and they've given Mikhail Louis, who's had a brief taste of Test cricket, didn't work out swimmingly well for him. He got 150. So we'll have to see, because it'll come down to that. Batting will not be easy, especially against the new ball, as we saw in the Australian innings as well. So they'll just have to show the kind of grit that we saw from Usman Khawaja, and to an extent from Constis as well.
Yeah, so it's a situation where it's interesting position. The players are taking a break. Spend some time on Smith. What a player he is.
Absolute genius, isn't he? He's he just finds ways. They call him the biggest problem solver probably in the history of Australian cricket, and he just finds ways. In Grenada, as soon as he saw that the ball was keeping low, got rid of his trigger, he said, I'm just going to stick to leg stump, stay side on, and remove any chances of being trapped in front of the stumps. And he was again batting like a genius. And then Justin Graves got him out against the run of play, and he started off where he's left off. And ever since he got that 100 at the Gabba, after a couple of low-scoring tests to start the Border Gavaskar Trophy, he's just been batting in a different plane. Every time he walks out to bat, it feels like he's batting on a different surface, and he's batting at his own tempo. And again, I think till the time he walked out, run scoring was so slow. They were barely scoring at 2 and over. And he picked it up. It was an edgy kind of start. He wanted to get into the game. There was a close run-out opportunity as well. But once that happened, he was just in full flow. And it looked like him and Cam Green were really going to take this innings deep. But then Green got out, and now Travis Head has just walked out.
Yeah, and Green got out, looked good today. I thought, played some lovely shots and got out to a beauty. What a ball.
What a ball, like I just described. It was a 1-2 knockout punch from Jayden Seales, but he's looked good. And I said it after the last test, if you wanted to invest in the Cam Green at number 3 stock, this is a good time, and that stock is on the rise. So he didn't get the half century he did last week, but if anything, looked even better.
No, the players are obviously refreshing themselves, getting ready for the action. It's going to start pretty soon again. Anybody's advantage? Is it advantage or is it even Stevens? Talk to me about that.
No, I think Australia wouldn't mind where they are.
Okay.
I mean, they would have preferred Cam Green not getting out when he did. But, the fact that batting looked so difficult against the new ball, and they have Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, and now they have Boland as well in the attack. So if they can, get to anywhere close to 300, they'll think there's a lot of runs to play with in a pink ball test. We still don't know what the lights are going to do. The lights have just started coming on. The sun's not fully set yet here in Kingston. But once it does, you don't know what. And because the other day the ball was hooping around a lot under light. So the advantage you get when you bat first in a pink ball test is if you bat well, you can dictate terms and you can really run the game. And that's what Australia would want to do. And for them to be able to do that, they'll want to bat and not lose a lot of wickets in this last session, so that they can come once again and make the most of the the day conditions, and then when the lights come on, maybe be in a position to declare or get bowled out and then throw the ball to Stark, Cummins and co.
Pink ball, but we saw 2 spinners in operation. Did that look a little strange to you?
Not really. I mean, the ball, Bryce McGain was talking about how Nathan Lyon would feel, and the one thing with Nathan Lyon is in the last 130 test matches he's played, every innings break, every session break, you'll see him out there checking out the pitch. And now we can see from where we stood, Andrew, he's just running laps. He's not bothered with the pitch because he doesn't have to bother with the pitch. He's not going to bowl on it. But Jomel Warwick, I thought, bowled really well. Roston Chase got a couple to turn big off breaks. But again, yes, I mean, that happened, and people will say, oh, maybe they should have just stuck with Nathan Lyon. But when you have the 4 fast bowlers that Australia have, and with the pink ball, maybe you wouldn't even need him. Or as the West Indian innings, or whenever it starts, you might see that, well, it was the right call after all.
Of course, Island Car Rentals, they have the perfect solution. You can book with Jamaica's leading ground transport. We're going to do that, of course, service provided today. Our services, car rental, of course, private transfers, airport transfers, shuttle services, customer tours, and, of course, truck rental. You've been very much in terms of being the chauffeur. And you've done a good job so far.
I just got behind the wheel, and I thought of Kerry Ann, and I said, like,
you did.
This is just so comfortable. This is homely. It felt like, driving in Jamaica is not very easy, Andrew.
Yeah.
I grew up learning to drive in India, but in Australia it's very different. Everybody follows the laws, everybody follows the rules. Everything is like, the lines are followed, the lanes are followed, but not so much in Jamaica.
No.
But once I got into an island car rentals, I could have been in any part of the world.
Oh, yes.
It was just so smooth.
And you're living in the hills, Beverly Hills as well.
Correct. Even going up the hill, going down the hill, it was smoothness. It was perfection.
I agree, and of course you can reach us. Well, of course, if you're outside of Jamaica, you put the one in front, 1-877-929-5875. Can you write that down?
Give it to me again. Come on.
All right.
Let's go one at a time. Yeah.
1. Okay. 1
+1.
Okay.
Don't forget the plus.
Of course. There you go. And of course, 876-929.
929.
Okay. 58. After me slowly.
58.
No, you're too fast. 58.
58.
7. 5. Good.
Great radio.
Great radio. Love that indeed. So we really want to thank.
Thank you so much, you to Island Car Rentals.
Okay.
It's made our life easy.
Okay. Did you know her last name is White?
Well, she's standing next to someone who's called Mr. White as well. So before we start making any connections here, maybe we should go for a break.
I agree with that. So you're a wonderful man. So the story then is that the players are very much enjoying themselves in Jamaica. You've certainly enjoyed yourselves in Jamaica. It's a situation where the players are at a break. We will take a break and come back live from Sabina Park.
It was a good session for both teams, really. 2 wickets to the West Indies, 2 top-order wickets, but 88 runs to Australia from the 27 overs. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Australia to resume in the final session under lights here at Sabina Park. It always makes it feel a little bit more exciting. It's going to be a really interesting period because it's dusk, so it's not dark by any stretch of the imagination. The lights are sort of taking effect, but we've got that weird sort of light. 3 for 138 the score after 52 overs. Smith 36 not out, Head 3 not out. Khawaja, Green and also Constas back in the pavilion. Seals also Shamar Joseph and Greaves with the wickets. And I might Bharat Sundaresan and Bryce McGain. It's probably advantage Australia, but gee, a good 20 minutes here from the West Indies, Bharat, and it could change very quickly.
It's that wicket of Travis Head, isn't it? I mean, it has been the case for the last 3-4 years as Jaden Seals does a bit of a jig before he walks back to the top of his mark. And if they can knock Travis Head over early, and now that he's come out to bat with the top order, having given him a platform, they'll feel like they're in the game. But if he gets away, and the game plan for Australia is simple. Don't lose more than 2 wickets in this session so that you also are well ahead in the game then, and come back tomorrow, make the most of the day conditions, and then you get to bowl a lot under lights. And that's basically been plan A for any team batting first in a pink ball test.
And it can often be that they're out in the second session and they're bowling on the first day in the last session. So one thing, and I've stressed this a few times, the West Indies haven't let Australia get away. 3 for 138. So the runs haven't been flowing by any stretch of the imagination. As we are ready to go, as we start after the break, and Smith is beaten by a good one straight away outside the off stump, and there is no run.
There you go. It's 53rd over with this ball, and it's still, it didn't do a lot, but it's straightened enough. And Jaden Seals, what a bowler he's turning out to be. He's so young, the skills he showed to get rid of Cam Green, and right on the money after the break.
Bryce McGain with us as well. Is it advantage Australia?
Just. But that last wicket brought West Indies right back into it.
Seals again, bowling to Smith, who is edging through the cordon down to the rope for 4. Past second slip, squared up, so he played and missed it the first. The second is an edge and rushes into the fence. And Smith moves to 40, 3 for 142 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Well, he was going at the ball. He jumped out of his crease. And I think he softened the grip enough for it to go straight to ground.
Yes, it would have been on the bounce to third slip.
Yeah, but Jaden Seals, you could see, was not very happy. A couple of things to say.
The whole of the Australian team will be on the edge of their seats right now. This is the big moment. Under lights, what's this ball going to do?
Seals again to Smith, slapping away off the back foot, through point, out to the man patrolling in the deep. It's just a single, but it was an attractive looking shot from Smith to move to 41, 3 for 143.
I remember a few years ago at the Adelaide Oval, watching the Nets, and all the batters were in there. They were trying to decipher the exact point at which the ball starts playing tricks. And over there, obviously, the sun sets so late, the twilight, they all decided that, okay, 7:56 is that point. And obviously, it was Steve Smith who came up with that number.
He described this as dusk because the sun has set, but it's still that mauvey sort of colour. Seals bowls to head, slashing, and Joseph cannot stop it. He's able to at least knock it down. It goes out into the deep, and they come back for 2. So Shamar Joseph, you can either say he let them get 2 or he saved 2. It was one of those ones. It was a difficult one, square of the wicket with head slashing outside off stump. He gets set to 5 head, 3 for 145.
The big problem for the West Indies is not having Alzari Joseph on the field. We just learned that he left after his last spell due to, he felt some discomfort. We don't know exactly what it is.
Okay.
So he's been off the field. He was off the field throughout the second session.
Straight away, point goes out to the rope for head. 2 slips and a gully in play. He bowls, head flicks away through mid-wicket. Great shot. And that will go to the fence for 4. Over pitching on leg stump. And head, this is the thing. Bowl wide outside off stump. He'll take you through the offside. You bowl full on leg stump. He'll hit you through the onside. He's up to 9, 3 for 149.
Yeah, that was just dessert after dinner for Travis Head. Just floated onto his pads. All he had to do was beat that mid-wicket. Easy picking. So this is what Head will do. So far the run scoring's been pretty slow, but he can really motor things along.
9 off 13 balls. Taps away at the crease. Taking a leg stump guard. Seals bowls and Head leaves. And that is the end of the first over of the final session. It'll be a long session, 2.5 hours, 3 for 149. It'll take you up to lunchtime back in Australia on the eastern seaboard. 3 for 149, Smith 41, Head on 9. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. You're with Adam White, Bharat Sundaresan, and also Bryce McGain.
So there's... Yeah, Steve Smith is just indicating to both umpires, saying, look, we need to do something with the background here, and I hope we're not to blame.
Oh, no, I think it's the West Indian dressing room.
Right. So you're going to have to move.
Is that Ravi Rampol munching down on some rice and chicken or something?
Well, he did. He had a massive mouthful, and he looked up.
He wasn't moving.
He looked up at the cricket through his eyebrows as he had his whole mouth over the plate, and he got caught out with that one.
And this is, I think both dressing rooms are in a position right above that black side screen, and I don't think it's only the West Indian one. Everybody's being asked to move around. This is all Steve Smith. But I think it's not just Steve Smith though. You could see now the 4th umpire just walking up into the West Indian dressing room. But it will be interesting if the order is that nobody can move there.
So the 4th umpire's gone into the West Indian change rooms.
Yeah.
And he's talking to somebody.
There's something. So the manager, Roll Lewis, has come out now.
So this is high up in the grandstand. That's something that Steve Smith is unhappy about. They're some of the biggest sight screens you've ever seen, and he's unhappy about something.
So now he's walking over to the Australian rooms as well. Is it the watch?
It's a clock.
Is it the clock?
It's a massive clock that he's worried about, which is sitting on top of the sight screen.
Maybe the time is a minute out or something like that. He's just letting them know we can't be displaying the time not quite right.
Maybe
it is 5 minutes slow.
Yeah, it is. It is the clock. It's right.
Is it the reflection off the clock because of the light? I think it is.
It is, and now they're going to cover the clock with a white towel.
It's just like a windscreen on a hot summer's day in Australia where they put the towel over the windscreen of the surrounding cars.
Now they've found a black tablecloth that's going to go across the clock.
They're going to wrap the clock. No one will know what time it is then. It's like a casino. You don't know what time it's going to be.
This is extraordinary.
And it was Captain Pat Cummins who's helping in the wrapping up.
They're trying to wrap it up like a Christmas present to put under the Christmas tree.
And it's too windy. They're struggling to do that. Well, we saw Cam Green tie 6 knots with the shoelaces.
Right.
Now it's Pat Cummins' turn. Do it for your vice captain.
Unbelievable. Oh, it's actually not really because it's Steve Smith.
And he's very happy. He's put the thumbs up.
Anyway. The clock is now unseeable. And Shamar Joseph is on his way for his first spell after the break. He bowls to Smith, who leaves the ball outside off stump.
Just question or a query from Ian from Q, wondering where our colleague Adam Collins is. Well, he's still battling to get his voice back, but he's not here. He was not scheduled to be around for the third test. So he's back home in London with his wonderful family. Hello, Rachel, Winnie and Peggy. And looks like Steve Smith is still having some issues with movement near the clock.
Shamar Joseph to Smith up on his toes, just blading that one out to point out into the deep to get a single. So Smith to 42, 3 for 150.
He's still muttering away, just trying to explain to Shamar Joseph.
I think it was the reflection of the lights onto the glass casing of the clock that was annoying.
Well,
you've identified it. It was.
Yeah. And a couple of years ago, it was that small wrapper at the SCG. Someone had to climb onto it. And it's not even a wrapper. It was just a small, the tiniest piece of paper. Oh, well.
He's onto it.
Shamar Joseph around the wicket now to bowl ahead with 2 slips and a gully. He's hit on the fingers there. That one was a bit quicker and bounced a bit more than he thought it. Spat out on the onside, and that's hurt Travis Head, who's immediately taken the glove off and is trying to flex his hand, and I reckon it's his middle finger. It's hurt him. Steve Smith now coming down to check if he's okay. Bottom hand, almost right on the index and middle finger.
Ow. You can hear him go, ow.
Yep.
Sun's almost gone here in Kingston. Fading into the Pacific.
Shamar Joseph again around the wicket, bowling to Head, who's pushing forward. Ball bobbles around on the turf up to mid-on. There's no run.
So last night I was doing some research on Sabina Park, the venue, and it's quite an interesting story, the backstory of why it's called Sabina Park, because Sabina Park is the name of an actual person.
Right.
Yep. And it's quite a story. So it goes back nearly 200 years now, the early 1800s. So Sabina Park was an enslaved woman here in Jamaica from Goat Island. So I'll come back to it.
Shamar Joseph on the runway. Past the umpire, bowls to Head, who's tentatively pushing forward up to mid-on, taking the inner portion of the bat. No run.
So Miss Park or Sabina, so she rebelled against the slave owners and against oppression, which led to she was executed on Halfway Tree, not too far from where you guys are staying at the Pegasus. But what she did do when she was sentenced to be executed is she took her own child's life so that her child isn't subject to a life of enslavement.
Joseph Bowles here to head, who swivels and gets hit again. Bit of edge as well. Drops away on the onside. It's uncomfortable batting at the moment. It's 3 for 150 at the end of the over. More from Bharat after this. Smith 42, head 9 on the Thai Power scoreboard.
Is your outdoor area living up to its potential? If not, speak to Luba House and transform your outdoor area with an Australian-made opening and closing roof that's ready for next summer. Luba House do everything: planning, design, council approvals, manufacturing and installation, so you'll have peace of mind it's done right. Don't wait any longer. Find out more with a free design, measure and quote. Bring your outdoor area to life and see the light with Luba House. lubahouse.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Adam White, Brett Sundaresan and also Bryce McGain with you. A cheerio to Adam Collins, who's back in London, back where he lives, listening in.
For sure, and now there's some action at the other end. Not so dramatic. Steve Smith doesn't have a clock to contend with or any other.
Jaden Seals to start a new over. Bowles to Smith, who's leaving wide of the off stump. And the score remains at 3 for 150 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale.
So just back to Sabina Park. So her story then, it became a beacon for bravery and resistance, and many believe it's her sacrifice, sacrificing her own child and her own life, that really started the revolution that led to the abolition of slavery in Jamaica, and her memory is celebrated. Yeah, it was called the Sabina Park Pen, and now it's become the Sabina Park.
Seals again to Smith, who again ignores the ball as it goes past.
So, can't think of too many venues around the world for Test cricket with a more dramatic backstory, Bryce.
That is remarkable. That's a remarkable story, Bharat. Thanks for sharing that. It gives a new perspective on the history of the ground. It truly does.
And it's all around, like next to the Pegasus is Emancipation Park, and you can see the past and present come together wherever you go around Kingston.
2 slips in a gully that's quite deep. Roston Chase, Seals Bowles to Smith, each over the top of second slip and down to the rope for 4. He flashed at that one. It went fast and it just went out of reach of Greaves at second slip, who jumped up high.
It's
went over his head.
It's on in the middle, Bharat. What'd you see?
Yeah, so Steve Smith just walked down after he played that shot, and Jaden Seals is right in his follow through and shadow practiced a shot right next to the bowler saying, I wanted to hit you over extra cover. And then Jaden Seals said, no, but that ball went over slips, and he said, I'm going to hit you over there. So it's all happening. It takes a bit to get Steve Smith perturbed in the middle.
You know what does? Joe Root hitting 100. He hit 100 just yesterday in that Test match.
True.
He's gone to 37. Smith is on 36. That's why he's fired up. We've found his trigger.
The thing
he
is
wants to get back to it.
So they can't find the ball. So the ball has gone over the rope and over the fence and into some television cables and some rubbish.
I think it's gone into the rubbish.
There's like a big rubbish bag.
They found it. They found it inside the rubbish bin.
So the 4th umpire. How was your day? Yeah, I tried to find a ball in a rubbish bin, and I tried to put a black tablecloth over a clock.
They got it all covered, haven't they? The 4th umpire.
Unbelievable. And now they're not convinced about the ball.
No, it's come out of a bin. There's a bit of chicken on it or something like that. How do you expect us to catch it with this chicken grease on this ball?
So Roston Chase is taking the ball up to the umpire now and saying, we're not happy with this.
No. There's some jerk sauce on it or something like that.
The umpire said, no, that's fine. And then they've thrown it to Greaves. They're saying, I'm not sure it is. So he's got a towel out and he's trying to take, as you said, Bryce, some
jerk sauce,
honey chicken or maybe a bit of fried rice or something.
That's stuck in the seam. The rice is in the seam and the jerk chicken's on the shiny side of the ball.
Well, if the ball starts doing things, then the jerk sauce is working.
It's got a drumstick attached to it.
Well, we saw dogs on the field in Grenada. Now we've seen a clock being covered up for Steve Smith, and the ball disappeared into the dustbin.
So another delay, obviously. 3 for 154 the score. Smith 46. So just 4 runs away from another half century. Seals on the approach again. Bowls to Smith, who's tucking it away on the onside to forward square leg and no run. So Smith getting that half century in Grenada in the second innings after missing out in the first. Of course, he missed the first test at Kensington Oval in Barbados. But he's hungry for runs here at Sabina Park. In difficult conditions. This is when it's hard. It's not quite dark. It's just that funny sort of colouring which makes it hard to see. Seals again. 2 balls left in the over. Bowls to Smith, who's flicking it away. Nice shot out into the deep. Shamar Joseph has got a chase. He will get there just inside the field of play. Coming around from fine leg. They complete 2. Smith to 48. 3 for 156. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Good chase down there by Shamar. He really let fly. Top speed. In the sprint between the two teams, he's definitely number one. He is fast.
Yeah.
He had to get around. That was going for 4, but he got around comfortably, a couple of metres in and threw it in. And his arm, his shoulder, just grabbing his shoulder after the throw too.
1 ball left in the over. Seals has 1 wicket so far. He bowls to Smith. That one way down leg side. And it is ignored by Smith. Over bowled, 3 for 156. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Talking before about Henley Holmes, SEN Test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Henley Holmes, our great partner here at SEN. Shamar Joseph comes in again. Around the wicket, bowls to Head, who flays at that one and misses. That was short of a length. Head thinking about slashing. And kind of, in the end, half-heartedly did it. He definitely played and missed it, that one. And that sort of tailed away after it pitched.
Yeah, that's the kind of dismissal that used to haunt Travis Head during that period when he wasn't scoring too many runs, especially early in his innings.
We've currently got the cleaner in, Andrew Mason, who is wiping our windows because they're not the best of windows to see through, particularly in this sort of light. Shamar Joseph again to Head, who's working off his thigh pad to square leg, no run. It's not really any better, Andrew, but thank you for trying.
The dry serviette isn't quite doing the job, but we do appreciate it.
Your efforts are much appreciated.
As always, Andrew.
Andrew knows he's on in 10 minutes and he's trying to make it as good as he can for himself when he comes on. It's still quite windy here at Sabina Park. You can see the flags on top of the video scoreboard, or the big screen, still flapping away as Joseph bowls to Head, who's pushing half forward, squeezing it out on the onside again to square leg, no run. Joseph speeds it down a little bit, 137 that one, through 13 and a half overs. 1 for 22 are his figures, to be one of the leading wicket takers for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear.
These two will know the experience that they have and just the game awareness that they can just survive this Seals Joseph burst in this session. Then they're left with Graves and the spinners with no Alzari on the field.
Oh, it's a big blow for them.
Joseph again to Head, chops down on that one again. No timing in the shot, almost chopped it onto his foot as it spat out on the offside, dribbling almost in the end to Carty away in the offside at cover point.
Sorry, Whitey, it's got Travis Head playing this shot. He wants to play that shot. The ball's nipping around and bouncing given the conditions. It's spicy out there, but they've got the deep backward point up. So he's going for it. He wants 4 every time he plays through that region. And a lot of balls that most batters would play straight back down the pitch, he's looking to open the face and put it down there. It's a good battle between the two teams.
Joseph to head, he's slashing again, and this time he can't get it through, but he still gets a single. It was knocked down, not fielded perfectly, and they can get a run on the misfield. So 3 for 157, head up to 10. So is that because he's struggling to pick the ball up that he's starting to play at these shots, or is it, if there's width, we've got to go for it because this is tough batting time?
Yeah, and we've seen it through the first 2 tests. He's the one you bowl there, I am going to play. So he's committing to how he wants to play. But the West Indies are not giving it up, not protecting it. They're saying, no, you go get 4. That's the battle of it. They're enticing him to do it more by allowing him to have 4 if he beats the field.
Joseph to Smith on 48, edging, and this time he's out. He catches it this time. Steve Smith out, 2 short of 50. The question is it a no ball? I don't think it is, but the 2 umpires are coming together. Smith is walking off. I think it's okay. And I'll tell you what, it's a good catch because that was coming really fast and straight into the middle of the hands. King this time, no problems at all. Shamar Joseph has a second.
And Jaden Seals has given Steve Smith a send-off, and that's why the umpires have come together. And they've just pulled Jaden Seals aside. He's already been fined once earlier in the series for giving Pat Cummins a send-off in Barbados, and you could see he was at mid-on and he charged past Steve Smith, mouthing off at him, jumping in his face.
Even went past him and then turned 180 degrees to keep going at Smith. It's a huge wicket, but also a big send-off as well.
Big send-off. And Steve Smith, ever since that clock came into view, you could see he just a bit of loss of concentration. He started playing a couple of wild shots, got away with it in the previous Seals over with the ball flying over the slips. And this one was wide. He went after it. Like you said, Whitey, it was a good catch. And once again, every time there's a bit of a partnership in this series, West Indies find a way of getting a wicket, and it's generally Shamar.
That was a good catch. I mean, it'll look fairly sort of elementary in a way because it went straight to King, but it was going very, very quickly. And in this light, they're hard to catch and went straight in the middle of the hands. And considering the problems King had, particularly at Kensington Oval catching the cricket ball, that one was, I think, significant in this series. So 4 for 157 now. Smith out for 48. So another player just falling short of 50, and it does leave the middle order exposed with only 157 on the board, where we were a couple of times in this series. So a new over. Seals, who's fired up, he's bowling to Head, who tugs it away hip high into the onside, straight to mid-wicket.
We're just talking about how vital could have been for the immediate future of this game that Head and Smith somehow get through this burst from Shamar and Seals. Wasn't to be. Steve Smith just wasn't happy. He wasn't a happy camper ever since he walked out to bat with the lights, the clock. There was something bothering him at the other end as well.
And that bothered him in the first innings in Grenada as well, didn't it?
Oh, that was the child, the blonde kid, who's now been seen at a cricket ground again.
Bam.
The Seals around the wicket, bowling to Head, who is playing with one hand into the cover region. It's like he's not picking it up here, Head, which wouldn't be difficult because we're finding it hard to pick up the ball from up here in the commentary position through the dirty tinted windows. Andrew Mason's laughing in the background, but Andrew, you're already in 5 minutes, so you're going to experience it.
Oh, he's just laughing, saying, "Welcome to Jamaica."
The classic Bajan response.
2 slips in a gully. Seals again around the wicket to Head, who's cutting out to the man in the deep at backward point and getting a single, which will mean that Bo Webster will return to strike. 4 for 158. Head 11. Webster yet to score.
The one thing Head could not do in Grenada was play these horizontal bat shots because the bounce was uneven, and then eventually he did play on.
Yeah.
Now he must have seen what the ball is doing off this pitch, consistent bounce. So even though the ball's doing so much, he'll back himself, and he is backing himself on this pitch.
No doubt.
So Webster in now, Carey next, and then it's Cummins and Stark. Can they get too quickly here, the West Indies? Seals to Webster. That's wide, and it's left alone. A freebie there for Webster to have a look.
A rare failure for Webster. Second innings in Grenada. Also put down a catch, which is not something you are used to seeing from him. So that was just, in my opinion, the law of averages catching up with him. He's played such vital hands in every game of the series. First innings Grenada, second innings Barbados. And you go back to his debut at the SCG. But this is another new challenge for him.
2 slips and a gully and a backward point for Webster. So not over-attacking. Seals to Webster, shape away. Webster leaves.
6th country that he's playing Test cricket in.
It's pretty remarkable.
It is amazing.
7 tests, 6 countries.
7 tests, 6 countries. I don't think anybody's done that.
No.
In Barbados, we found out Phil Horn from New Zealand had done 5 and 4, like Webster did. But now, thanks to this series being in the Caribbean and each island being a different country, it's 7 and 6. It is amazing. By the time he plays his next test in Australia, he would have played it Test cricket in 5 other countries, all in the space of 10 months.
Last ball of Seals is over. Past the umpire, bowls to Webster, digs out a very full ball, pushing out on the offside to cover point, and that is the end of the over. So 1 run coming from that one from Jaden Seals. He has 1 for 42. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for workdays and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit maxlineraustralia.com.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia 4 for 158, having lost Smith only 2 overs ago, out for 48. Shamar Joseph is bowling again around the wicket to bowl to Head, who slashes and misses. Collapsing the back leg and trying to throw his arms at the ball and flay it through the offside, but it went through to Shea Hope instead.
Whether the sweeper's out or not, it doesn't matter. They've put him out now, and well, they're just committing to their shots. That's what's happening here. Smith committed to playing some shots. If you're going to go after them really hard. And he got one over the slips the previous over to where he went out. He really swung hard at that. And as you said, Whitey, it flew to first slip, but he went hard at it.
2 slips and a gully. Joseph to Head, who's tucked up, playing away on the onside from his thigh pad to forward square leg. Again, no run, so he just can't quite find the gaps here, Head. He started really fast, but now he's 11 off 28.
Yeah, they bowled well to him. They bowled well to him throughout the series. He's credit to Travis Head that he's ended up scoring the runs he has.
Joseph again. Oh, another play and miss from Travis Head. This time he tried to play off the front foot, trying to launch it through the covers. There's no doubt Shamar Joseph had something to say to Head on his follow through. It saw Head actually come towards him and get in Shamar's space, and Shamar just turned around and started heading back to his top of his run.
Now this Head wicket becomes even more vital, and Steve Smith being dismissed.
It's a big little 15 minutes here. Joseph again to Head, who's pushing forward. Again, that wasn't convincing. Almost the bat spun around in his hands as he tried to push firmly into the offside. He got it into the offside, but no timing in the shot.
Yeah, you mentioned a couple of times where it doesn't help that we have a tinted glass in front of us, sheet anyway, because it does feel much darker than what it probably is. The lights have come on. It feels like we're playing in...
It looks better on the TV than it does in real life. Joseph again, bowling to Head, who again he's tucking it away on the onside. This time he beats the man at forward square leg, which he wasn't able to do a couple of times earlier in the over, and he gets a single to the man out in the deep. One more to Head, he's up to 12. It's 4 for 159 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail.
So, yeah, it looks more like they're playing under street lights.
It does.
Not LED floodlights.
It doesn't, and that's often the case with TV. It can make it look a lot better than it actually is, just from a lighting point of view.
Yeah, I mean, you think of day-night test cricket at the Adelaide Oval, which is what we're used to. It's lit up. This doesn't feel lit up.
It's like the dimmers on the light fixture. Back over the wicket now, Shamar Joseph to Webster, who decides not to play. And that completes the over. And at the end of the over, SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Australia 4 for 159. Andrew Mason is about to join you.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
All right, so the lights are in full effect at the historic Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. And we're just about ready for the action to continue. My very good friend Bharat is with me. Hello, Bharat. Nice to see you.
Good evening.
Under the lights at Sabina.
Yep. Historic occasion. Never seen the Sabina Park lit up before this. So
should be interesting. Now, round the wicket goes Jaden Seals.
No, Graves has been brought into the
Graves
attack.
come back in the attack, yeah. So he's going to come round the wicket on his way to bowl to Head, goes past the umpire and bowls to Head, and Head gets the ball outside the line of the off stump and goes for a big booming drive. What's going on with Head there? Use your head, my friend. You may get a 159 for 4. He's got 12. Webster hasn't scored as yet.
Interesting call, Bryce, that they've taken Seals out of the attack, thrown it to Graves. Maybe just to stretch out this spell, I assume.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not. Graves has bowled really well. Went for a few runs. And Steve Smith was bowling. And now they're just changing the field. One more fielder comes. So the deep backward square leg is dropping in. I think he's going to go into a mid-wicket position.
Right.
And so where is Kevlin Anderson going to end up?
Looks like extra cover. So there are 2 slips. There's a backward point on the boundary extra cover, a mid off as he's in and bowls outside the line of the off stump. There's the batsman going for that big drive again. That's Graves. The ball is the bottom of the mat, goes up the pitch. There is no run. 159 for 4. Head is 12 and Webster hasn't scored as yet. Hello, Brycey. Nice to see you.
You too, Andrew. And that extra cover is probably more cover point catching in front of square, just in front of the umpire. It's a catcher, so it's and they have the sweeper out on the boundary, so and protection for the cover drive.
Here is a delivery which is outside the line of the off stump, bowled by Graves from round the wicket, ignored by Head, taken by Hope.
Yeah, and that cover field is so deep. He fielded the previous delivery where Head didn't get all of it. But they had that fielder in even in Grenada. He wants to just cut off that. Because he hits the ball so hard, you can cut off the single as well, even though you'd be... He stood outside where the 30-yard circle would be if this was a wide ball game.
A strange position to be in. Is deepish as Graves round the wicket again. 159 for 4 comes into bowl to Head into this delivery. He's covering up. That's one of the off stump, goes back and plays it quite nicely down towards cover. That field that you're talking about comes from that deep cover area to pick it up, and there's no run. So 159 for 4. That rate is 2.71 to interesting batsman in the crease. We've seen Webster, he's had 1 or 2 challenges. He's got 1 or 2 good knocks as well. And we all know the value of a Travis Head. It's been so important, an important cog in Australia's wheel. Round the wicket. is Graves comes up, he's in and bowls, and he's driving at the delivery, which is outside line the off, and that square drive. It goes down to the backward point. There's protection on the boundary as Shamar Joseph comes across to pick it up. The batsman have time for one. So with that, it means that head will go to 13. Webster hasn't scored as yet. It's 160 for a loss of 4. As Graves goes back to his man. Not a bad crowd, you know, today. In fact, there was
good crowd.
I think it's a good crowd. I went and had a little look just now, and not bad at all. I'm told that for the first 3 days they've sold pretty close to 10,000 tickets. That's what I've been told.
That's excellent.
Yeah, I think, that's good. And with that speech from Chris Darren on TV, you heard him. Yeah, sounding like a politician. 4 for 160, encouraging people to come to Sabina Park. Here is Graves. He's in and bowls outside the off stump, and there's the batsman going across and just steering the ball nicely into the offside. That's Webster to get off the mark. The ball goes down to cover on the boundary. I really don't like to see that, really. No batsman's come to the crease, and you're conceding that single backward point, and that happens. So the over comes to an end. 4 for 161 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for work days and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit maxlineraustralia.com.
All right, so we're just about ready for Shamar Joseph to continue the attack. He's a workhorse, there's no doubt about that. Z comes in to bowl to Webster, up to the wicket, bowls to Webster. Webster is beaten outside the off stump with a beauty. Squared him up. Ball goes by to be taken by Hope.
Yeah, he's bowled a few beauties throughout this series, and especially today.
Yep.
Yeah, Bo Webster once again. I think he won't be too unhappy with that. He still played the line of the ball. It felt like his bat went away from the body after the ball had passed.
Yep. Yeah, going through his mind now is, and what he keeps so simply with his batting, if he's committing to the front foot, he's committing to the front foot. If it's the back foot, there he was just stuck on the crease. He did hold the line with the bat, but he just got squared up on the crease. You can't do that. You're in really vulnerable territory.
When he waits on Joseph, again he's beaten outside the off, perfect length, a little movement away from the right-hander. He nibbles at that and it goes by to be taken by the keeper.
Well, the crowd getting right behind him as well.
Yep.
This is a big moment.
Yeah, big moment indeed. You can feel something happen. There 2 slips on the gully waiting.
Yeah, it's literally been the engine room for Australia. Head, Webster and Carey throughout this series. So they've bailed Australia out, or given them, or put them in positions of strength. Steve Smith just on a replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Stat not too far from the clock that he insisted should be covered in front of the dressing room.
Still covered.
Yeah.
It's still covered.
It's very much so. 4 for 161. As he comes up now, this is Joseph doesn't deliver. It was right about the point where he was going to bowl, but didn't get it right. And the Guyanese, who has made his country very proud. Of course, Guyana would have produced someone like a Colin Croft, who certainly was an excellent bowler. There's no question about that. But they're known for their batsman, Guyana, and of course, Clyde Butts played a couple of matches. Lance Gibbs, the great off spinner, 309 test wickets. Here is Joseph as he comes up now. Shamar Joseph, he's in, bowls to Webster. Webster covers up to ball in the off stump, plays it square down to backward point. There's no run.
Yeah, so West Indies will. Oh, they've got rid of Steve Smith. Bo Webster early in his innings. It takes a while to just grow into his innings. Very good to see that. Unlike in Grenada, where they started off with the fielder on the boundary at a sweeper point on the boundary, just sweeping, they've said, okay, fine, take the chance, because that's generally where he gets going early.
Shamar Joseph comes in, bows to Webster. Webster says, beat outside the off stump, did he edge it? He did, he's gone, and Joseph celebrates. Webster departs, 161 for loss of 5.
Well, you could see it coming from Trinidad or Barbados or whichever island you want to pick. There was this inevitability to this happening. This time slightly shorter. Bo Webster, who's still at this point played closer to his body. This time got into an awkward position, just poked at it, the outside edge, and he knew immediately. You could see he just threw his head back. And once again, Shamar Joseph, that man, has brought the West Indies back into the contest. He's broken the back of this middle order, and we're down to the two South Australians.
Yeah, what a delivery. You could feel it really. Bryce, lovely deliveries outside the off and finally hit one.
Yeah, it was. It was back of a length though. It was a shorter ball that he went onto the back foot. Looked at back foot drive it close to his body. I don't think he did a lot wrong. He just nicked it. Excuse me. Yeah, just took the outside edge, and Hope did a good catch down low in actual fact in front of himself, but a big wicket.
So Alex Carey, 43 matches, 1,989 runs, average is 35.52, and an important member of the side, and one who's played one or two good knocks already for this season as well.
Yeah, coming off a player of the match performance in Grenada, so yeah, that average just keeps going up. 35 now. It was in the low 30s for a while, but just the consistency is shown. The big 150 in Sri Lanka, 65 in second innings in Barbados, 60 in the first innings last week in Grenada, and he'll have to do it all over again.
Well, this man gives 150% every time. I like his spirit, I like his energy. He comes round the wicket now. Shamar Joseph on his way to bowl to Carey. He's in and bowls to Carey. Carey wrapped in a pad of bigger people like before. There was some bat, I believe, onto that. Keeper didn't seem keen, but there was a raucous appeal from Shamar Joseph. The umpire said no.
Yeah, sounded like there was a bit of an inside edge. The appeal only came from Shamar Joseph. The slip caught in, went up briefly, but didn't stick with him. So we'll see a replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Big inside edge.
Big, very big indeed.
Big inside edge.
Just psychologically, I'll just put a forward short leg in here. 3 sips in the gully. It's just part of the psych, just to play in his mind. He comes round the wicket now. Shamar Joseph in bowls to Carey. Carey's driving through cover. What a response. And that ball goes across the outfield like a shot from a gun. That's gone for 4. That's beautiful batting by Carey. Beautifully played indeed. So the over comes to an end. 5 for 165 is the latest score at Sabina Park.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Right, a good crowd gathered at Sabina. We want to thank them for coming. The series over, but they're still coming. Prices are pretty good. And I know that there's been tremendous promotion here in Jamaica to get people to come to Sabina Park. Take a bow. Here we go. Round the wicket is the hard-working Graves. Comes up now in bowls to Carey. Carey's on the back foot to one, which is played away down towards that backward point area for a single. And the backward point is on the boundary. So Carey is now up to, what's he now? He's gone up to 5, is he? And the score's up to 166 for a loss of 5. In fact, was head went back and just played it square in the offside down to backward point for 1. So an interesting stage to this game now.
Oh, what a shot that was from Alex Carey, though. So the first ball he faced from Shamar, he was caught in the crease. So he just said, you know what, I'm going to jump out at this. And he just flayed it through the covers for 4. Well called by you, Andrew Mason. It was an exciting shot. Now, to stop him from doing that, Shea Hope has gone up to the stumps. This worked against Alex Carey last week. So Justin Graves, this will ensure that he stays in his crease.
But he comes round the wicket now on his way to bowl to Carey. He's in and bowls to Carey to this delivery. He's getting the ball that comes back at him sharply, beautifully bowled indeed. And he is playing with a bit of suspicion. Well bowled by Graves.
Well bowled by Graves, but some Shea Hope just ricocheted off his hand, just taken the glove off. He's been a bit of bother. West Indies are already without 3 the fielders. Alex Carey checking on his fellow keeper because it went past the inside edge, and wasn't collected by Shea Hope. There was, thankfully for his sake, there was no inside edge.
No.
But yeah, he's in a bit of pain here.
Yeah, well, he's got a bat. He can't afford it at the injury. Here's Graves round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Carey. He's in Bolton, and he's getting one down the leg side. It's going to go away. Fine, behind the keeper. Badly line, that's gone away for 4 runs. Yeah, says that ball was just at the line of the leg side, and it's gone fine for 4.
Yeah, I just missed his line, and with the keeper up, all Alex Carey had to do was just get something on it, and I think looked like glove. Yeah, off the glove, and they just flew away for 4. So,
and immediately the keeper goes back. Yeah, he's going to go back. Yeah.
So 2 balls.
Yeah.
Copped one painful blow. The other one was offline, so abort mission.
5 for 170. Carey, that boundary goes to 8. He's just faced 4 balls. As Graves round the wicket comes up and bowls him into this delivery. He's across the line to a shortest ball and plays it square in the offside. Down to backward point for Shamar Joseph to pick it up, and there's no run.
So just a bit of nibble, isn't there? This ball is old in the 61st over. For once, we haven't changed it. The Dukes have been under a lot of flack, not just here, but in England as well. There's a lot of drama around the Dukes ball in that Anderson Tendulkar trophy that's going on.
Graves round the wicket again. 5 for 170 to bowl to Carey. And Carey's down the pitch when he gets there. He drives. That is a shot of a batsman who is in form. It goes over the top of the mid-off area and rests across the outfield. That's gone for 4. That was a beauty from Carey.
Well, if the one of Shamar Joseph was good, this one was even better. Inside out, almost went all the way for 6. In fact, it has gone for 6.
Yes.
It's hit the rope on the full, I think.
Yeah. Has it?
It looked like it. Well, just half volleyed.
I think half volleyed, so just 4, but it was close.
It was very close. What a shot. That
it's gone for 6.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. And you're never wrong, my friend. Why would you want to make yourself wrong? Come on. It was a beauty. Graves comes up now in bowls to Carey. This delivery is outside. He has to be drives, throw it off. He's fighting far and far. Gets one, will look for the second. Well, I think he recognizes the ball is doing a lot. Look, I'm going to really launch an assault on the West Indies bowlers. He's gone to 15 from just 7. And it's head on 14. It's 5 for 177, which is the latest score at Savannah Park.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
77, of course, a wonderful evening in Jamaica, Saturday. After the game, we're going to find somewhere to go in Jamaica. Of course, my good friend will find a spot. There's no question about that. We're going to go Lyman tonight in Jamaica. Now, here we go. As it's going to be Shamar Joseph from the wicket to bowl to Carey, who's in Lyman. He's in and bowls him. He's off the back foot, plays it down to backward point. There is no run. He's kept on 15, 5 for 177.
If you ever wanted to know what the expression batter in form is, just look at the way Alex Carey's batting. He hasn't got big scores in this series, but just some of the shots he's played.
Yeah.
The shot to get off the mark of Shamar Joseph, and then the 6 in the previous over, Graves, he just caressed the ball. It just went flying and hit the rope on the full. And even this previous cut shot found the point fielder, but everything is just coming out of the middle of his bat.
Round the wicket comes Shamar Joseph. He's in and bowls to Carey, and Carey gets one banged in shot. That's the typical fast bowler's response. It was ill directed. Down the leg side, taken by Hope, moving across to his right.
And that's a good thing for the West Indies. Just saw on our replay screen for Chemist Warehouse, Alzari Joseph, the first sighting of him in the last few hours. He's putting his shoelaces on, so maybe he'll come back, but we still don't know what the discomfort was, so we don't know whether he can come in and bowl immediately or not.
Shamar Joseph, 3 for 28, comes in to bowl to Carey into this delivery. He's getting one which is banged and shot. This time outside the stump, just allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper.
And how much do the West Indies need him out there? Shamar Joseph, as always, bowling the house down. Jaden Seals is doing a good job every time he gets an opportunity to bowl. But they'll need a bit of Alzari as well to just polish off this lower order, not let the lower order get away like they did in Grenada.
Important, of course, in the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, the Garners and the Crofts and the Marshall wipe you away. Shamar Joseph comes in and bowls, and he's beaten outside the off stump. What a delivery! He's sparred at that, taken by the keeper. Wow.
Yeah, wow indeed. He's wowed us with this pink ball, Shamar Joseph. He wowed us with a red ball in Kensington or at the Kensington Oval, and he's doing it again.
Yes, he's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He's just one that really needed in West Indies cricket. And you've got a good quartet of bowlers. The batsmen just have to support. Round the wicket comes Shamar Joseph, 5 for 177. In bowls, the Kiwis got 15, and that ball is tickled very fine indeed. Down to that fine leg area, will get a single as that ball was just played away, just turn the wrist. And with that, Carey goes to 16. Head comes the strike. He's got 14. One to come in over number 62. It's 5 for 178.
Well, Alex Carey on 15 because I think it was a leg by.
It was a leg by.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's not just you. Even TV got it wrong there.
Yeah.
So they just corrected it at the last second. Adrian Holstock. Some umpires like to go for the leg by signal very early. Just wait it.
See the batting coach, Jimmy Adams, doing some broadcast there. Interesting how the comment and the people he's got a coach. That's an interesting one. Ball sideline, the off stump, ball short too short really. The batsman just got on top of that and just guided it square in the offside down to that backward point area to get a single. Head gets one to go to 15. Carey's got 15 as well. 5 for 179 is the latest score. It's a minor part.
Hurry into Chemist Warehouse for savings on self-care. From the tip of your nose to your bones. Dimester Allergy Nasal Spray 120 dose is just $34.99. Bless you. Great news. Hot Hands Cure Heat Neck and Shoulder Pain Patch 3-pack exclusive is just $8.99. And Little Swiss Prebiotic and Probiotic Gummies 50-pack is $19.99. Feel the savings in your bones with Ostavit Vitamin D3 and K260s just $28.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Is on the field, and Shamar Joseph takes a break. He's going off the field.
Yeah, for Joseph, the ideal like-for-like replacement. So, like I said, we'll have to wait and watch. We still don't know what Alzari's issue was. So he's right now on the deep point boundary. So can he bowl straight away?
Here's Graves on the wicket to bowl to Travis Head. He's in and bowls to Head, and Head is getting a bolt style in the off stump. That's a big shot. And it hits the bottom of the mat. Essay in that shot. He could have easily chopped that ball onto his stumps.
He's frustrated, right? Rarely do you see Travis Head flustered with anything, but he just hasn't timed a ball for the last 45 minutes.
Yeah.
He's tried to hit so many balls through the offside, and you could see as soon as that ball hit the inside edge, he's just pointing in that backward point region and saying, why isn't the ball going there?
Graves on the wicket again, 5 for 179 to Head, who's got 15. So this delivery allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper. It was a bit wide, and he said, no, I wouldn't chase it. I wouldn't flirt with danger. The ball taken by the keeper low down.
15 of 40 is unlike Travis Head, and he did get off to a pretty quick start like he does just before the break. Came back and clipped one through mid-wicket for 4, but he's not really got going since.
Yeah, well, these things happen sometimes.
He's averaged 50 in the series so far.
Yep, doing well, 181 runs as he waits, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump, and he essays a big booming drive, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. I think he's very frustrated as he walks away down towards square leg.
And his good mate, fellow South Australian, the other end, Alex Carey, just took a few steps, just yelled out a couple of things at Head. This time he just went down on one knee, leant back and wanted to hit it. Hit it straight into the lights there.
I think so, yeah.
Knock out one of those lights.
Maybe up towards Port Royal where I got my fish last at it. Glorious.
Yeah.
5 for 179. Here's Graves, comes up. He's in and bowls. Down the leg side. The keeper takes it on the second attempt. Angle down the leg side. It was a short delivery. 5 for 179.
Whereas at the other end, Alex Carey is just middling everything. He's just come out to bat. He's faced only 12 balls, but all of those have flown off the middle of his bat except the one that beat the outside edge. Whereas Travis Head he's just hanging in there. He's tried at least on 20 occasions to just flay one through the covers or backward point. Either not made contact or not made good enough contact.
Here is Graves, comes up now, bowls to Head. Head gets the ball on the line of that leg, some flicks it up towards that mid-wicket. If it just hit the bottom of the bat, he just bangs the bat onto the pitch. He's getting very frustrated, but he's got to hang on in there. And it's 5 for 179.
Yeah, it's any drummer listening to this will know some days you just can't find your rhythm. You think you're doing everything right, but the rhythm just
it's just
not there. You're just missing it by half a beat, and that's what it looks like. He's just mistiming it by half a beat at the moment. He just needs one to come off the middle of his bat and he'll feel better about life.
Here's Graves, comes up now, bowls to Head into this delivery. Outside the off, someone played it square in the offside. Had the width there, it was a bit widish, and he gets it down to point, misses on the boundary, and we'll get a single, and we'll keep the strike as well. So the over comes in 5 for 180, which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
This weekend, don't just take a punt. Bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. For $1, you can flip an expert tip from an expert tipster. Tipper uses real-time results and unbiased statistics so you can follow tipsters who are running red hot. View tipster performance across tracks, distance and conditions. Plus, if their tip doesn't profit, the tip is free. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app, that's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
All right, always keen to make sure that you get all the information. The Australians won the toss and elected to bat, which was quite predictable. And we've had a pitch which I think many will give a lot of marks that it's been a good batting pitch. Constance leg before to Graves 17. Khawaja caught Hope Ball. Shamar Joseph for 21. It was a spectacular catch. Green bowled by Seals 46, a spectacular ball. Smith caught Chase, a good catch off Shamar Joseph for 48. And the last man to go was Webster nibbling outside the off stump. The edge was found. Catch taken by Hope moving to his right. Shamar Joseph the bowler. His contribution was 1. In terms of the bowling, I'll give that to you in a minute. Seals certainly has had a good time. 14 overs, 3 middles, 1 for 42. Shamar Joseph continues to be the star, bowling some 17 overs, 4 middles, 3 for 29. Nazari Joseph was back on the field. 7 overs, 1 mid, none for 23. Jamal Warkin, who's going to bowl now, 10 overs, 4 middles, done for 20. Justin Graves, 11 overs, 1 mid, 1 for 47. And Chase, 4 overs, no middles, done for 13. So we've got a change in the bowling, and it's going to be the left arm orthodox spin of Warkin. First ball is on the leg stump, whip to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, maybe Travis said won't mind. There's just a change of pace. He's really found life difficult against the seamers.
But he's got 16 and Carey's 15. 5 for 180, he's in. And bowls off the back foot goes Head. Once again, just flicking it down to mid-wicket. There's no run. There's a slip. There's a man at forward short leg. There's a backward point. There's extra cover shorters. Mid-off. There's a mid-on. He's down the pitch. Shot of catch it. Beautifully bowled indeed. And there it was, going up towards that short mid-wicket area. There was a shot of catch it. So, well done to Warkan. Have a look at that, down the pitch.
The substitute, Tevin Imlak, the wicketkeeper, was a tough chance to his right.
It was indeed. In he comes Warkan, up and bowls, off the back foot, down the leg side. Keeper takes, whipping the bails off, but heads back foot is firmly grounded.
Yeah, just on a replay for Chemist Warehouse. Yes.
Oh, he got his hand to it.
He did get his hand to it. Oh, that goes down as a drop chance.
Well, here is Warkan in and bowls off the back foot, steering the ball square in the offside down to backward point. Drop into the knees is our good friend Mr. Jaden Seals, and he stops it.
Well, it came straight off the inside edge.
Yes, it did.
And I think hit him almost near the wrist on his right hand.
Warkan again, bowls to Head. Head is coming forward and drives well through cover. That's going to go out to the boundary and we'll get there. That was a wonderful shot. On the line, the off-stump stroke towards the cover. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 5 for 184. Which is the latest score at Sabina Park.
It's another great week at 40 Winks. Right now, you can get any size mattress for the price of a single. That's right. Get a queen, king, or even a super king mattress for the price of a single. Plus, earn double Qantas points on your purchase. But be quick. The Any Size Plus double Qantas points offer is on for a limited time only. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. So come and find a bed matched perfectly to you. Go to better sleep at 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, 5 for 184 the score. Carey 15, Head 20. The partnership 23 from just 26 balls. So you expect this sort of thing, Bharat Sundaresan, from Carey and also Head. It's the kind of just the way they play.
Oh, but Travis Head hasn't played the way he generally plays in terms of...
it's more Carey, isn't it?
Yeah, but he needed that boundary. He just needed that boundary, the one that he got in the previous over.
Greaves bowling here to Carey, who plays late off the front foot, guiding it into backward point. Yes, Head 20 off 50, but it's Carey 15 off 13, which has seen that partnership come about of 23 from 27.
He's just batting so well, Whitey. I mean, whatever level of cricket you played, these phases don't come often in a career. And he knows it as well. Some of the shots he's played, just the way he was just able to airlift.
Yep. I've got a question for you about Alex Carey. A more broader question after this ball. Short extra covering play, plus 2 slips and a backward point. Carey drives over the top of cover. That is 4. And that was hit so hard that even the man at cover was shocked that he couldn't even get his hand up to try and catch it. It was hit like a bullet. So my question is Carey showing everybody else how easy it can be and that the others are struggling, or is it that Carey's just playing so well? It's probably maybe a bit of column A, column B.
Yeah.
It shows that it can be done. He waits again. Greaves around the wicket. Carey in defence. Into the onside, taking the single. Head was late to go. They fire at Carey's end, who was always going to be safe. And that is one more to the score. 5 for 189. Carey 20. Head 20. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard winter safety sale.
I think it's just a clarity of mind. He spoke about this after the first test. He's really in that kind of space in his career, in his life. And when he walks out to bat, he really isn't thinking. He's reacting to ball. And you often hear batters talk about it, but we're seeing it. He's kind of making it happen. He's showing you how it's done.
Yep. Greaves to Head, who's up on his toes, pushing into point. No run.
Because already the shots he's played in this brief innings, he's only faced 15 balls. He's raced to 20. There's just that clarity. The fact that as soon as he saw width from Shamar, or the first ball, he was caught in his crease. The ball hit his inside edge. So he goes, okay, next ball, I'm going to charge at him. Created the length, pumped him through the covers for 4. And then the next over, you could see one ball just beat him outside off stump, but he was still on the front foot of the next ball.
Greaves bowling to Head, who slashes and misses. Trying to play over cover and to do what his fellow South Australian just did earlier in the over, lofting the ball over cover, but he did not make contact on this occasion.
Meanwhile, at the other end, Travis Head, who has been in great form, averaging 50 in the series, is just going through one of those evenings. Yeah, he just feels like if he gets into a car and drives, he'll get a red light every junction. It's one of those evenings for him.
20 off 52. Last ball of the over here. Greaves on the way. Bowls and Head. Hits it over the top. Does he? Oh, yes, caught! No way! Phillip has taken a beauty like Superman, flying through the sky, diving full stretch, and Travis Head is out for 20, trying to loft through the offside. It kind of dollied off the bat, it hung in the air, and so did Phillip, but he held on with 2 hands. That is something special. They're putting on a show. They are putting on a show, the West Indies. How do you like that?
He just went from the 100-meter sprint into a long jump. He caught that in thin air. Anderson Phillip has pulled off an absolute blinder. And Travis Head's torturous innings has come to an end. He's been trying to somehow get the ball through the offside for the last 45 minutes. This time he got bat on ball. It was aerial. And Anderson Phillip, well, we saw Shea Hope get an entry into the highlights reel. This was, if anything, even more special.
Well, they haven't caught them all, but they've caught some absolute beauties. And that one certainly falls in that category. And the West Indies now have Australia 6 for 189. And Pat Cummins, the captain, comes to the crease. And we know the way he's been playing through this series. And that is, you get as many as you can before one has your name on it. We're seeing more and more replays for Chemist Warehouse of that catch. Head tried to lift it over the top. And as I said, it kind of just dollied off the bat, but Phillip had to make up so much ground to his right and then propelled himself forward, full stretch, going at it with two hands. And in the end, it probably only fell into one, just above the turf. One of the best catches you'll ever see. So we've seen Shea Hope, which I thought was the catch of the series. We might have just seen one betted on the same day by Anderson Phillip. What a time to come back into the box, Bryce McGain.
Oh, Whitey, what a miraculous catch that was. He had to run, he took off powerfully, and we're seeing it here in a replay in the background, and the crowd have gone bananas, and it's a good crowd too.
Warwick now bowling to Carey, who plays away on the onside. The man in the deep didn't see it coming. In fairness, we didn't either from where we were. We had no idea where it went. And it went into the deep and they got a single. And Carey moves to 21. It's the sort of catch where your mate lobs it to you in the swimming pool and you jump off and try and catch it before it hits the water.
It was just incredible. A couple of absolute rippers, that was. Hope and now Phillip. Extraordinary.
With that single. So Carey almost holed out to Alzari Joseph. It fell only a couple of metres short. Warwick now bowling to Cummins, and Cummins pushes forward back to the bowler along the ground. That was his first ball. And Warwick just taking some time to set the field. Still waiting. He's just not happy. He wants Joseph back a bit further. Shamar Joseph at mid-on. Warwick bowls. And Cummins goes back, just dabbing on the offside. And there is no run. In the air on the onside is this time from Cummins, out into the deep through mid-wicket. They get two. It wasn't fully timed.
He's not going to muck around. If it's up with the mid-on and mid-off up on the single, he's going to go for it. That sort of went over mid-wicket into the vacant space. Probably the darkest little corner of the ground, to be honest. And Pat Cummins is going to be a good battle.
Ball's bowled, and Cummins has just lifted it into the grandstand. He is not wasting any time, Pat Cummins. Straight down the ground and into the seats. That's got a long way back. Cummins means business. That was launched.
It was always going to happen, mid-on and mid-off up. Doesn't matter if it's first ball or your 20th ball he's faced, he will go. And in doing so, he sent the long off and long on back.
Warwick bowls here. Cummins thought about going again, changed his mind, pushed it away, end of the over. And at the end of the over, it is 6-1-9-8 Test cricket on SEN Family House.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Don't forget the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900 with Henley Holmes. And it is going to be Justin Graves to continue from the George Headley stand end. He's bowling to Alex Carey, who is on 21. And Carey takes it fine off the thigh pad. No appeal. It was just that little noise as Hope dived to his right down leg side.
He's been keeping well. Really hasn't missed much at all. His return to West Indies cricket was off the thigh pad and away he went and just plucked it like an apple off a tree.
He did. He caught it with his thumb and his index finger, even though he's got gloves on. It was quite special looking at that on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Graves again bowls to Carey, who almost holes out to mid-on. You could hear him say, oh no, he thought he was in trouble there as he tried to smash it down the ground with no timing.
He's been able to push a long off back. And there's a catcher on the wicket. At a short mid-off. Straight. And then a long off. Covers deep as well. A slip in a gully, so they're endeavouring to get him out in amongst this aggressive and protect a little bit. So the field is spot on for what they're looking to bowl to Alex Carey.
Greaves around the wicket, bowls to Carey, who's in defence, pushing into mid-wicket, no run. Don't forget you can follow SEN Cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights, analysis, fun and behind-the-scenes action from the SEN Cricket team here in the Caribbean. So that's SEN_cricket. That's the handle. And also, don't forget to subscribe to SEN Cricket wherever you get podcasts for all of SEN's cricket content, including the new ball for Cobram Estate, the day's play, plenty of analysis and guests from across the SEN network. Graves again, bowls to Carey, inside edge out, trying to play through the offside, tickling it through, easy catch for Hope. And that man again, Graves, he's doing well for the West Indies. He has now got 3 for 52 and Australia 7 for 198. We'll analyse it after the break.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other. Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just won a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grace.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grace. Start bidding today on Grace.com.
Welcome to Club Tocumwal, Australia's premier Murray River golfing destination. With 2 top 40 golf courses, award-winning food, funky players lounge, TAB and weekly live music, there's something for everyone. Their golf package team can help organise your next golfing holiday or day trip to the village of Tocumwal and drop in for a relaxing stop. You're welcome at Club Tocumwal. Find them at clubtocumwal.com.au or on Facebook. What are you really gambling with?
Welcome back to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, and on the Tyre Power scoreboard, it is Australia 7 for 198 now, with Carey dismissed for 21 from just 20 balls. Graves has got 3, Shamar Joseph has got 3. They're the leading wicket takers for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear. I mean, you can't be critical because that's the way Carey plays, Bryce McGain, but he's really opening the door here.
No, there's definitely a plan by the Australians. Because it is going to be so lively, just surviving, you might as well shove the game forward as fast as you can. And that's what they're doing. Ever since Smith walked out there, it's clearly a game plan that they're going to go after it and go hard if they can. Keep out the obvious good ball, but if there's something's off the stumps, they're going really hard. And, well, Carey, a little unlucky with an inside edge, but Greaves, as you said, doing the damage. 3 wickets now, and the game has turned sharply with these wickets in a row.
Mitch Stark, the new man at the crease, in his 100th game, he faces his first ball, and that one rears at him and hits the handle of the glove and drops away on the offside, and Stark walks away to square leg and takes his left glove off to have a look at his fingers, maybe even his nail. That one hurt. Not a great one to get first up. Oh, right on the middle finger of his bottom hand. Being a left-hander, it's his left hand, which is also his bowling hand.
Well, things really do liven up in the night session. It's hot, it's humid, and with a bit of dew on the surface, the pitch is quickened up. It becomes a bit up and down, and that has really thumped him on the finger. He's
actually getting the little stopper that the guard that's in. He's had to sort of bounce around and jiggle it back into place. He's ready to go now. Greaves bowls to Stark, who's hit again on the glove, and it bounces to slip. Over bowled, all sorts happening here at Sabina Park. 7 for 198 SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
Hey you, ready for some feel-great news from Chemist Warehouse? We've got massive savings on essentials, like Blackmore's Probiotics Plus Immune Defense 90 capsules, only $41.99. And Swiss Ultiboost Magnesium Glycinate 120 tablets, $32.99. It's a great time to try Microgenic Scarlet 10,100 capsules. It's 2 for $30 right now. And stock up on Bioglan Curcumin Plus Advanced Pain Relief 50 tablets for just $34.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, live from Sabina Park on this Saturday night here in the West Indies. And is there going to be a change? There is going to be a change. So Seals is going to replace Warwican. They didn't like the idea of Cummins smacking Warwican down the ground for 6, and it is one of the reasons, Bryce, and I know it's a big talking point about Nathan Lyon not playing, but in these sorts of conditions, whack a few away down the ground for 6 and the game changes quite quickly. And we know what the West Indies have done to Nathan Lyon, or tried to do to him during the series.
Tee up on him.
So Seals 1 for 42, his figures. He's coming in from our end, the Blue Mountains end. He bowls, and it's pushed forward by Cummins in defence. So the Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sales, sees Australia at 7 for 198. Stark yet to score, Cummins 8. The top scorer for the Australians today, Steve Smith, who made 48. There has been some good contributions, but no one going on and making a good score from a contribution. So 48 to Smith, 46 to Green, 23 to Khawaja, 21 to Carey, and 17 to Constas, and even 20 to Head.
What do you reckon about Stu in Hobart? Time to declare and get the Windies in with the ball moving around.
Seals here, past the umpire, bowls to Cummins, who plays and misses. Maybe a bit of hitting the ground on the way through, trying to drive through the offside. Well, I think that's why we'll see some quick batting, Bryce, because it's kind of like, well, if we get out, at least we get to bowl tonight
to the top
as opposed to bowling to the top order tomorrow in bright sunshine, hot weather, and things are not going to be as easy.
No question. 22 overs remaining in today's play. Time is always an issue, as the over rates are incredibly slow. Once again.
Seals again, 2 slips and a gully. A bit wider on the crease, bowls to Cummins who leaves. Don't forget after play, the new ball for Cobram Estate. We'll go through all the highlights, interview from an Australian player and all the talking points. And there's been plenty of them, as has been the case throughout this series. Lots of talking points even before a ball was bowled, with the selection drama with Nathan Lyon left out of the side. Scott Boland playing, so the Australians going with 4 quicks and an all-rounder. So essentially 5 quicks. Seals here, rushes in, bowls to Cummins, just pushes out backward of point. There is that protection out in the deep, and just the single. So Cummins to 9, the score 7 for 199.
Nicely done. Cummings coming down to Stark and letting him know what he's seen so far. Seals has been okay. I think he's got better as the day's gone on. He was out of rhythm, no balls early, and he's such a dangerous bowler.
It's almost like he was overexcited about the bowler-friendly conditions with the pink ball.
I think so. Overstriding, overstretching. Gave his hamstring a bit of a stretch there as he comes in now.
Wearing the number 33, running away from us, bowling to Stark, who watches it go past. Mitchell Stark in his 100th Test match to become just the 2nd Australian fast bowler to get to that mark. Glenn McGrath the other. You think of all the great Australian fast bowlers that there have been over the years. Only 2 have got to that 3 figures, and he is one of them. Seals again, uncoils, bowls to Stark, and he is bowled neck and crop. Off stump goes back. Seals is fired up, and he's given another send-off. So he's going to lose a bit of cash for that. He's got the wicket of Stark, though. 2 for 43 he has. Australia now, they are crashing. They are losing wickets way too quickly here as we take a break from Sabina Park.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Tilmar, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Never tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Welcome back to Sabina Park SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. So through the gate, Mitchell Stark trying to carve it away. Seals pointing to the dressing room. Mitch Stark, all he did was laugh. But it is now 8 for 199. And I think you'll find the West Indies will be batting tonight.
They'll be batting very shortly. They've already selected, well, they're going through that at the moment. So
we're looking at the screen for Chemist Warehouse. Save on prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. There's 4 or 5 of them they're looking at. And they look very shiny.
Selecting.
They look like a pink ball in snooker. It's that shiny.
6 points for that.
And Cummins on strike, dances down the wicket, clips it into the onside on the second bounce to the man in the deep at square leg, and they take a single. So Scotty Boland will face his first ball of the series, as that brings up the 200 for Australia, 8 for 200, the last 50 coming from 89 balls. Graves continuing from the Headley stand end. He has 3 for 53.
Interesting to see what Scott Boland does here. He's not renowned for stroke play. He's got a very solid forward and back foot defence and can hang around and bat with other players, but it's maybe not what they need now. It doesn't look like they're going to declare.
2 slips in the gully for Boland. Greaves on his way bowls, and Boland's defending, as he does so well up the onside of the pitch. Now, just a reminder for people back in Australia listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, at 11 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time, networks will be leaving us for Sunday live sports programming. So to continue to listen to the cricket, you can listen on the SEN app or flick across to SEN Fanatic on your digital radio. So that's in about 4 minutes from now. So just repeating there, you can jump onto the app or SEN Fanatic on digital radio. Greaves bowls again to Boland, who's got runs here, punching through cover point. Out into the deep. And with Shamar Joseph on the chase, they just take the single. They could have taken 2, but Cummins says, no, I want to take the strike here and get as many as I can as quickly as I can. So just one more time before, we'll remind you again, just close to 8 o'clock. If you want to continue to listen to the cricket because you're off to Sunday live sports programming, we still are in the middle of our winter sports season, so AFL and NRL, that'll be on your analogue channel, your main channel, but to listen to the cricket, do that on SEN app or flick across to SEN Fanatic on your digital radio. Greaves here bowling to Cummins. Cummins swings it high. That goes really high. That might hit the moon. Can it be caught? Will it be caught? No, it won't be. It drops safely between 2 men in the deep. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure whether either of them knew where it went. They were sort of running in the general direction, but it dropped between the two of them, and Cummins came back for 2 runs. He moves to 12, 8 for 203. Did you know where it went, Bryce?
Had no idea. They were running around aimlessly in the outfield, if we can put it that way, and the ball's in the air for so long.
Phillip was the one that had to play at it. I just think he lost it.
He knew it was there somewhere, and as it ended, just lobbed half a metre away from him. He couldn't see it either.
1 slip in a gully now. Greaves again. Cummins again. Hit on the pad, trying to scoop it away on the onside. They appeal. The umpire says no. They are going to have a look at this.
I think it's a long way down leg.
Whether they send it upstairs, they're still thinking about it. Greaves is very keen because he thinks he could get 5 wickets, and they are going to go upstairs. So for IMAR Insurance, for Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR. We are heading upstairs.
Looking for the review. I suspect it is going down leg side.
This is a man that wants 5 wickets. He thinks this is an outside chance at it.
He's bowled very well.
So Cummins going right across, and then it sort of hit him on the shoe on the half volley.
Yeah, on the heel.
I think that's going down leg side. So we're looking at that through the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. We're getting side on now just to make sure there was no bat.
No.
And there isn't. A little sound wave is the ball pitching on the turf and then hitting the foot. We wait. And we wait. And we wait. They're still determining whether there was an edge. So Richard Kettleborough is on the 3rd umpire duties today. It's a bit of a waste to not have him out in the middle. I think the West Indies have resigned to the fact that it's not out. Jaden Seals is heading back to the top of his mark. And now we're getting ball tracker. So it was a slower ball. And it has hit him in line, but it is missing down leg. So the West Indies lose the review for IMAR. So we've still got 2 balls or 1 ball left in the over here. We've still got 1 ball left in the over. So for everyone who has been enjoying the cricket on SEN throughout the course of the morning back in Australia Eastern Standard Time, you are heading off to your sports programs, live sport on a Sunday, but you can keep listening to us through the app or on SEN Fanatic. And for everyone else who's continuing to listen to us, we're seeing Scott Boland somehow defend a ball from the stumps, dropping it at his feet. So the over bowled, Australia 8 for 204. That is on the Tyre Power scoreboard or winter safety sale. We'll take a break and Bharat Sundaresan into the commentary chair right after this.
Reliable internet should be available for everyone, no matter where they live across Australia. So if you're living in regional or remote areas and are looking for a reliable provider of internet services without the hassles, talk to Activate Me. Proudly Victorian owned and operated, they understand what remote really means and can get you connected with a monthly contract and plan to suit you. For great price internet, no matter where you live, call 13 22 88 or search Activate Me to get connected today.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Coming to you from Sabina Park here in Kingston, Jamaica. Not too far from downtown. Interesting part of the city. My name is Bharat Sundaresan and I'm here alongside Bryce McGain. Bright as ever. The ground is all lit up. There still seem to be dark patches, and I do wonder that the ball that just went in between two fielders in the previous over, Bryce, whether they were picking it from the dark side of the ground, if that had any impact. Neither fielder had any idea where the ball was.
No, they were all lost. They were running in the direction, but just aimlessly with their arms out, with their head wobbling around going, where is this thing? It was quite remarkable. Field is spread now. Pat Cummins on strike. Slip and a gully and get the way out, everyone else.
And in comes Seals over the wicket to Pat Cummins, who swings it away, and it's going to go all the way for 6.
Wow.
What a shot that is. Just whipped it off his hip, and it cleared fine leg by quite a distance. So Pat Cummins picks himself up 6. He's raced along to 18. 8 for 210 Australia.
It was a top edge, chest high, and away it went. Now, this is where Pat Cummins is dangerous. They're on a mission, and it's nearly 3 runs now because they've resigned themselves to the fact that we're going to be bowling tonight if we go all out. They've lost 5 wickets in this last session under lights. The ball's nipping around, it's skidding through, it's difficult batting conditions. So they're all trying to go hard and have a few overs at the West Indies later tonight.
Seals again over the wicket. Cummins swings it. This time it's over, long on. And that's gone a long way into the 3rd tier of the grandstand. Jaden Seals is not happy. It was in the hitting arc. And Pat Cummins just cleared his left leg and said, goodbye ball.
Oh, this is T20 Pat now. He's just flicked the mode and he is going hard, really hard. It's all on. No boundary can contain him just at the moment. Back-to-back 6s. Slip goes down to 3rd man. So there's a keeper, a gully and a bowler, and everyone else is on the fence.
8 for 216. 8 for 216. Here comes Seals. Where will Cummins go here? It's full, and he swings and he misses. So he's on to 24 now of 15 balls. This you don't see it often or say it ever in Test cricket. This is still the 3rd session on day 1, and this is declaration batting.
Yeah, it is. Good slower ball change up by Seals. He's a good thinker. Deceived Cummins in that delivery. Cummins now 24 of 15. How valuable is that? It just boosting these runs up in a really rapid time. Still 20 overs remain in the day. I don't think we're going to see all of those, but lots of bowling to be done by Australia.
Seals this time wider. Cummins just swings and misses. It's a bit of a wild heave this time from the Australian captain, Jaden Seals, who's given send-offs to Steve Smith and Mitchell Starc. Now, after being hit for a couple of 6s by Cummins, I'm sure he's already thinking, if I can only get him out the next 2 balls, what will my send-off be? I think he has it planned. He's already given Pat Cummins a send-off and been reprimanded for it earlier in the series. So Australia flying in this session, but West Indies have 5 wickets as well. Jaden Seals over the wicket, goes past the umpires, Cummins swings, this time gets back. Could it be caught? Yes, he's just hold out.
Yeah.
Straight down Longhorn's throat, and Seals keeps his cool. So no send-off.
Well.
And it is Anderson the fielder? Yes, it is. So he picks up his first catch in Test cricket and Cummins is declared. So Australia, I think, have declared, have they?
No, the Hoff's coming out.
No, but I think, well, here we go. No, I think he's asked, no. So they have...
No.
Yeah, for a second I just thought he turned around and asked Scott Boland to follow him. And then he just had a quick chat with Josh Hazlewood. This innings is not long for this world. So Pat Cummins, vital knock, 24 of 17 balls. The kind of cameo he played in Barbados to drag the West Australian innings to 180. So Seals has picked himself up a third wicket on the tyre power scoreboard, winter safety scale. Australia now just 1 wicket away, 9 for 216.
Well, certainly declaration is well in the play, as you said, Bharat, but they've sent Hazlewood out there. Scott Boland was unsure. And I think Hazlewood paused as he's coming down the stairs. What do you want to do, Skipper? We're going to go ahead? Yep, we are. Whatever runs they can get, they will. And there's a ball to go. Maybe it's another over. Look, it's destined to finish up pretty quick, one way or the other. And, well, it is a lively last session. 6 wickets now falling. It's been quite remarkable.
Yeah, Australia could still get 40 minutes at the West Indies if this innings concludes now, as Seals finishes his over. Hazlewood round the wicket, and Hazlewood has smacked that for 4. That came off the bat, and before you could even blink, that was near the point boundary. Probably the hardest hit boundary in Hazlewood's career. He's moved on to 4. The end of that over, 9 for 220 Australia. Wow.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Welcome back to SEN Test cricket. I'm still just recovering from that boundary. He's hit. That's his zone, Josh Hazlewood, through backward point, but I don't think he's hit a cricket ball harder than that. So Shamar Joseph now to try to wrap up this innings. He's charging in from the holding end over the wicket to Boland, who just guides it through the gap for 4. So runs continue to just flow for Australia. The wickets are falling, runs are coming. Shamar Joseph's frustrated with Roston Chase. He wants another slip fielder in there. There's one gap between second slip and gully, and to Scott Boland's credit, he played it pretty nicely as well.
This is signature Boland. This is what he's got, a great forward defence, a back foot defence, and can he glide through there? He's done it for years at the MCG for Victoria, and he gets the opportunity, and sure enough, that gully's gone fine. Be careful, he hits him on the other side as well. He will use the bowler's pace against him.
9 for 224. Shamar Joseph charging in again. Over the wicket, goes past the umpire. Boland ducks in. Well done, Shea Hope. So they will go across for a bye, but Hope had to put in the dive. He's already taken a sensational catch earlier today, and he keeps it to just 1 bye. So Australia 9 for 225. Scott Boland, that boundary moved on to 5. Well, he played that glide quite a bit and successfully in Edgbaston a couple of years ago. Bryce came in as night watchman in that run chase, ended up playing a vital hand. So this is classic pink ball Test cricket. Things happen differently in this format of Test cricket. So Shamar now around the wicket to Josh Hazlewood. Goes past the umpire. Hazlewood swings and he hits it in the air in the gap. Oh no, he hasn't. It's gone straight to hand. So well done, Alzarri Joseph. Just for a second, felt like that would end up in no man's land as well. It doesn't. Alzarri makes up good ground. He takes the catch. Shamar Joseph ends with figures of 4 for 33. And Australia, after a chaotic hour of batting, have been bowled out for 225. But you could see the fast bowlers have charged off. So in 10 minutes, they'll be back out on the field. They'll get 40 minutes at the West Indians. We still don't know who's going to open. Michael Louis and John Campbell have been off the field for quite a while. But Bryce McGain, Australia wouldn't mind this. Hazelwood hit 1-4 in that direction to start his innings. This time just got it in the air and long enough for Alzari to come around and take the catch.
Absolutely. How often has Hazelwood been caught on the boundary on his second delivery at deep backward point? Probably never ever, and it probably won't happen again, but it was situational batting by Australia in this last session. 7 wickets have fallen, but even since Steve Smith went out there, they were going to go hard and score as many as they could, as fast as they can. 225. They seem satisfied with it. Everyone's bouncing around. They can't wait to bowl now.
Yeah, on the replay screen, Chemist Warehouse replay screen, save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Alzari Joseph, who was off the field, did nicely to come around and take that catch. So 225 all out Australia on the top scoreboard. Winter safety sale. Steve Smith top scoring with 48, 46 for Cam Green. A bunch of 20s in the middle order. Shamar Joseph 4 wickets. Justin Graves did a great job, 3 for 56. Jaden Seals 3 wickets, 2 send-offs. And we'll just take a bit of some short break here on SEN Test Cricket. When we are back, it'll be time for the West Indies. And now it's Operation Seek and Destroy. You've seen it before in pink ball cricket. Declarations often come around this time. 40 minutes is what Australia will have at the West Indians. So a day that started very slowly in terms of run rate. Australia scratched around. It wasn't easy against the new ball. Usman Khawaja had to fight hard. So did Sam Constis, Cam Green. He was scoring it just over 1 and over for large parts of the first session. The scoring rate picked up in the second session. Wickets fell. But after the dinner break, I think the decision was taken in the Australian camp that we're just going to come, hammer and tongs, throw caution to the wind, get whatever runs we can. And the West Indies didn't back down. They kept attacking the stumps, and Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals did the job. So 7 wickets between them as the umpires tried out Bryce McGain. We're listening to us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. My name is Bharat Sundaresan, and I've got former Australian leg spinner and overall good guy Bryce McGain with me.
Thank you, Bharat. I appreciate that. Wickets 4 to Shamar. Jaden Seals again didn't start the best, but really got into his work later. Helped wrap up that tail. 7 wickets in this final session. We're still in it. And Australia, well, they probably get their dream now as well. They get to bowl in this evening session when it is very clear conditions are at their most lively. So they've done all their warm-ups. The slips cordon have taken some catches. The bowlers have bowled deliveries. The support staff are getting all their kit off the ground, and it is all systems go for an Australian onslaught with the ball in hand. And you know who they got to face first up? The best pink ball bowler in the world, Mitchell Starc.
In his 100th test as well. Milestone test for Mitchell Starc. What an achievement. Only the second Australian fast bowler to get this far. He's had his critics and detractors throughout his career, but he's always come up with the goods. And he will be bowling to a makeshift pair for the West Indies. So it's Brandon King and young Kevlin Anderson on debut who will be opening the batting for West Indies. They weren't listed as the openers for this test match. Michael Louis, who left the field after injuring his knee, hobbled off the field, hobbled up the steps. And then John Campbell, who has opened in every test so far in this series, copped a blow just under his throat. Steve Smith, full-blooded sweep while he was fielding at short leg. He left the field as well. That happened in back-to-back overs. So if it wasn't going to be tough and difficult already for the West Indies, now they have 2 guys who've never opened in test cricket. 1 guy playing his 3rd test, and young Kevlin Anderson, 24 years old, making his debut. He's supposed to bat at number 3, but now he's at the non-strikers end. He's opening the batting against Mitchell Starc with a pink ball.
Isn't that extraordinary? What a welcome into test cricket. He was scheduled to bat in at 3. He's out there opening. And Brandon King, who's been pretty impressive. He's shown a fair bit in the first couple of tests. He's out there opening as well. 3 slips gully. Fine legs down there, and Pat Cummins goes into a backward square catcher. A very square gully there. So it is all-out attack. And it's going to be Mitch Stark.
Yep.
From the Courtney Walsh end.
Nobody's taken more wickets in the first over than Mitchell Stark. Test cricket, definitely not with the pink ball. Here we go, Mitchell Stark over the wicket. Goes past the umpire. And John Clear's loud appeal. Stand down. Just felt like it was going down. The pads, but he's on the money. No surprises there. He's been on the money for 99 test matches. And given the new ball, shiny pink Dukes, he's never bowled one before in test cricket.
The pink Dukes? No, he's done all his damage with a pink Kookaburra. And I think he really enjoyed bowling with the pink Dukes the other night.
Oh, yeah.
It was going all round the place. So sometimes you've just got to rein it back in, and the expectations, just keep bowling the good balls.
Here comes Stark over the wicket. King on strike, and he somehow jams it down. Not very convincing. It's not going to be easy. The ball just dribbled towards the cover region. Steve Smith was on it, and you can feel it. You can sense it in the energy within the Australian camp. They know it. They have to make the most of this 40 minutes. They need 3 or 4 wickets to show for their ultra-aggressive approach with the bat in this session. It was all designed for this, to employ an all-out assault on the West Indians. And Mitchell Stark in his 100th test. 3rd ball of the over. Over the wicket, past the umpire to King. And King just does it nicely, gets it past Pat Cummins' square leg. So he's off the mark. Hazelwood comes around from fine leg. So he's safe at the other end. And spare a thought for 24-year-old Kevlin Anderson from the island of Guyana. I found out a couple of days ago that he's making his test debut. Got the test cap from Craig Brathwaite, who's been dropped from the team. Was scheduled to bat at number 3. He would have been out there on the field so he wouldn't have even known that he was going to open the batting Bryce till he went back to the dressing room. And here he is. He's marked his guard. He's ready. Open stance. Mitchell Stark. First ball in test cricket for Anderson. Here goes Stark. Bowls and he's hit on the pads. A loud appeal. And he survived the first ball. He had no idea about it. It's leg by.
I think it's definitely going down leg side. It won't be reviewed at all.
He's just doing too much at the moment for Stark. Stark's still standing there with his hands on his hips. So Cummins and Alex Carey get into a bit of a huddle, but no. So I think it'll be, when we see the replay here, Bryce, it'll be similar to what we saw in the first ball.
Yeah, he's got the big angled seam for the big in-swinger. He's pumped, he's all over it. That would have been missing another set down leg side, but the Australians are up and about, and as Stark just works out the angle and the release point to get that on target, it's going to be very difficult. Of course, he's most dangerous early on with that in-swinger to the right-hander, but the ball that nips away, those slips will be licking their chops at the moment. This is really tough batting conditions.
Well, King has 2 balls to survive. This ball lands on off-stump, you can expect it to knock out off-stump. And it's wide of off-stump, and King just shoulders arms. And I base it purely on the nervy start from King and Anderson, and Brandon King as well. Yes, he's just playing his 3rd test. He's got a lot of experience in first-class cricket. He wouldn't have known he's going to open the batting either. He's been batting number 4. Did a good job in the first innings in Grenada. Got himself to 75. Now Stark. So the 5th delivery just held its line. Went through to the keeper. Still get this feeling if you can just land it on off stump, shape it back in, King could be in all sorts of trouble. Here we go. Last ball of the over. Stark to King, and King gets bat on ball. Well done, Brandon King. Somehow the West Indian openers have survived. Stark lets King know that he's lucky. So none for 2. Roston Chase, the West Indian captain, padded up now to come in number 3. and soon be time for Josh Hazelwood. None for two after 1 over.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
All right, Sabina Park. It's been a party atmosphere here in Kingston. Saturday night, performers, former greats of the game, they're all here and they're all looking out to the middle where Josh Hazelwood comes in over the wicket to Anderson. Bowls and he gets it nicely through point. Off the mark in Test cricket, the young man. He will feel a lot better about life just about now. So there was short bit of width to set up and just guided it nicely through the gap. So he's off the mark. Gets himself a couple of runs and none for 4 West Indies.
Nice shot. 4 slips and a gully. Set up for Hazelwood and a short leg as well. They're expecting something off the outside edge, I think, Bharat.
Yeah, you'd think so. Here comes Hazelwood. And nicely defended by Anderson. It cannot be easy. Not sure how much pink ball cricket he would have played. And he's up against the best in the world. The best ever with the pink ball. Stark and Hazelwood. Hazelwood obviously famously bowled India out for 36 at the Adelaide Oval back in December 2020.
We'd hazard a guess that Kevlin Anderson has not played any pink ball cricket. Just 23 first-class games, averaging 44.
Hazelwood over the wicket to Anderson, and Anderson leaves alone. Nicely done. That's what they need. They need to show some fight here, the West Indies. The batting has really let down the bowling repeatedly in this Frank Worrell Trophy series. And it doesn't get tougher than this. The Pink Dukes, we've seen what it does under lights. The last 2 days we've been here watching training. The Australians are aware of that, which is why they just went berserk in this last session, got themselves to 225. Now it's over to Stark and Hazelwood to make damage. And here comes Hazelwood to Anderson, who just gets out of harm's way down the leg side. Nicely done by Alex Carey behind the wicket. So just slightly offline from Josh Hazelwood. And yeah, one way West Indies can negate Australia's plans, put a spanner in the works, is by ensuring they don't lose more than 1 wicket tonight. And then they'll get a few hours, 2 sessions in daylight tomorrow. Hazelwood, 5th ball of the over, goes past Nitin Menon, and Anderson leaves alone. So some interest in the slip quadrants. The slip quadrant: Khawaja first slip, Webster, Constis, Green, and Mitch Stark.
Brett, you make a terrific point. The reward for getting through tonight in the next 32 minutes is the fact that you get to bat in the afternoon session, the first one up, and it has been pretty good batting conditions then. So there's a big reward to get through this. It doesn't get any harder than this. This is as hard as Test cricket can get in these conditions.
And the debutant on strike. 1 ball to go in the Hazelwood over. Nicely just dug it out through the point region. Is going for the big booming drive. Eventually managed to make sure that the ball didn't sneak through. So he picks himself up a single. He moves to 3. He moves to the other end where Stark will run in. So after 2 overs, West Indies none for 5. They're surviving.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
The grandstand is buzzing here at Sabina Park, Kingston, Jamaica. Mitchell Starc is buzzing with the pink ball in his hand. He charges in over the wicket to Anderson, who leaves alone. So outside off stump, quite close to off stump. That did swing back in quite a bit. But just 7 balls for this young man, but he's looking very cool. I'm sure a lot of butterflies in the stomach. But in a way, maybe it'll work out in his favor, Bryce. He doesn't have to sit in the dressing room and think about batting. He's right there in the heat of the battle.
Indeed. Small in stature. Looks like he's got small men's pads on. Really little pads.
He's well built. The pads do look very small as Starc charges in. Oh my God. I think the bat came down a couple of minutes after it had gone past it. So to start getting this pink ball to talk already. The line was right, maybe just outside off stump. It came back in and then just held its line. And Kevlin Anderson didn't have too much of a clue.
No, he had his bat out wide and it came in as he went to, I guess, play at the ball right across the line, but the ball had long gone. It nipped between bat and pad and over the top of off stump. So Starc, he's got his radar on song now. Look out for the pads and the one that goes across.
Here he comes. And he bowls. And down the pitch and down. Big appeal. Oh, he slips and falls. He's in trouble here. Oh, all sorts. And he's been hit by the ball here.
He's been tagged.
Steve Smith has his hand up. A lot happened without much actually transpiring in the end. So Kevlin Anderson walked at Mitchell Starc on debut. Don't forget, Starc playing his 100th test. Got hit on the pads.
He's had his feet knocked out from him. Ball swinging down leg. Boland picks up. He has a ping at the stumps. And where does it brand him? Went underneath. Got him on the arm. Went under the body as he was in a horizontal dive, and it just clipped his arm. He may have been in some real serious trouble in making his ground if it had slipped underneath.
Could have been in there. It was definitely going down the pad. So baptism by fire for young Kevlin Anderson. Here comes Starc. And he bowls over the wicket. Anderson misses everything. That was very nervy from Anderson. He was trying to play the big booming cover drive. Full in-swinger from Mitchell Starc. Just missed off stump.
Oh, Bharat, he's given that the works. Imagine Starc, you can picture it, early, big swing, seam angled into the right-hander. It hooped in and just missed the off stump. The rookie, Kevlin Anderson, he's chewing that gum like mad. Not the casual stuff you remember from Viv Richards, the swagger. This has been chewed a million miles an hour.
Yeah, he's going to swallow it soon. Here comes Starc from over the wicket. And down the pitch again, and he misses everything.
How are these not hitting the stumps?
Just doing too much. I think it's just doing too much, Bryce McGain. How about Kevlin Anderson? He's walking at Mitchell Starc. Oh, just shaved off stump.
Look, there's a gap between bat and pad. You can actually get a truck through there. And he's trying to drive them on the up through the offside, and the ball is hooping back into him. He's on limited time if he keeps trying to that ploy to Mitch Starc.
Yeah,
he's trying to fight fire with fire. The adrenaline's pumping through his veins. He's got to settle down.
Yeah, feels like a matter of time at this moment. Last ball of the over. Mitchell Starc charges in past the umpire. Anderson drives outside his off stump and is beaten. So he survives another over. He smiles. The young man, as Mitchell Starc, just kind of reminds him, hang on, this is my 100th test. I've done this before.
151.7.
None for 5. It's all happening here at Sabina Park. 3 overs, and replacing me will be Adam White.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes as Josh Hazlewood approaches again. Bowls to King, who's pushing forward in defence. Bat and pad close together, looking very comfortable is Brandon. He was very good in Grenada, and he started solidly here. Even though he's only made one and he's only faced 6 balls, it looks assured.
It couldn't get more difficult for the West Indies, you'd think. That's just still me, Bharat Sundaresan. I've just jumped to the next chair, if you're wondering.
And I'm still here too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. We're all still here. Adam White's in the big chair.
That's right. Hazlewood bowls here to King, who's lobbing it up on the onside. It just evaded Travis Head. Bat pad.
Pink ball under new lights. These players have very little experience of playing against the pink ball. It's the Pink Dukes. Stark and Hazlewood, the 2 best ever with the pink ball. And your 2 openers are knocked out, so they're off the field. So you have a makeshift opening batting combination. One of them is on debut. He was supposed to bat 3. And your captain, who generally bats 5 and who's not had a great series, is padded up and will bat at 3.
But the thing is, and I heard you two talking about this, the bounty on getting through this next 25 minutes,
this reward,
and being none down with a daylight, no, 2 sessions of daylight. It's
on a good wicket then.
Hazlewood bowls here to King, his shoulders, arms, that's wide of the off stump. Because Australia didn't necessarily throw wickets away, but one of the reasons why they batted so quickly was, get runs quickly, but also we want to bowl tonight. So if they don't get any reward from that, it's almost like a bit wasted the way they batted towards the end.
Oh, it's a massive backfire then, you'd think. They'll still back themselves with the pink ball tomorrow, but if they don't get 3 wickets in the next 24 minutes.
I think 3 is the number that they would have wanted. Hazlewood again, bowling to King, who again is leaving outside off stump, and Carey having to almost take that one in front of Khawaja at first slip low down. Stays at no wicket for 5.
Well, the ball's nearly doing too much for Hazlewood. He's still trying to get his radar on song, where King is just simply getting his head in line with off stump. If it's moving away, I'll just let it go. If I need to defend my stumps, I've got a great forward defence. He uses his feet well. He looks really calm.
Yeah, he does. It's calm and assured.
Yeah, it is. He's the business.
3 slips and a gully and a bat pad. They're the catches. Hazlewood a bit closer to the stumps, and King's driving through the offside out towards the rope. It's a chase for Constas, and it's a chase he is not going to win. That is a terrific boundary there to Brandon King. He's up to 5, no wicket for 9.
Well, that's been a feature of his batting throughout this series, even going back to his first innings in Test cricket. He pulled off some outstanding drives through square point, through cover, even through mid-off on a couple of occasions.
He's the one West Indian batter that's picked up the length immediately, and full length. It's not suspicious. I'll go drive it.
Last ball of the over. Hazlewood bowls it on the pad, and that spits out on the onside past Travis Head. They'll get a leg by. In fact, there's a bit of inside edge as well. Not a chance, but an anxious moment all the same. No wicket for 10. King 6, Anderson 3. We are commercial free all the way through until stumps on SEN Test cricket. That one jagging back a long way. Looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay, inside edge pad, and then away to the left of Travis Head. Not catchable.
So that means that we won't get to see Stark to Anderson, which was fun viewing in the previous over.
Depending on who you support. How's this, Bharat? 7 wickets have fallen in this session. So, at dinner, it was 3 down for 138, and it was just a sort of an average sort of day. We knew that it was coming, but we didn't perhaps quite expect this. Stark on the runway again. Past the umpire, he bowls to King, who's working it into the onside and getting a single to square leg. Again, calm, minimal fuss, a surety, and a single. He's up to 7. No wicket for 11.
Well, his first test on home soil. He started his career in Barbados and Grenada. So, proud Jamaican Brandon King. So we saw him doing a lot of media in the lead up to this test. He was on every TV station I saw. And then John Campbell. So big moment for him as well. But yeah, like he has throughout the series, just looks chilled. No stress.
Absolutely. Okay, here's the challenge for Anderson. Mitch Starc approaches, bowls. Anderson, it's bowled! That's it. It's over. And Mitchell Starc in his 100th test does what he does so often with a pink ball. He takes the opening wicket. He sets the tone. Anderson out for 3. Starc with the wicket. The West Indies 1 for 11.
Your heart goes out to Kevlin Anderson. He's been playing with that big gap between bat and pad. Survived 6 balls somehow in the previous over. 3 balls just shaved off stump. And it felt like it was just a matter of time. And Mitchell Starc just says, "See ya, mate." You could just lip read him there. And you do feel for Anderson on debut. Wasn't supposed to open the batting. But he's gone. And we still don't know who's going to bat number 3. So it looks like Roston Chase was just waiting at the top of the balcony to see if somebody else walks out.
That's exactly right. He was just checking to see whether he was going to get some help, but it isn't to be the case. So Anderson out, and Roston Chase comes to the middle, the captain. He's got 19 minutes to last. He would normally be batting 5, but in an extraordinary set of circumstances, both batting openers, injured, leaving the ground fielding. It's just been one of those days. There was a bit of an inside edge onto the stumps, but as Bryce McGain said, you could drive a truck between batting the last over, and it was the case there. So Warwican was almost ready to go as the night watchman, but Chase has gone out there. So your man, Roston Chase.
Oh, yes. Is his dad on the line?
Yes, his dad is on the line. He just started the call.
Now, I'll tell you a very funny thing, Bharat. When we got in the lift last night, guess who went into the lift with myself and Andrew Mason? There's 1,000 people staying in the hotel. Who was the one person that got in the lift? Roston Chase.
Could you cut the tension with a knife?
Oh, could you? Andrew Mason, who I thought was, muscular in his commentary, he put his head down and would not get eye contact with Roston.
Also, no words were exchanged.
Here we go. Mitchell Starc to Roston Chase. In he comes. Chase is back and across, defending away on the offside. It was very funny.
You backed down from a challenge?
Can you imagine that?
You were getting old.
Very soft, yes.
You were getting soft and old.
I was sleepy, actually, as well. Yes, it was funny. Very funny. As soon as I opened it, here's Roston Chase. He looked at me, I looked at him, and that was about it.
Looked at the floor.
Well, it's better Roston than his dad.
Yes. When the doors opened, I thought, imagine if Roston... It is.
He was there, yeah.
1 for 11, halfway through Mitchell Starc's over. Chase on strike. Starc bowls. Chase hit on the pad. A big appeal. The umpire says no. Pitched outside leg stump probably. Maybe going down leg. A big appeal, as you'd expect, late in the day, early in the night.
Well, he doesn't like going forward. I'm sure his dad is listening.
Not again. I'm not answering his dad's call again.
Andrew, I'll defend Roston Chase, and I hope his dad's listening. He's gone out there.
Yes, he has.
I mean, he did wait to see him.
But he still went out there.
Yes. He took his time to get up there.
I don't think he realized the camera was on him.
Yeah.
You ready, mate? Come on, you ready?
No. Yeah. Okay. I've got to go out there. Still 2 balls left in the over. Starc on the way. Bowls to Chase, who's back and across and pushing out defensively to point. Travis Head does the fielding. No run, dot ball.
Yeah, just going back to the young man on debut too. Yeah. What could he have done? I mean, he just was thrown into the deepest of ends.
You know what he should have done? He should have limped around like the others and had the bat tonight.
And he was walking at Mitchell Starc. He walked at him every single ball in the previous over. Walked at him again, and this time all Stark needed to do was get his length slightly right, and there was it. See, Ahmed, like I said.
3 slips in a gully, last ball of the over. Stark bowls to Chase, who's beaten on the inside, caught on the crease. He tried to get across, and he missed the ball, and he has a big smile on his face as he stared down Mitchell Stark. Over bowled, a successful one there for the Centurion. Mitchell Stark, 3 overs, 1 for 2. And the West Indies 1 for 11, and we've got 15 minutes left.
They would want to lose any wickets, many more wickets tonight. Very important from their perspective. Losing Anderson, you're right about the wicket. I mean, he really was a walking wicket there, really, and then lost the stumps. Unfortunate the way he had to go, but that's part of cricket.
So Pat Cummins, he's going to have a go from the Headley stand end. His first ball to King, has King up on his toes, pushing on the back foot to Constas at point, no run.
Yeah, Hazelwood did struggle with the swing, didn't he, with the movement, a bit too wide. Brandon King was in trouble, finally got his line right, or attacked the stumps with the last ball. So Pat Cummins, well, whose decision it was, you would think as captain to enforce the...
Noticed anything with the cordon? Have a look. Something a bit different.
3 tall men there. Stark. He was at a second gully in the first 2 Hazelwood overs. Now he's the sole gully. Webster and Green in that second and third.
Cummins rushing in past the umpire bowls to King, who's beaten, pushing forward. The ball seams away and misses the outside edge. So my point is that they've gone actually with Stark as the gully, and Constas has been pushed out to point. Now, in the first 2 matches, generally speaking, we've had Constas in the cordon because Smith was missing from the first test altogether, and he's still out in the outfield in Test 3 as he was in Test 2. But they've tried Constas a few times in the third position, but they're not doing it here.
Yeah, it was Inglis in the first test and Constas in the second.
Cummins again, a bit wider on the crease, bowling to King, hot on the pad, pushing forward, hit outside the line, maybe a bit of inside edge as well. You could see King try to almost smother it as much as he could, trying to lunge forward, keeping his bat and pad close together.
King had to really fight through one of those very challenging Pat Cummins spells in the last test to then go on to earn the right to make runs, made 75. This is not going to be easy. So Pat Cummins, unlike Hazelwood, on the money. Just feel like he's got a wicket in him tonight.
It does feel like that. Cummins bowls to King, who jams down on it, squeezing it out forward of square leg and taking a single. Goes past head. And it's fielded by Hazelwood, who trots around from mid-on to do the fielding. So 1 for 12, the West Indies, trailing by 213. Australia, about half an hour ago, dismissed for 225 in their first innings, having won the toss and elected to bat. So batting first in all 3 test matches. The West Indies 1 for 12 with 2 balls left in this Cummins over and 12 minutes left in the day. Roston Chase yet to score. Cummins bowls and Chase pushes forward. Gets the nod from Andrew Mason. Happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy, very happy with that. What about the lights, Bharat? They're pretty okay?
They still look dark. There's
Are you sure?
couple of dark patches.
Okay.
Right under where we are sat.
The hard part is that we've got tinted windows in here that have kind of melted in the heat, and there's dust and grime and all sorts of things, so it's hard for us to really comment from where we are.
Yeah, indeed.
Cummins, last ball of the over, bowls, and Chase is up tall, pushing defensively to mid-on. Over bowled, 1 for 12 after 6. King 8, Chase no score.
In my defence, I'm basing my statement about dark patches came based on what I saw from the outside, not from the. Obviously, from here it looks like I said, it looks like they're playing in street light.
It'd be interesting to get that report tomorrow, because there's been a lot of talk about it. In fact, a couple of days ago there was a situation where the president was not even sure, but the lights are up, and let's see what they say tomorrow.
I tell you what I will say. I went for a walk around before. The atmosphere is sensational in this stand,
and a pretty decent crowd. I mean,
it's a shame they're not in the Headley stand to sort of but they're packed in this side, and it really does look sensational and feels good. Stark and you over, bowling to King, who's back and across, pushing back to the bowler, full face of the bat. It really feels like a carnival atmosphere.
It does, and the music's going. There have been so many performers. I was walking around during the dinner break. They had a couple of musicians. They had a stage set up on level 3, just not too far from where we sat. So they had live bands going. It feels like there's a DJ or a musician in every corner of Sabina Park right now.
Yeah,
it's a different feel to the first 2 Test matches. It just feels different. A bit more intense. Stark over the wicket bowling and beating the outside edge of King, who tentatively pushed forward.
I was told that for the first 3 days they've sold about 10,000 tickets. That's what I was told. But I mean, it's a decent crowd. I mean, it's a pretty huge stand, and perhaps maybe 3,000 or so. It's difficult to tell, but I think the crowd is pretty good.
Quite a few have left.
They've left, huh?
Yeah, they have.
Okay, after Australia got bowled out.
I'm not sure, but there's definitely not as many here as there was. As I sort of
and a tremendous atmosphere, right about the atmosphere. Always good. In fact, it's one of my favourite grounds to do cricket, Sabina Park.
We've got a terrific view where we are, apart from the window issue. Stark again bowls over the wicket, and King drops his hands on that one as the ball angled across.
Well, we've been told that tomorrow the problem with the glass will be solved.
Are they going to wash it, or are they going to peel away the tint?
The lady says she's coming at 7 o'clock.
Could she peel away the tint?
I think so, if that happens.
I think they're going to take the glass off. Just the way he said the problem with the glass will be gone. Andrew Mason can make things disappear.
There is nothing that Andrew Mason can't do, and I've discovered that over the last 3 weeks. I've been talking about Andrew for many, many years.
He needs to find me a second-hand fridge. I'll tell him off air about it.
I'll do it tonight, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Stark bowls here. Hit on the pad was King trying to flick it away. They'll get a leg by to forward square leg, and they'll very nearly get overthrows, but Steve Smith did extremely well backing up with a throw coming in from Cummins, who actually puts up his hand and says sorry with that throw. 1 for 13, King 8, Chase yet to score. We've still got to find our way out of the car park tonight, because it was a little bit like Tetris, trying to get the car into a spot. Now we sort of took the gamble, Bharat, that we'll probably be one of the last to leave, so the spaces will open up. Because
that is a very.
I think we should come early tomorrow. A bit earlier tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we weren't
Sunday, more people will come tomorrow.
Yes, it's a Saturday night here in Kingston, Jamaica, or a Sunday morning, nearly lunchtime back in Australia on the eastern seaboard. 1 for 13. Stark again bowls, and Chase is playing okay. Minimal footwork, but found the middle of the bat, pushing out on the offside to extra cover, and there is no runs. It stays at 1 for 13.
When I see him in the elevator tonight, I say, well done, JC. Yes, he's covered right across and just playing the ball up towards that mid-off field. And as I said earlier, it's very important they don't lose another wicket before the close. Australia will be looking to get at the scalp, and really the man's 100th Test matches really look very good, very threatening, as usual. Stark.
West Indies have to just lose 1 wicket tonight. They'll take it with both hands.
I think so, yeah. And if he's lost 2-3,
Stark closer to the stumps, bowling and runs here for Chase. Again, just a single in the end, and again, no real footwork from Moroston Chase, but getting that single means he keeps the strike at the end of the over. 1 for 14 after 7 overs. King on 8. Chase getting off the mark there with that single with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, you're right about that last shot. No footwork at all. In fact, when he played it, there was a gap between bat and bat, but somebody got the ball out towards the cover area, and got a run. One or two challenges King has had. He's played a lovely flowing drive through cover, but so far I think he's handled the situation pretty well. 14 for 1, Anderson gone for 3. But as I said, it's really important these two can really fight it out for the next couple remaining minutes. Here's Cummins.
Yes, so Cummins from the George Headley stand end or the Michael Holding end. Bustling in, bowling to Chase, who leaves outside off stump. So we talked about this, Andrew, that we kind of thought 3 wickets was what the Australians wanted, and you know the West Indies would have taken, I think, 1 down, so 2 was kind of parity. But I tell you what, if they can get to stumps 1 down, they'll feel good about things going back to the hotel.
There's no question about that. No question, particularly when Anderson got out with Chase to come, and of course King could easily have been 20 for 3, but got to give them credit. They're trying to fight under the lights at Sabina.
Cummins again, closer to the stumps. Chase driving, it's knocked down by Cummins. They'll get 1, they'll come back for 2, it won't quite get to the rope. So Cummins certainly getting that hand up, sort of thrust it up high as it bounced down into the pitch. It was firmly struck by Chase. It stopped 2 because they got 2, but it would have gone for 4 had he not got a hand to it. 1 for 16. Chase on 3, King on 8.
Positive drive, ball pitched up. He was onto the front foot very early. And despite Cummins getting his hand to it, was hit so powerful it went very close to the boundary.
Chase on 3, waits for Cummins. 3 slips a gully about pad. Cummins bowls. Chase pushing comfortably off the front foot into Constas at point.
Yeah, he looks solid in defence, getting right across the line. It was just a bit shortish. I think Cummins may want a ball a little fuller. He's got 3 slips in the gully, and Chase didn't have any difficulty at all in guiding that square in the offside.
Kingston Cricket Club members and guests are watching very closely here. There's some tension out there at the Cricket Club, watching the West Indians go about their business late in the day. Cummins bowls. Chase pushing forward from the stumps, up to mid-off in defensive mode. This is good. Can he continue? We've got 2 balls left in this over and 1 more until stumps.
Yeah, talking about the Kingston Cricket Club, Lawrence Rowe was there today. In fact, he's still very much there. And of course, a hero here in Jamaica. Would have played all of his cricket here at Sabina Park. And I know he now lives in the States, but he actually told me a couple of weeks ago he's coming back for this test match. So good to have Yago Rowe back in Jamaica.
We're going to get him up here.
Yeah, I will try and do that tomorrow.
Cummins bowling here to Chase, who leaves outside off stump. It either has to be today, tomorrow or the next day. I'm not sure it'll go much longer than that.
Yes. It's so difficult to bat in the lights. Have been such top-class bowlers. I mean, when you got a Cummins, you got a Stark, a Hazelwood, and Bolden, of course. And they would have brought him into the side simply because pink ball under the lights, that would have influenced the decision. So it's going to be very difficult for batting. Australia made 225.
1 more ball left here for Roston to negotiate from Pat Cummins. Hustles in, bowls, Chase, forward, right in on the stumps, defending back to the bowler. The captain does well. So 1 over to go. Who will bowl the last over as well? That's a consideration here. It won't be Nathan Lyon. He's not playing. It will be Scott Boland.
Yeah, I think this will be the 9th over, and before you bowl the first, I'm sure Australia, given 9 overs under the lights, would have been looking at least for about 3 or 4 wickets, maybe 3.
Well, particularly considering both openers are unavailable because of the injuries.
So, in the circumstances, you've got to give some credit to King and to Chase. I mean, they've had their moments, but generally to have stuck it out under the lights, it's a pretty decent performance so far.
So King has faced 20 balls, Chase has faced 14, and it will be Brandon King on strike for the last over, at least at the start of the over, and Scott Boland, it'll be his first over of the series, coming into the team at the expense of Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, bit of a surprise. West Indies played 2 spinners, which was a bit of a surprise as well. The captain Chase and left arm spinner Warrican.
3 slips, a gull in a bat pad. Scott Boland on his way from the Courtney Walsh end. He bowls his first ball of the series to King, and it's outside off stump, and King leaves it alone.
And the crowd getting behind King. You know, he's a Jamaican. And it's good to see that they're supporting him. It was worthy off stump, and it was very confident as it was away from just allow the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. So 5 to come now.
His heart will be pounding here,
so,
King.
yeah.
He'd be desperate to be there tomorrow, as you said, to play in front of his home crowd, knowing he's in form after runs in Grenada. He waits for Boland on the runway, past the umpire, bowls, and King leaves again. Good seam, good bounce. Carey taking that at chest high.
He also plays for this club as well, the Kingston Cricket Club, one of the top clubs in Jamaica. So he's at home, Brandon King.
So he'd know the conditions.
One would think so.
You'd hope so.
Yeah. But it's not been bad at all. It's been the best so far for the series. I think comfortably as well.
Yeah, I mean,
challenges in Barbados and in Grenada.
The pitch wasn't the reason why the Australians could only get 225. Boland here to King. King pushing forward. That was a good delivery. King was sort of half forward, defending bat and pad close together and into the offside, but it wasn't a half volley.
Yeah, Boland decided there to attack the stumps. Remember, the first ball was wide, and King would have been happy to have allowed it to go by. He's an experienced bowler, and attacking the stumps. That's the way to go.
3 balls left on day 1 here at Sabina Park. 3 balls to survive. Boland on his way to King, who leaves, and that one jagged back, and Carey had to quickly dart to his left to take with 2 hands.
Yeah, but the thing about King there was that he knows where his off stump is, and he came across. I thought he handled it quite comfortably. It was a bit wideish, and was happy to have allowed to go by to be taken. But actually in this series, I mean, in Barbados, he started well, then lost his off stump. But in Grenada, that 75 was a good knock. I thought he played very well.
Yeah, it was a very
lovely
good
shots.
Yep, it was. He taps away at his crease. 2 balls left. Scotty Boland is on his approach. He bowls, and it's left, and that one very nearly crashed into the stumps. It didn't quite get up as much as the one before. The Cordner have got big smiles on their faces. They would have been even bigger smiles had it hit the stumps, but it was all that, how did he leave that? How did that miss? Ooh. Went right back over middle stump.
Yeah, low to go. Man, he must be a mathematician. Here we go. Remember in Barbados, he left the ball and was bowled off stump.
Yes, there's just a bit more bounce here.
Yeah.
But that one was so close.
Yeah, over the top of the middle of the stump.
1 to go. Last ball of day 1 here at Sabina Park. Scott Boland comes in, bowls, and King is turning into the onside, and he survives. So the West Indies get the stumps at 1 for 16, with King on 8, Chase on 3, and a testing 40-minute period there for the West Indies. I think they have come out of that pretty well, considering neither opening batsman was available after getting injured in the field. The batsman to fall was that of Kevlin Anderson, who was out for 3. As I said, King 8, Chase 3. The West Indies 1 for 16. The new ball for Cobram Estate is coming up, but before we get to that, we'll go through the entire batting card for the Australian first innings. The West Indies bowlers. We'll go through all the issues with Bharat. We'll have to hear the highlights and an interview from downstairs as well. But I'm interested from a West Indian perspective, Andrew Mason. What did you think of that?
I would think it's a good day for the West Indies. They were able to restrict the Australians to 225. I thought the session, the last one, was a good one for them because the tail rallied in the 2 test matches. Could have been 275 in these conditions. So 225, good effort. Samar Joseph again got good support. And interestingly enough, when you look at King, 8 not out, but he faced as many as 26 balls. And in these conditions, to face 26 balls and come out still batting, I think it's a good effort. So overall, I would say that the West Indies had a pretty good first day.
I agree with you. I think they have. And also credit to Roston Chase, who might have been a little bit reluctant to go out there with 19 minutes to go, but he faced 14 balls.
Yeah.
I know he played and missed. I think he did quite well.
And he's there and hoping that those two injured players can be able to come out tomorrow. Chase, I thought, batted okay. I mean, he had his challenges with the balls jagging back and playing on the back foot, but survival is the key, and he did very well.
So before we go, just very quickly, for all the local Jamaicans that are listening here in Kingston, what is the message for cricket fans tomorrow?
Come out in your numbers. Sunday, go to church, go to the beach. The action starts at 1:30. The ticket prices are not high, so we invite everyone from Montego Bay in the north right to Ligony right here in New Kingston. Come to Sabina Park and watch some cricket.
And we heard the CEO from Cricket West Indies say everyone under 18 free.
Yes, indeed. So he was very much on television encouraging people to come. A decent crowd today, and I'll tell you why. Given what happened in Grenada and in Barbados, you would have been skeptical about people coming out, but indeed it was very good crowd today, maybe 3,000 or 4,000, and as I said, for the first 3 days they tell me that about 10,000 tickets have been sold. Well done in terms of the promotion from Jamaica.
Andrew, thank you for today. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Andrew Mason, he's got to hang around because he's got to drive us home, but that is the completion of day one. Don't forget the new ball to come for Cobram Estate. Australia all out for 225. In reply, the West Indies 1 for 16 here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica.
Follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all the highlights and behind-the-scenes action. Live from the Caribbean, Australia and the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket. Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria on SEN Cricket. This is the new ball.
G'day everybody and welcome to the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. You're with Adam White here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. The first day has been completed of this day-night test match with the pink ball, and as is always the case in pink ball cricket, things happen very, very quickly. Things started a little slowly after the first session where Australia were 1 for 50 at the first break. West Indies, though, 1 for 16 after 9 overs. Australia didn't declare, but they almost did in the sense that they just sort of slogged their way towards their compulsory closure. Well, they were all out in the end for 225, but they lost their last 7 wickets for 60-odd runs. So it went quick once they started to lose those wickets through the middle order. So Khawaja got 23, Consta 17, Green 46, Smith 48, Head 20, Webster 1, Carey 21, Cummins 24 from just 17 balls with 3 sixes. Stark without scoring. Boland was not out 5. Hazelwood the last to go for 4. Wickets, it was 4 to Joseph, it was 3 to Seals and 3 to Graves. So they were the wicket takers for the West Indies, but certainly the state of play sees Australia 225 all out. West Indies in reply 1 for 16. The state of play for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Belgravia Apparel has a new partnership with New Balance, delivering high-performance teamwear to the BBL and WBBL in season 25-26, which isn't too far away back in Australia. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Brett Sundaresan, I've been watching him downstairs doing an interview with one of the Australian players that you'll hear a little bit later on. We'll take a break and Brett will join me to go through all the issues of the day.
every Friday from 9. Morning Glory with Matty Johns.
You're doodling there.
Every second week.
And in cubes and all sorts of stuff. Three-dimensional.
I know, I am a doodler.
Yeah. Well, your reputation precedes you.
And I like to draw.
There's our promo line. Hey, listen.
Morning Glory with Matty Johns.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for work days and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit MaxlinerAustralia.com.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Everything grows better with nutrient water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with nutrient water.
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just won a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grace.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grace. Start bidding today on Grace.com.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
Hi, Ebony Theodosi from Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars. Our specialised SUV centre has over 100 SUVs on display for you to browse and test drive. So come and see us today. Everyone should own an SUV at least once in a lifetime. LMCT 8350.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria. On SEN Cricket, this is the new ball.
It is the new ball for for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you. Australia all out for 2.25 today after winning the toss and electing to bat. In reply, the West Indies 1 for 16 at stumps for the Australians. Steve Smith 48, Cameron Green 46. And for the West Indies, 4 for 33 for Shamar Joseph, 3 for 59 for Jaden Seals, and 3 for 56 for Justin Greaves. Cameron Green is the interview, so you'll hear that a little bit later on. Bharat Sundaresan, you are with me. Let's go all the way back to maybe even yesterday, but probably this morning, and then this afternoon. The whole trials and tribulations as to whether Nathan Lyon would play or would he not play. And when it was first sort of hinted from Pat Cummins that he might not, it had everyone talking. We are staying in the same hotel as the players, and we were sort of looking around trying to determine whether Nathan Lyon had a grumpy look on his face or was Scott Boland up and about eating extra breakfast, all these sorts of things. And we got to the toss and there was the change. And we kind of knew that when Scott Boland was marking his run-up and Nathan Lyon was kicking a soccer ball around and sitting on an esky. What was your initial reaction when you found out that Nathan Lyon was missing for the first time, when fit, since 2013?
Well, you were looking for him at breakfast because you guys are staying at the team hotel. I walked in for dinner last night at what I didn't realize was a fancy restaurant. My Rasta man taxi driver asked him for a local joint, and he sent me to probably the most expensive restaurant in Kingston, and the entire Australian team were there. So Nathan Lyon seemed to be in okay spirits, so they weren't giving anything away. Scott Boland seemed in usual Scott Boland mood, so not that you're going to make out what he was going through during dinner, but just looking at Nathan Lyon's body language today, it was odd. Not what he did was odd, just to see him in that high-vis vest, running drinks out, and for the first time in my time covering Australian cricket, he wasn't there checking out the pitch in each session break because he had nothing to do with the pitch because he wasn't playing. So going back to yesterday when Pat Cummins hinted that they weren't sure of their playing 11 and there could be changes, all of us, the print media and us, we got into a huddle and we saw this could be the only change that they could be contemplating, bringing in Boland for Lyon. And all of us, I think, went through, that makes sense, and I can't see it happen. But when we came here this morning, we were just doing our intro video, and we were just about to sign off, and I said, hang on, looks like Scott Boland is marking his run-up, and then we saw Nathan Lyon just kicking the soccer ball around. So odd, I think, just a new experience for all of us, unprecedented, unique, because even when he was dropped in 2013 Ashes, he wasn't he hadn't cemented himself in the team yet. So after all these years, he played 100 test matches from that point on till he got that injury at Lord's, and then he's played every test since coming back. So it was a new day in a way for someone covering Australian cricket, watching Australian cricket, a new day for Nathan Lyon himself, I would think. On the decision itself, we asked Cam Green that, so you'll hear his answer a bit later. But I can see where they're coming from. You can look at a couple of balls that Roston Chase turned and immediately say, bad decision, they should have played Nathan Lyon, look how much the pitch is turning. But I think the way Australia have approached this test match, and we'll talk about it, I'm sure, the batting in the last session, clearly they have decided this is not long for this world, this test match, so we need to really make the most of this ball in the conditions that we have. And yes, the ball did turn a couple of times for Roston Chase, but having looked at the West Indian batting lineup so far in the series, they don't even expect the innings to go that far. So to bring Boland in, and Boland, yes, he has a great record in Australia, but he has a terrific record with the pink ball as well. So I think it makes sense. And knowing Nathan Lyon, he always talks about doing anything for the team. Missing one test match, it would hurt, but I'm sure he'll get over it soon, or maybe he's already gotten over it. He was the one choosing the balls, that was kind of interesting as well.
So Tony Dodemaide has spoken about it, and he mentioned that it was a tough call, and certainly Nathan Lyon was very disappointed when he was told that he wasn't playing and wasn't expecting it. They talked a lot about the analytics, and it's a very small sample size about pink ball cricket here in the West Indies. So they didn't have a lot to go with. So I think I'm not saying that's a stretch to go to that because the sample size was so small, but we talked about this yesterday on the new ball. And I'm big on this, is that the West Indies have tried to take him down. They've tried to hit him for 6 as much as they could. And in what was going to be a low-scoring affair, we've seen this already. Australia only made 225. You know, with the boundary's so short straight that if they did get him away, even if he did take wickets, but he was going at 5 and 6 runs and over, which was happening in Grenada and it happened also in Barbados. I just reckon that was a consideration as well as the analytics to say that spinners don't get a lot of wickets, because we certainly saw the ball turn for Austin Chase.
Yeah, I think the way it's gone so far feels a lot like that Hobart Test match, the Ashes one.
Yep.
The series was over on that occasion as well. The series was going nowhere. Australia were 3-0 up. Here they're 2-0 up. And the pink ball, from what they've seen and during the training session that we've seen as well, is doing a lot. And it has done a lot so far again in the game as well. I mean, we will talk about the night session, but batting never looked easy throughout the day. So I think they would have looked into it as well. I think that would have been taken into consideration for sure, the fact that they don't want to leak. But he still averaged 18 with the ball. So yes, he's gone for a lot of runs, but he's taken 10 wickets, I think, at 18. He took 6 wickets in the last game. I think it's more to do with Scott Boland than Nathan Lyon.
Okay.
I think in my opinion, it's just a case of, hey, and you'll hear Cam Green talk about that aspect of it as well. I think they've just said, when you have Boland sitting there, and we've all asked, when will Boland get the chance? And after having seen the way he was hooping the ball around this pink Dukes around the other day, they're like, that's all we need. If with Boland, he doesn't even get to the point where we'll even need spin. Forget about Nathan Lyon. I mean, I don't think they're even taking Travis Head and Bo Webster's off spin into consideration. They think we'll finish them off before it gets to that point. And we saw that at the Manic batting in the last session, and the desperation to get as many overs tonight as possible.
Right.
And even just Bryce and I were not too far from the Australian team. They didn't look too disappointed that they just got 1 wicket. Even it looked like the second wicket or third wicket was coming at any point anyway.
All right, just turn your chair around a little bit. People want to see you. They can't see you. They can see your hair. You look like Dickie Nee. You can only see the back of your head. So let's reflect back then on Constas and Khawaja, because there's been a lot of talk about the opening partnership and how it's gone through this series. So this is chapter number 5. Constas almost got run out, but I think he nicked again into the coordinate, got put down, and he made 17 in the end. What did you think of his innings?
He fought through the tough periods today. I thought, there were a couple of, the drop catch for sure, but also there were a couple of wafty drives that he attempted and survived.
Faced 53 balls.
He did. So I'm assuming that's the most balls he faced, so maybe he faced a few more in Grenada. It doesn't matter. I think
that's the most he's faced.
That is the most he's faced, because it's the longest he's batted. So look, I said this earlier. I bumped into him in the morning and I really revved him up this morning. Come on, I turned into Ravi Shastri. I just do it. And he was pumped as well. He was like, I'm feeling it today, and he tried. He really tried hard to fight through that tough period. Every time he wafted at one, immediately shadow practice the leave. You could see he's talking to himself. And again, credit to the West Indies, they gave him nothing. And the moment they drifted onto his pads, he picked off 2 boundaries. He picked 1 boundary through the slip region as well. But what he was unable to do is to rotate the strike. And you could see he was desperate to do that a couple of times. He called for tight singles and almost got himself into trouble. But I think that's the one thing we didn't see that we saw in Grenada. And once credit to the West Indies, but I think we're back to the same point. We haven't really learned much about him.
Well, because he's learning on the job. It's like he's on work experience, but he's opening the batting for Australia. And the one thing I will say is that the way he got out, so there's sort of 2 ways to get him out. It's either nicking or the ball that comes back and gets beaten on the inside, and that's what happened here. That's the way the West Indies said they were going to get him out before the series started. And I'm still not sure how much he's learnt, or whether he's at this stage of his career incapable of being able to do what he needs to do. So, and I don't know the answer to that. So I'm sure that they've got the information in front of him saying, this is what you need to do, Sam. So he's either unable to do it, or he's not it's not coming through, I'm not sure. So that's Constance. We don't want to spend too much time on Sam. We've spent so much time with him throughout the series. But as we continue ball 2, Khawaja, I thought there was a bit more to like about Khawaja today. I thought that's as well as he's looked in this series. That's my eye on things. He faced 92 balls for his 23, so it was very slow. He got through the entire first session. But I don't know, I felt that he felt the most solid he's looked watching him. What did you think of Uzi?
No, I completely agree. And he's got a good record against the pink ball as well. And you know, he took longer than Sam Constance to get his innings going, but he defended well. They kept attacking his pads, and I thought he held them at bay for long periods of time. And then he got some flow going towards the end of the first session and definitely at the start of the second session. You could see he drove a couple of balls through the covers. He clipped a couple of his hips, and most of the, I think 75% of the runs I said earlier in the first session came through the onside every time the West Indians missed their length or couldn't control the movement because the ball kept doing lots. So I think he played his role. I mean, he played his role in a low-scoring contest, or what we assume will be a low-scoring contest. He managed to he managed to do what an opener's job is, to see off the new ball or really take it deep, so that life was easier for the likes of Steve Smith and co when they walked out to bat. And it took a sensational catch as well from Shea Hope to get rid of him. But it was the other form, the more familiar form of dismissal we saw from him during the summer and at Lord's. Outside edge, round the wicket, right armour. But he did all the hard work and he got a start. So I think he'll definitely get a second innings, but if he doesn't make a big score there, it'll just be a series where he'll feel like I got starts and maybe didn't kick on. But it goes back to how difficult batting has been in the series, but also how well the West Indies are bowled.
And this is the thing, is that I kind of feel like we're giving out encouragement awards when we're saying that we're giving Khawaja a pass for 23 and Constance a pass for 17. But that's probably a state of where the Australian top order is at the moment, but also how well the West Indians have bowled, and that it has been bowler-friendly conditions. Probably not so much here compared to the other two, but with the pink ball, that's got to be factored in as well. Okay, before we take a break, ball 3, and I just want, you're the teacher, and I want a grade on the others. Okay, so Cameron Green, 46 from 108 balls. What do you give him?
Out of 10? Or?
No, grade. So A to D.
I give him a B+.
Okay, I'm happy with that. Stephen Smith, he made 48 from 66.
Before the tea break, I think he was A+.
Yep.
Then he was maybe A.
Okay.
After once the lights came on and the clock came, I think just for the clock thing, I'm going to give him a B.
So for those that didn't hear or see what happened, when the lights came on, they were reflecting off a clock, which is right above the sight screen, and the light was reflecting off the glass casing of the clock, so they had to put a tablecloth over the top. Only Steve Smith. Travis Head, 20 of 53.
I think he himself will give himself maybe a C. It started fluently and then he just got stuck in this almost bat timing warp, and he just couldn't get the ball in the middle of the bat.
Webster, 1 of 9.
Just D. I mean, it wasn't easy against Shamar Joseph, and then he got a good one that he nicked.
And then Alex Carey, 21 of 20.
While he was there, it was A+++.
White hot.
That was, and I don't know, I just feel for Alex Carey, like batters don't get into this kind of rich
I know.
Maybe that's how wicket keepers are.
No, but it's a really good point. When you are playing as well as he is at the moment, you want to cash in and get hundreds. Because you don't play. I mean, I know he's not getting big scores, but the way he's hitting the ball, that doesn't happen often.
Yeah, I think that just comes with wicket keepers batting at number 7.
Yeah, maybe.
Often has only one specialist batter to bat with, and then the tail.
All right.
It's the biggest day of racing every week, and SEN Track has you covered every Saturday afternoon with Saturday Trackside.
Join us every week for all the tips, banter and fun, as well as the world-famous SEN Track Punters Club.
All the big metro racing every Saturday afternoon from right across the country on SEN Track.
Away you go, son! Away you go! Bang, bang, bang!
Tips, analysis, and plenty of fun. Saturday Trackside on SEN Track and streaming on the SEN app.
Got a Mack, Volvo or Hino truck or anything in between and need parts? Get into Truckline with over 70,000 parts ready to go. We've got Japanese, North American and European trucks and trailers covered. And that means our expert team will have you back on the road in no time. So, whether it's a new rig or an old Warrior, Truckline has all the parts you need. Visit truckline.com.au for your nearest store.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 G8 tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Is your outdoor area living up to its potential? If not, speak to Louver House and transform your outdoor area with an Australian-made opening and closing roof that's ready for next summer. Louver House do everything: planning, design, council approvals, manufacturing and installation, so you'll have peace of mind it's done right. Don't wait any longer. Find out more with a free design, measure and quote. Bring your outdoor area to life and see the light with Louver House. louverhouse.com.au.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head by turning you into an expert tipster. It's so easy. Just make your free account so punters can follow you, submit your tips whenever you're ready, and if your tip pays off, you'll earn a payout. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Reliable internet should be available for everyone, no matter where they live across Australia. So if you're living in regional or remote areas and are looking for a reliable provider of internet services without the hassles, talk to Activate Me. Proudly Victorian owned and operated, they understand what remote really means and can get you connected with a monthly contract and plan to suit you. For great price internet, no matter where you live, call 13 22 88 or search Activate Me to get connected today.
Every evening live from 6 p.m, the Sports Day team of Scotty Sattler and Matty Rogers, a.k.a. Sats and the Rat, live on SEN.
Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria. On SEN Cricket, this is the new ball.
The new ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil. Adam White and Bryce Sundaresan with you from Sabina Park, where as we look out over things, the covers are on. I think that's more a sort of a cautious approach. But we've got two massive tyres and a wheelbarrow upside down, which is keeping the covers in place, which is unusual, Brad. Matt Papp's not here.
Not here, yeah. The tyres you see quite often. The wheelbarrow I've never seen used. Is that a
blue wheelbarrow?
Is that a toy truck next to it? Looks like a toy truck. No, it's just a big piece of stone.
Anyway.
There, it's a dirty cover, I would say that.
So ball 4 actually is on the new ball for Cobram Estate. Just a reflection back on day one here at Sabina Park. Just the whole feel of the day at the Kingston Cricket Club.
The Kingston Cricket Club was full. So it was buzzing in a different way, but it is a stand of sorts right on top of the Kingston Cricket Club. That's where the party seemed to be. That's where all the Australian fans, a lot of Australian fans were. A lot of alcohol was consumed.
They were on the roof of the Kingston Cricket Club stand.
And thankfully for them, there's a lot of fried chicken being still sold downstairs in the canteens. So looks like the kind of meal they should be having after all the consumption. But the party, the vibe was really in the grandstand. So many performers. During the dinner break, they had a proper music show or a concert of sorts at level 3, not too far from where we sat. And even Andre Russell got involved, I saw for a while. It was great. I mean, yes, it's not a full house. Yes, the Headley stand has been blockaded for now because they don't expect enough people to come. But there were a lot of people. I spoke about the old couple I bumped into during the national anthems. So there were the hardcore, old school ones. There were a lot of young people here enjoying the music and enjoying the atmosphere. There were people singing on microphones. I saw the mount stand or the party stand wasn't heavily populated, but they had their own DJ. So there was just a lot happening all around the ground. And in terms of the match itself, that's pink ball test cricket, 101 for you. Except that batting seemed even more difficult than usual during daytime, which is why I don't think Australia will fret about the fact that they only have one wicket. But once we got to the dinner break, it was all about declaration batting. Sorry, I think there's just Andrew May.
He's munching on some chips and the bags are rattling away and all sorts of things.
There's always ambient sounds exactly when Andrew Mason is around.
The chips are tasting good.
But yeah, it was 101 pink ball cricket. It was all about declaration batting, and Australia, I guess, would be happy with what they got.
So the Duke ball, we know the Duke ball, we know the West Indian Duke ball. It's different to the English Duke ball, but we don't know too much about the West Indian pink Duke ball, and no one really did. The black seam against the black sight screen. Pat Cummins spoke about it being almost a whiter hue than the pink ball that we get in the UK. It did swing a lot, but it wasn't swinging around corners though, was it?
Some balls were. But a lot of it was after it had passed the batters.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So it almost like Headingley when it's cloudy. As the ball does a lot, cricket keeping becomes very difficult. But Mitchell Starc was getting it to quite a bit like he does, but that was under lights. Poor Kevlin Anderson, we might talk about him later. But yeah, it just felt like the ball kept nibbling around. Even the Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph in the last session with a 60 overall ball, they were still getting enough movement or balls to straighten off the line. So that, I think that's why it felt like batting was difficult. And also we hear more plastic wrappers being ruffled in the background. But I think which is why. And when you have two really good bowling attacks, one of Hall of Fame attack in Starc, Cummins, Hazelwood, and now Boland, and a very good one in Shamar Joseph Seals and Joseph Alzari, who didn't bowl a lot, what else do you expect?
We'll talk about this probably at the end of the Test match rather than spend too much time about talking now. But what I'm feeling is that through this series, we're now going to the third match. We're now starting to see a team come together. With the bowlers, we've known about Shamar Joseph, but he's still quite young and hasn't played a lot of Test cricket. We know about Alzari Joseph. Jaden Seals has come on. Justin Greaves looks the serious, real deal all-rounder. Brandon King's emerging with the bat. It just feels like this team's actually okay, and I just hope they play more Test cricket so they can continue to build, because there's a bit of optimism, I think, about a few of them from what we've seen so far. There still needs to be a few more, but Sounds like I'm a bit more optimistic about it than you are. But anyway, we'll talk about it later on.
You're just a good man.
Okay, the injuries. So the West Indies lost 3 through the day in the field. So Alzari Joseph went off and had scans, but importantly came back later on in the innings. So that looks encouraging. But 2 batsmen injured themselves. The 2 openers injured themselves in the field.
Back-to-back overs.
So they couldn't open the batting when the West Indies came out to bat.
So yeah, they had Brandon King and poor Kevlin Anderson on debut, thrown into the deepest of ends. Mikhail Louis dived for a ball at cover. He got up and he just felt his knee. Almost, you thought he just grazed his knee, but then clearly he'd done some damage. And then he limped off, and then he had to be helped off. And then the next over, Steve Smith, full-blooded sweep, he gets John Campbell at short leg right under his throat, and he walked off the field. And as it turned out, we just got a message from the West Indian spokesperson, or the team spokesperson, that when Brandon King and Kevlin Anderson walked out to bat, the other 2, the regular openers, were in the hospital getting scans. So, and Roston Chase walked out to bat at number 3. And after looking through the door, hoping that someone else gets to go.
You sure? Anyone else? You sure?
It was funny.
It was. What we're going to do, we'll take a break, come back. Cameron Green will be the interview that you did immediately after play, and then we'll work out.
SEN is your home of live sport with a jam-packed menu every week right across the country. Footy. The EPL. Netball.
Rudy Ellis, and that is a super shot.
Live golf.
Cameron Smith, he is remarkable.
There's nothing better than live sport on radio. And as always, you'll hear the best coverage live right here on SEN and streaming on the SEN app.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
Life can be a ball at Toga Mall.
Welcome to Club Toga Mall, Australia's premier Murray River golfing destination. With 2 top 40 golf courses, award-winning food, funky players lounge, TAP and weekly live music. There's something for everyone. Their golf package team can help organise your next golfing holiday or day trip to the village of Toga Mall and drop in for a relaxing stop. You're welcome at Club Toga Mall. Find them at clubtogamall.com.au or on Facebook. What are you really gambling with?
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Is your outdoor area living up to its potential? If not, speak to Luba House and transform your outdoor area with an Australian-made opening and closing roof that's ready for next summer. Luba House do everything: planning, design, council approvals, manufacturing and installation, so you'll have peace of mind it's done right. Don't wait any longer. Find out more with a free design, measure and quote. Bring your outdoor area to life and see the light with Luba House. lubahouse.com.au.
Need power, lighting or fuel solutions that don't cost the earth? Green Power Solutions is Australia's #1 sustainable rental hire company for generators, lighting and hybrid power systems powered by sustainable fuels that can cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 90%. From major infrastructure projects to high-profile events, we combine innovation, reliability and environmental responsibility to keep your site running and your sustainability goals on track. Search Green Power Solutions or call 1-800-GO-GREEN.
SEN is a home of rugby league in 2025. Stream 4 live games every round, plus State of Origin and every finals match, all on the SEN app.
Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria. On SEN Cricket, this is the new ball.
New ball for Cobram Estate, premium Australian extra virgin olive oil. Australia winning the toss and batting today, all out for 225. In reply, the West Indies 1 for 16. After play, Sundaresan and Bryce McGain caught up with Cameron Green.
Cam Green, thank you so much for being to SEN Test Cricket. That was a manic finish to the day.
Yeah, it always is. Pink ball's always, we know kind of what it comes with. We don't know how the pink juice ball will play out, but I think training the last couple of days, we realised how tough it is, especially when the lights come on. So, yeah, it was a tricky 45 minutes for them. I thought they batted really well. But also, yeah, to get them one down is pretty crucial, and yeah, wait and see what happens tomorrow.
And you know, obviously the ball was supposed to do a lot under lights, but it didn't look like batting was easy when you were in there in the afternoon either.
Yeah, I think we were speaking about it with Uzi today. I think, yeah, we try to forward think about when we might have to bat tomorrow, and we were hoping that maybe, yeah, we wouldn't be all out tonight. Yeah, maybe get them to bat the whole of tomorrow's night session. But I think we just said, I think it's going to be tricky regardless when you bat. So, yeah, that's a somewhat reassuring, is that you don't have to try and miss his night session. I think it's going to be tough the whole time.
And just on Cam Green at number 3, I was saying last week the stocks are on the rise. And do you feel like the progress report is trending in the right direction, Cam, just with the way you're feeling out there?
Yeah, I think I said it in the last press conference. I think it's trending. Yeah, obviously you would love a really big score. But yeah, I'd like to think that a 40, but especially the amount of balls faced out there, I think, yeah, hopefully gives a lower order a slightly easier task. But yeah, I don't think this ball's got any softer. So yeah, I think we, Uzi especially, 80 balls I think he faced. Yeah, we hopefully got through the hardness of it, but I don't think it did. I think it stayed hard the whole time. So yeah, wait and see what happens next innings. Very
odd to see Nathan Lyon bringing drinks and not go check out the pitch during the innings break. I know it's not your decision, but just how's he doing, and this the decision itself?
Yeah, oh, we know how good Gaz is, but also we know how good Scott Boland is. So I think, yeah, I think the decision was the right one. I think especially looking at the wicket now, yeah, Gaz is a quality bowler, but yeah, Barrel's a bit yucky at night. So either way they went, I think it's the right call. So yeah, happy to see Scotty out there.
And just the batting in the last session, Cam, was it just based on the plan A for pink ball test, where it wasn't quite declaration batting, but in a way it was?
Oh, it was for sure. I think, yeah, we know, yeah, how crucial those night sessions are, especially in Australia, how different the contrast is for cricket played. So, yeah, I felt like it was pretty similar to the morning session to the night session, not like Adelaide where it is a pretty stark contrast. So, yeah, it definitely was. We try to go hard. I think that's something we try and employ in Australia. Yeah, getting 45 minutes out there is really yucky. So, yeah, that was definitely thinking today.
Thanks so much, Cam. Looks like you'll be in business at Gully tomorrow, so stay alert.
Hopefully, that'd be nice. Thank you.
There is Cameron Green with Bharat Sundaresan straight after play. Cameron himself just a few runs short of what would have been consecutive half centuries. He made 46 off 108 balls. And I know we did speak about the batting earlier, Baz, but he's hanging in there. It's consecutive times now where he's faced over 100 balls in that role, and you know he's learning on the job, similar to Sam Constas opening the batting, but he had that reprieve with the LBW that was overturned, but at the end of the day it wasn't out, so it's not like he was dropped. But he has faced over 100 balls again.
I think this is the best innings he's played at number 3. What is 8th innings or 7th innings in that position, going back to Lords when he came back into the test side. Yes, he got the 50, but yeah, he still looked semi-unconvincing last week in Grenada. This one, though, a lot better. He didn't poke it balls outside off them as often as he did even in Grenada. He left well. He got that early boundary, the clipped 4, which looked really, really good. There was that period where he was trying to force Shamar Joseph through the onside and his head kept falling over and he kept getting hit on the pads. But he, especially after the break, I thought he looked even better in the partnership with Steve Smith. But like with Usman Khawaja, like with so many Australian batters in this series, every time you think someone's about to break free and make a really big score, the wicket falls. And it was a beautiful 1-2 setup from Jayden Seales. So you have to give him credit how well he's bowled. And the fact that he just took one away, beat the outside edge, and the other one was slightly closer, slightly fuller, but deviated in the same direction, but drew him into the shot slightly differently and hit top of middle stump at the end.
Spot on. It was high quality fast bowling. So Green 46 off 108, but we saw the punches down the ground, lovely clip over square leg and using his feet to cut, particularly against the spin. So we did see an array of shots from Cameron Green. Our final ball for Cobram Estate. What will happen tomorrow? You've got 2 minutes.
So going back to my original point where I said Australia would have liked 3 wickets, it looked like they'll get 3 wickets. All 4 fast bowlers had a go. Josh Hazlewood was slightly off his length. Felt like he wasn't able to control the movement. A lot of wide deliveries. Even young Kevlin Anderson just punched him through point once, and Brandon King was just able to leave him alone. Pat Cummins was on the money, Scott Boland was on the money, and Mitchell Starc was bowling really well. But like we saw today, yes, it becomes even more difficult under lights. But we don't know if that was the case with the Australians. The way they batted, it was declaration batting, as Cam Green just said. So because it was declaration batting, they were just swinging at everything. Once the 6th wicket fell, the lower order was just, Pat Cummins came and smashed 20 odd in no time. So there's very little you could read about what the old dish ball did do under lights. So I think batting will be difficult. We still don't know the state of the West Indian batting lineup. Like I said, Louis and Campbell were in hospital getting scans. So how bad are their injuries? We don't know that. So Roston Chase is in there. So everybody's gone 2 steps up. So Anderson opening. So Roston Chase has gone from 5 to 3. So if a wicket falls now, does it mean Shea Hope walks out? Shea Hope at number 4 just seems a better fit anyway. And then are we into Graves and then the bowlers? So we don't know the status of their batting. So Australia will back themselves to run through the West Indians, which is dictated by the team that they picked as well, bringing in Boland for Lyon, because they think that these innings are going to be short, and that's the way I see it play out. But from a neutral perspective, hopefully we see some fight. Maybe it's the day for Shea Hope and Andrews Man, Roston Chase to just put on the big boy pants and do something for their team.
All right, Australia all out for 225. In reply at the end of day 1, the West Indies are 1 for 16. That is it from us from Sabina Park on the new ball for Cobram Estate. We're going to munch some chips with Andrew Mason to finish our night. We'll catch you again tomorrow. I hope you've enjoyed the cricket.